Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen, and she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
Hey everybody, it's Admiral Teague and my buddy Sean Carter. How you doing out there? Welcome to Saving Star Trek. How you doing, Sean?
I'm doing well. Thank you. How's everything out there?
You know what? It's cold as could be in New York City for the last few days, but today it warmed up to like the 40s, so it's kind of nice to get outside and get a taco and not be in pain outside. But welcome everybody. Tweet out that we're here. Let people know. Every single person and their mother is on and live, so it's going to take a minute for everyone to show up, and we'll play our Star Trek music later when we get closer to the show. But I guess that's the first decision we should make while we wait for people to show up. But first of all, hello to John the Beagle Dad and to RRTNZ. He's at work listening in, but nevertheless, nonsense to contribute later. I hope so. And where I come from, we don't have money. We work for the fun of fucking off on the job and listening to Admiral Teague. The entire society is built around listening to YouTube at work. Okay, folks, it's great to see everybody. Gavin is here. Hi, Gavin. Good to see you. Sean is both here and in the chat. And
I'm on the bridge.
Sean is on the bridge. Sean has Coca. I still messed up the launch, and you got me. Ooh, the camera fell so many times that now I don't have to really hide that much because it's so low res. But guys, as you can see, I have a big crazy beard now. I'm looking more and more insane, just like I promised you, more insanity in 2025. But let's start with the Star Trek news that I managed to remember on my own. All right, guys, this channel that I found is called Tachyon Pulse, okay? They're all right as far as the entertainment's good. This guy, I don't know him. I'm going to right now openly invite the Tachyon podcast guy on. I'd say to you, I love what you're saying. You've got 1.6 thousand subscribers and just 26 videos. My hat's off to you. But everything I'm seeing here is definitely something people want to hear. And I definitely need you to come on here and tell me a little bit about backing this one up. Because honestly, this is everything I want to hear. The Tachyon Pulse podcast is saying, or whatever we want to call them, Tachyon Pulse mostly does uploads. I haven't caught them live streaming yet, or I'd ask them some questions. I really would. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to let you guys be the ultimate arbiters of this. I'm not so much recommending as I am accrediting Tachyon Pulse, but I am a subscriber of this channel right now because it would be irresponsible for me to do otherwise. So I'll give you an idea of their stories, just rolling backwards. Star Trek exclusive. Paramount new owners are told to cancel it, which makes sense. Star Trek future revealed. Okay, inside information again. Daredevil, scrap it and start again, save show. That's been known. Firefly reboot. I hadn't heard anything about that from anyone with them. Galactica.
I heard something about that the other day from somewhere else.
It's me re-reporting this, maybe, though.
Was it you?
I re-report this guy now because he's saying these. For him to say these things, they're so significant that I will just say, look, there's a guy out there saying this stuff. Like, do I know the Tachyon Pulse guy? He seems okay. Like, I don't know. I mean, do people have every reason to say things or fabricate stories? They do. We've seen it in this day and age. We've seen people fabricate stories about things far worse than Star Trek. So I don't know who would be harmed, but maybe the Tachyon Pulse guy has really good information. Like, we've seen things happen before where you didn't necessarily need connections. I have no real connections. And what did I do? I figured out the Star Trek financial thing with why I thought Alex Kurtzman was gone. Within a couple of days, Doomcock picked up on that with a video. We everybody stands behind their videos and their tweets. We all made videos about it. It's still out there. He is on that one again, but he has new information involving and here's the Tachyon Pulse's stream.
Yeah, Gavin just subscribed, and I subbed as well. So it'll be interesting to see what this guy's got to say.
I'm going to continue to re-report Tachyon Pulse stuff. I'm calling Tachyon Pulse a stream that I find enjoyable, but he has never said anything that I do not like. Videos, we have videos. So as far as I know, Tachyon Pulse has never gone live, and they began 4 weeks ago. So this is unprecedented success. There, Tachyon Pulse Technobabble video 1, and then you see the Tachyon Pulse guy. And I've referenced him before. Here's the thing. Tachyon Pulse guy is saying extraordinary things, and he's saying them a lot.
He's got a lot of views, too. My goodness.
If I said that I had information on a Firefly reboot and just put out a good thumbnail, he went to thumbnail school first. This isn't his first channel, is my guess. He's a very, very good YouTuber. I'm going to.
Oh, okay, that explains it. So he's pulling from another channel because I'm seeing.
He had somebody advised him well. Like, look at his thumbnails. There is a consistency, yet they all have an individual nature to them. Just as on the Saving Star Trek ones, the Teague's intense talk shows are different than the Star Trek ones. And there's a consistency to both, right? This guy knows what he's doing. Hello to you, Radioactive. Thank you for the epic show the other day.
He's got a Lego Enterprise D.
This guy is cool. Yeah, he has a Lego Enterprise D is part of his set. And I would call this guy, he's part of a school of YouTuber called Low Angle Real Cam Man Cave YouTubers. And like a lot of good YouTubing is done like this. Like because I have the avatar to engage people more, I go more the video essay route. And I think that those can be very engaging. And I'm able to make points with them on a couple of levels. If I can engage you with the sound of my voice and give you something to look at, to give you something to think about, a lot of times my video, if it's not appropriate, it'll be ironic to it. It'll always be appropriate, but maybe it's ironic or brings up another point or heightens the sarcasm. Like I try to follow the editing rules, but on this one, the Tachyon Pulse guy, who, go ahead and sub him, like I said, he seems to be, I sense promotion behind the amount of people watching. And by the way, in his 1.6 thousand people, I want to point out I have 2.1 thousand of you, and thank you so much to all of you who've joined, and the ongoing success of this channel is due to you guys. And I really love that we have a vibrant Star Trek community, but I would be remiss as a Star Trek host and someone who reports on Star Trek to let this go here. The Tachyon Pulse, which is getting a lot of views, the only way I'm putting it in context here, what he's saying here is that there was an analysis done by the Ellisons, who are Skydance, who are now Paramount. Right? Paramount's gone. It's now Skydance, but Skydance sounds better when it's called Paramount. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They want it called and we all understand the Paramount lot, absolutely iconic. Something that we all remember. You're right. So we all
the mountain, everything.
Right. Plus, it's been around since 1920. It's one of our oldest movie houses. People love seeing the movies before. It's part of my intro because it's so much fun. And plus, the Paramount lot is like an iconic picture. And if you have an office there, people are going to be impressed walking in. You want that. You want it because it's such, where'd you make it? It was made on the Paramount lot. And it's just like, it invokes so much film history. And, you could make a museum there. So you've got that, and you've got the back catalog. At some point, the reason why everyone on Enterprise watches the Universal monster movies a lot is because Paramount ended up owning Universal. So you've got all that too. So that rich history of cinema stuff. And by the way, I'm staking that out. Other people do Disney. I'm the Paramount guy. I'm the crazy Paramount guy. But the two biggest this guy was factually correct. I'm going to give you what he told us. Tachyon Pulse said that the decision on the Star Trek show was that it was in the air, but they had been advised to get rid of it and that they should cancel it and that whatever they had, show it, but go no further with it. And that would mean the end of Kurtzman because the idea was because of Kurtzman's licensing deal now cuts the other way for the reasons that were first said by, if anyone, I don't know if anyone has said it before, it was said here by German Eye. But we calculated this in the dollars of the day that the deal was made and the dollars of today, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics calculator and a couple of others. And like we got like the rough amount of how much money is at stake now versus then. The depreciation versus the cost of making a movie has like ballooned. Like they used to think that no one will buy us out, they'll make our movie. Now it's like, dude, like, you know, something like Captain America, how much do they wish they bought those people out and just not made that movie? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Does he mention anything? Because like what you were just saying about, you know, them telling, you know, separate it. Like, do you think that makes sense as what we were talking about? Would they have told them, hey, get Lower Decks to do something to kind of separate this from classic Trek?
There were no adults in the room for that one, Sean.
Okay, but no, I just didn't know if that, because some of the stuff you were saying that he's talking about would go in line with that. It would make sense.
Oh, no, I think that all the stuff that we heard was false flag operations by Star Trek themselves, selling the only thing they have left to sell, which is that they would be gone. Think about it. What's the only thing that left that we're interested in? That they might be gone, right? So what did they do? We have a final season, quote unquote, of Lower Decks, and what do we hear from the Lower Decks people? Oh, anything could change. Anything could change.
Well, they're just coping.
Whether they're coping or not, I think it's like between the end of Star Trek Discovery, where they're saying, "Oh, anything could change," and then also they decanonized Star Trek Discovery. How is Tilly in Star Trek Academy then? How is Saru in
I don't
Star
think
Trek
we're going to see
Academy?
Academy. Are they filming Academy? Is it in production?
Well, we know from people who were friends with people on set who are members of the channel community, who I have reason to believe, like Obi2 and stuff. Hello, the Trek Reviewer.
Hey, Trek
Did I
Reviewer.
miss anybody? People are still coming in. Hello, X. We got a lot of people on X. It's where the future
John the
is.
Beagle
The
Dad
Pinned
just
Post is
popped
the place
in.
to be. John the Beagle Dad, hello to you, my friend. So anyway, we're reporting some Star Trek news. It's interesting. And the thing is, it's like, it's very hard to suss up this Star Trek news because here's the deal. Tachyon Pulse, we're seeing everything. Like, we knew scrapping it and starting again saved Daredevil because they said it. So that's not a real revelation, but like this Firefly reboot thing, that is very interesting. And I've heard it elsewhere. The one angle he had that no one else had on this was this. He claims that Nathan Fillion is the driving force behind it, and that we don't need to be as worried about Disney as some people might say, because more powerful in television than Disney is Nathan Fillion, because he's got like 2 bankable successes in a row and relationships with 3 different film houses, one of which is now absorbed by Disney. And he's like, take it or leave it, I want this. And it was like, so the Firefly thing he's telling us is a lot of it is stuff we want to hear, and it's great news, but this is the tacky, and like, you know, why the new series was really canceled. I didn't watch this one, so I don't know what his BSG thing is, but with 2.9 thousand views on a channel with 1.6 thousand subscribers, I have still never, since I passed over like 1,000, I don't often pop bigger than my base of subscribers. Because if everyone on the channel watches this the first like 3 hours, I would get like 20,000 views. It would blow it through the roof, right, in the algorithm. But YouTube's kept set up to, like, you know, if the bigger you are, like if I had 300, like if I had, let's look at someone like Critical Drinker. He has 100,000 times more people than me exactly, right? So let's say like we did really well. The conversation for the 22-year-old episode of Star Trek that we uploaded from last week that was only 17 minutes long got about 150 views, and it's still doing all right. It was not banned from any Reddit communities this time, which was nice. And it's pretty consumable, so I hope you guys enjoy it. Hey, Wes Cagle.
Wes
I hope you guys
Cagle.
enjoy it. I really do. Here's the thing. This channel is powered by Yellowstone. But that's a whole nother story. And the Star Trek video that's coming out, it's never going to do as much business as the Yellowstone video is going to do. And the Yellowstone watch parties do great. So I love Star Trek, and that's my thing. But right now, like the brand is really damaged, and this is the revelations of the Tachyon Pulse podcast. Let me put it up. I'll show you the Tachyon Pulse guy, and here he is. Let's get him in a more flattering moment. There he is. I hate catching people in a bad moment. So this is basically the Tachyon Pulse. He's out of uniform. Sir, you're a Starfleet officer. You're supposed to be wearing your Adidas jacket, sir. But he likes Man U. We know that. He's worn that. There's his Enterprise. I think that's a Stargate ship behind him, off his shoulder. It's not Shuttle Tiderian. I think it's Stargate related. If I hit play for a second, you can see there's a Stargate underneath it.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
We're not about taking this guy's content while at the same time reporting it. We're
giving him full credit. Yeah, we've got a few people sub to him. I just sub to him. You plugged his link.
One of the things we're going to do is I'm inviting you on here right now, sir. You are saying a lot of interesting things. I'd like to hear you give some justification for some of them. Maybe I haven't listened well enough. I'll admit that I've stayed with your Star Trek stuff. You have been a boon to me as a creator, and that is why I'm giving a hats off to you. At twice your size, I would say it would be great to have you on my show. But, that's enough about me. Let's talk about you. You have a great Star Trek Lego collection. You're an interesting guy. You root for the wrong soccer team. We'll talk to you about that. That's what can I tell you? And here's the deal. As far as the Firefly thing, it's great news. Nathan Fillion's holding all the cards. So that if you like Firefly, good news on that one. But as far as the Star Trek news, this is the deal. Tachyon Pulse is reporting that the analysis came back that the response was more positive than negative, but there was a really significant amount of negative response to Star Trek when they went out there looking for Star Trek responses and stuff, when they talked to them about new Star Trek, right? But it was a little bit more positive than negative, which still might be a knock-on effect and people not being all that aware of new Star Trek. He says that there's a matrix where 500 dislikes are only as important as 100 likes, because you're much more likely to rage click or hate watch something than you are to watch something that's good or to tweet about something that's good, is what they're saying. To which I say bullshit. I tweet about 1883 and 1923 and Yellowstone all the time. I'm not saying bullshit to Tachyon Pulse. I'm saying bullshit if that's what the network's base it on. 5-1, negative to positive. So if 500 negative responses equal 100 positive ones, this is, as you can see, this is why I'm taking the unpopular stance of I want to suppress the Star Trek hashtag till after this movie's gone, because they are the one thing I think he's dead on about, and I won't argue at all, is the Ellisons would be neglectful if they weren't assessing Star Trek now, Sean. Am I right?
Exactly.
You've got Paramount. Your biggest properties are Star Trek, and your other big property is Yellowstone of different kinds of shows. Yellowstone's thrumming along, doing fine. It's doing just great. This Star Trek thing has been a nightmare since Into Darkness made money, right? But that one just gutted the story. It's The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker of Star Trek at the same time. It really is. I mean, did any thoughts on that movie's damage? You've never weighed in on that one.
Oh God, no. Everything's
franchise-breaking moment.
Everything we've had lately in the last 10 years has broken every franchise.
It's been the same guy too. I would say at this point we're wrong to talk bad about Jar Jar Binks. Jar Jar did nothing wrong. J.J. Abrams is the one whose name should live in infamy. Like, let's not elevate him to the level of Jar Jar Binks, who was in good Star Wars movies. It's now a slur on the good name of Jar Jar Binks. I appeal to all, and I will take legal action against people who defame Jar Jar Binks or Neelix. R.M. Briggs. Anyway, listen, the Tachyon Pulse guy is telling us stuff that I love. This is the news from the Tachyon Pulse. The Star Trek Section 31 movie is out there. It's probably just going to happen. But the next part of the assessment, they did an assessment of the Star Trek property, right? That a reboot wouldn't hurt at all, and in fact might be better. Monetarily, buying out Kurtzman is exactly what me and Germ said and what was confirmed and re-reported over and over about how now their buyout versus the price of the way a movie comes off the assembly line from these chumps and some of the other problems that modern movies are having just in general and these damaged franchises, and they are looking to Disney as an example, and they are looking to Star Wars as the example. Oh, we're talking about models? Yeah, I would love to see that. There's a lot of great... The model industry being devastated by the new Star Trek people is just one of the things they did that makes us angry. Like Eagle Moss, I bought a whole $120 worth of Eagle Moss stuff because $120 worth of Eagle Moss stuff was going for like $30 a model. I got like 5 Eagle Moss models. Like they used to be a lot more money really fast at the end of the run for them. I think someone owns their name in their contract now, but... They went out of business briefly. Like this new Star Trek has been hard on all the people who relied on Star Trek. They've also crushed the Star Trek cottage industry and poisoned the groundwater. The only people making Star Trek who can do it are us because our cost is just StreamYards. There's no one else out there like making uniforms, no one makes next generation like merch for these people. There's TNG merch out there. And these people are the ones selling the Star Trek merch. So I'm always looking for like on eBay for the pirate merch, so I don't give them. I want to starve their income source, and I'm not speaking out in an illegal way when I say a boycott is the only way to handle these people. So the Tachyon Pulse, guys, you can see I'm just scrolling through the bottom of the bar. There's nothing here to it. Tachyon Pulse, he sits here and delivers information. He gives a really good take. It's well edited, or he's capable of a one take perfect delivery. This is exactly what you would want to hear. That the people at Skydance, which is now Paramount, were told that the Star Trek stories would be best shelved or stopped or ended, which we would think would mean paused, because nothing's ever really gone of this much value, at least at one point of much value. But if they stop now, the financial bleeding stops, because remember, they've just put out a considerable amount of money and taken on the debt of this failing company, under the assumption that by running it better, they're going to get a little bit of a breather from the creditors, renegotiate at better terms, kick some of the debt off, and make some movies that make money, assuming there's movie theaters, and their streaming service has to be good. So Yellowstone is feeding their streaming service just as it's saving this channel too. So the Star Trek side, what he's saying is, on the negative side of Star Trek is outside of people who know what Star Trek is in general, people who don't really know about Star Trek mostly know about the Star Trek from 2009 on, and it's a disincentive to get Paramount Plus. Think about the biggest markets for Star Trek are Germany, England, and the United States. And England includes part of Ireland, right? Northern Ireland, and Ireland is tied in there too. So those are your biggest markets are England, Ireland, and the United States, and Germany's in there too, right? Massive change in Ireland, massive change in England especially. We're hearing they're going through their own woke crisis too, right? A lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah,
Pets!
Yep.
Pets!
Hey,
the
FKHC is here.
Hey, Tim, what's going on? It's good to see you. But you
and
know
Lombardi,
what?
Lombardi too. Yeah. Buddy Hepburn.
Good to see Lombardi, Buddy Hepburn. Welcome to all of you. And Sean, thank you for doing a great producing job. We're reporting some breaking Star Trek news before the watch party because it's great news. It's what we want to hear, quite honestly. So this is it. Let me bring a fine point to it so that we can get the watch party started at about 10 anyway. So here's the deal. 1, the Star Trek damage assessment is over. It was rightly done by the new Paramount people who are the Ellisons from Skydance. Skydance, successful in action movies and have a Star Trek history going back to Trek 09. The thing is that those movies and the brand damage have been assessed now. A reboot definitely was said to not hurt, was the way the Tachyon Pulse reported it. You have a chance. It's in the chat. You can look at the Tachyon Pulse. It'll also be in the description later. Oh, wait, this is different. Okay. But check out the Tachyon Pulse. It's in the chat, and I'll throw it in there again.
Admiral, we just got word. There is breaking more Star Trek breaking news.
Whoa! I hope it's not bad news.
No. Well, I'm gonna pop it up right now.
Okay. Oh, This is someone else's stuff, so pause it for a minute if it's on YouTube. Is this on YouTube
No,
or is it
I
from
made
somewhere
it.
else? Look at it, we're safe. Yeah, there we go. The only people left in the world who care about this counts as a social media hit for them. Yeah, some misguided people. It's the same people from Valverde from the movie Commando. This just in. Rachel Garrett destroyed by Section 31 movie. Guys,
Well, I put rejection 31 just to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sean, way to go. Good stuff. Listen, with the
You recognize that scene though from Airplane?
I did. Let's finish the Tachyon Pulse story up real quick.
Sorry.
So this is no problem. That's why we're here. We can get a little tangential and we could be a little late too because we don't know if JT's going to make it. He's been through as bad as any Jet fan has been through in his life as a fan of the Detroit Lions. So we understand that he needs to watch this NFL game and we endorse his away mission. He'll be back from the 21st century where he already knows the outcome of the game. Why he went, I don't know, but he says he needs to enjoy it. So there you go. Go Lions, for the sake of our friend. And anyway, on the Tachyon Pulse, the story is this. Star Trek itself is damaging to Paramount Plus. The older Star Trek can sit on there without doing a lot of damage. Maybe Lower Decks doesn't bother people, but it reminds people that there's other Star Trek out there. Lower Decks, if you bring it back, wait a little while. Because, right now, just the presence of Star Trek, people just know about weird, woke, crazy stuff and inconsistencies. And, the fact of the matter is the critical drinker gets more view minutes in a month than 4 episodes of Star Trek. More millions of view moments in a month.
I wouldn't pay, but I would do a lot to see the analytics at Paramount Plus to see how many people are watching classic Trek, the stuff we're talking about, we're reviewing compared to the new stuff. I would love to see.
We have a good abstraction, and it's how my Paramount Plus comes up when I do it, right? Now, it has my favorites, right? But when I go to the vault and I start putting in, the Star Trek stuff, because sometimes I'll search Star Trek because there's always Star Trek documentaries and process movies that Paramount can put out there. And, they can put William Shatner in front of a camera at any time and pay him $100,000 to talk about, one episode of Star Trek. And I barely remember it. And they'll be like, that was William Shatner, ladies and gentlemen. And that itself would be worth an hour of our time. It really would.
It would. Really would. But yeah, I mean, for me, I have Paramount Plus, but it's mainly so I can watch any episode on demand when I want. I mean, I can get the DVDs and stuff.
When you go put up Star Trek, now it's not the first 5 terrible shows first. It's Lower Decks and then TNG
they're trying to push
Voyager
it, sure.
and DS9. But they're pushing Lower Decks, but they're no longer pushing any of the other stuff. And Lower Decks is just sort of hey, here it is. Then the next show seems to be TNG most of the time in my tiles, which I never watch, so I'm assuming they're showing it to me, right? We're not doing TNG, and all my Star Trek energy right now is going into Enterprise and being the best Enterprise episode we can, and so we're blowing off this week in 2002 and all the other stuff. We'll find out next week what movie got pushed out of #1 and stuff, but you know what? It's probably still Return of the King. But exactly. This streaming service, their problem is they need subscribers. I'm going to say right now, Paramount Plus is a really decent streaming service. You get all the old Star Trek. You can ignore the new Star Trek. In their promos, they almost completely ignore new Star Trek, and they try to show you Strange New Worlds, Lower Decks, and exteriors of stuff. Exteriors, the brief moments that are good of the outside of a ship where you can't tell. When they show you something new, it's the exterior of their new Enterprise. You know what I mean? They don't want to show you Mikey Spock. They don't want to show you an identifiable bad character. So his ultimate conclusion was that they should pause it after what's done is done. So nothing else needs to change, between now and when Section 31 comes out. And I guess he thinks that there's some Star Trek Academy films. I say I need to see more than what we saw. I don't believe it. No one believes it.
Yeah, remember this thing that we're about to squash on in a couple of weeks or whenever it gets released was supposed to be a series. It got shit canned to a movie or to an online movie.
Promoted. since 2018. Hey, Radioactive! Wow,
Nice.
thank you for the hello, Jacob Ironside. Let's say the hello to Jacob Ironside for a moment. He's a great YouTuber who has a great channel, and he does X Files. And sometimes you can find me there too, and sometimes you can find him here. He's going to be back soon. He's a great YouTuber. You should sub his channel. And now on to the matter at hand. Thank you so much, Radioactive, for the very generous $10 super chat. Here's the real analytic you need. How many films based on Kurtzman's Soy Trek versus 100% organic, non-GMO, ethically resourced, real Roddenberry Star Trek? How many fan films are based on Kurtzman's Soy Trek versus 100% organic, non-GMO, ethically resourced, and real Roddenberry Star Trek? There's probably,
I'll say this, Radioactive.
Kurtzman one. There's probably a Kelvin one, but it's early. Go ahead.
And I would even say this to respond to Radioactive. I would argue that what we have now is crappy fan fiction anyway. So
by people who don't want to be writing sci-fi.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, exactly. And if I can, I would like to. I want to highlight Radioactive's super chat again because it warrants being up on the screen. But to what Gavin said here, who wants streaming services when you can watch it free on the high seas? Well, I mean, we would never condone that people use the high seas. That. We could never condone that.
But that's terrible.
Yeah. But that being said, like for me, I like the convenience of the streaming. I want to continue to promote new stuff to be made, and we kind of have to
know that there's a market for their own Star Trek.
Know exactly. The only way for them to know that we're watching that stuff is for them to see us watching it. So, it's a give and take. It's a give and take. Yeah,
we know that they know about this show. And you know what? Until we do the plot analysis, we should feel free to curse as much as we want because who fucking cares? There's no AdSense for this part of the show. We don't run AdSense during the Star Trek watch parties. We want everybody to be able to watch Star Trek with minimal interruption. You get the analysis and interruption from us, but here's the base. The bottom line is this, and there are a couple of fan films based on like using the aesthetic and using like the ship models from the Kurtzman Soy Trek, but they were from early. They're from early, and they don't use the story meta, just the aesthetic, because it was easy to get that stuff because it failed right away because no one wanted it.
Yeah, it's a very, very small group of people. But you want to talk good fan fiction, that we're talking Star Trek Continues, which I would love to one day have a discussion about those episodes. At some point down, in the next 420 years when we get through all this 735.
Well, you know what? We call it the 6609 continuity, and I'm actively retconning the RM Briggs theory, because even though I love it, and I love it as a rallying call to Star Trek fans, and I think it's a legitimate thing to say, there are 735 Star Trek stories is not accurate. There are 735 iterations of Star Trek.
Yeah.
That some of them, like Shockwave is one episode, so now you're down to 734. Best of Both Worlds is one episode, now you're down to 733. So, like, if you've noticed, a lot of times I say we're up to Star Trek Enterprise Season 2, Episode 2, Story 25, because it's episode 27. I think I figured it out today. I'll figure it out again exactly next week, but I try to keep track of how many stories we are, because it would be interesting at the end of the day to know how many Star Trek stories there are. Because in our last season of Enterprise, how many multiple episode stories do we have?
Oh gosh, we looked at it. It's like
4
there's only I think in the last season and a half there are only like 4 or 5 individual episodes.
Yeah, there's less individual episodes than there are multi-part episodes. The thing is, they prove right there that they deserved a movie. I don't, people say season 5. I'm saying that crew was ready for a movie.
You think so?
They were better than the TNG crew. They were already better than. I already like them better. I already like their ship better than the Enterprise D. I was always cringing when like Picard would be like, sometimes a captain has to show bravery. It's like, you have women and children on your family class cruise ship. Like that was a little bit of a tough like a tough sell. Like it worked. Like sometimes we conveniently forgot the families are there. But like having them run away and use the saucer section and like have the drive section protecting the families, that was, I guess they thought they'd do it a lot more, but it was just, they didn't do it.
Yeah, it was just the special effects. And I think honestly, the Enterprise D looked goofy when it would separate. It really looked silly.
It was a little bit goofy. It was.
Yeah,
And the thing is, in a battle like engaging the Borg, you would be crazy not to separate because the more guns you have in the sky for them to have to shoot back at and the more targets you create, the harder it is for the Borg to fend you off. So, like, the best thing you could do is saucer sep for everybody and just, like, get all those targets out there.
Yeah, what was that? There was that one at Voyager episode where the ship comes through, the one that had Andy Dick as the holographic doctor, and the ship had multi-vector attack mode. That's how you separate a ship. It was like 3 warp-capable ships that would combine in. It was a transformer, basically. It just separated into 3.
That one.
Yeah, that was a cool ship.
It's weird how many people we have that we can't stand now who are all right when they were on Star Trek. Like Sarah Silverman and Andy Dick, we could like beam them out at maximum disbursement, but like in their Star Trek appearances, not like that's not the best episode of Voyager, but she's not the problem and stuff like that. You know?
No, yeah, she was a freakosaurus. She said in the episode. Yeah, yeah. I mean, Tuvok in a do-rag was pretty cringe. But
Tim Russ is pretty cringe, honestly. I don't recommend that as a Twitter follow or an X follow now.
Oh no, I had to block that guy.
I feel like I'm compelled to have to look at it once in a while, but I preemptively unfollowed him so that I wouldn't get blocked responding to him with common sense because there's nothing he hates more than that.
Yeah. Oh.
But
wait a minute. No, Wes Cagle, we have to. It's part of what we're reviewing.
You know what? A lot of people, it's a good thing that Wes Cagle, like, it won't be for another 17 and a half years that Wes Cagle will have to start boycotting the show. We'll put him on the panel by then and force him to watch Voyager. And Wes Cagle did a great job. He was here for 1883. I want to thank him for that. And Radioactive was a killer co-host. Hello, Jonathan Davis. Welcome. After one season of Discovery and Picard, I threw up for 6 days. That's enough for me. Jonathan, only 6 days? There were 10 episodes. I was throwing up left and right. If Kurtzman thinks of it, it's a bad idea. Honestly, there's very little proof that you're wrong on that one. What's the good Kurtzman idea? So far, I've been really faithful about this. I followed Alex Kurtzman's career and watched all the other stuff he's made and made sure to write down what it is. This is his resume. He starts with Xena Warrior Princess. He's like the director of that. The thing is that because
he wasn't a showrunner of Xena, he was a puppy when that thing came out.
Here's the thing: only a puppy would be the showrunner because of the conditions for making super inexpensive but very profitable.
Wait, was he showrunner for Xena?
No, it's Sam Raimi on paper. But the thing is this: Sam Raimi didn't go to New Zealand. Apparently, and this was like related to me by a good source. Apparently, Xena, Lucy Lawless is from Australia or New Zealand. New Zealand, I think, right? So she's from New Zealand. Yeah. So what they did was they used the New Zealand film industry to save a whole lot of money, get a lot of tax credits, and get like all those extras. And they flew in the Hollywood people they needed to finish out the cast. But that one American star, you had Lucy Liu, and you had a lot of New Zealanders doing fake British accents in her in her Eternia-like world. How else can you put it? It's an Eternia-like world. Okay, Wes, we'll keep that in mind. It's still 17 years away.
There are a few really good episodes in that series that you have to acknowledge.
The problem with
not enough. There's not enough of them, but there's some really good sci-fi in there.
They rattle off a batch of terrible episodes in a row in a way that leaves you shot like in the words of the Who song, naked, stunned, and stabbed. You're like, what the hell? And then all of a sudden, Tuvok crash lands on a planet with a shuttle pod full of kids. You're like, oh God, children in Tuvok. I'm gonna get ready to turn this off. And as you're reaching for the remote control, about 5 minutes into the episode, you're like, That opening segment was pretty good. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
swept up in the theme song again. Damn, this is a great theme song. This
Yeah,
theme song
yeah.
is so good. Wow, that second segment just went by without offending me while I was thinking about how much I love the theme song, because the theme song is so good. Oh, I guess I'm committed now. And like that episode is good.
Would
And that's
would were
go
you
ahead,
the
sorry.
person who showed me the someone upscaled the intro to Voyager into like
Actually, I think I
4K?
showed it to you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yes. And but here's the other thing we should talk about. So that's the deal, by the way, with Paramount. Their cost analysis has been that keeping Star Trek in its present iteration around and alive is defamatory to the streaming service. That people know a little too much about the new Star Trek for it to stay. It's like that line in the movie. It's like he knows too much to be left alive. He is too dangerous to be left alive. He knew too much. They know too much to be left alive. They've got to get Star Trek out of there. And so the thing is, if they press the pause button, they can wait out Kurtzman, or even buying out Kurtzman is now a lot less expensive than a Kurtzman movie. So here we go. Yeah, she was Miss New Zealand in 1989. This is how Kurtzman gets involved in Hollywood. He was willing to stay in New Zealand to be the on-the-spot show runner by proxy through people on the phone from LA and Detroit, right? Like, this is what we want,
Yeah.
do it. And he's like, okay, Mr. Raimi, sir. So that's why he gets trusted with the Spider-Man thing, because he's Raimi connected. So TASM is what it is. The guy who plays Peter Parker Spider-Man is the best, like, Peter Parker Spider-Man performance that people... Well, a lot of people say he's the best Peter Parker Spider-Man. A lot of people love Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. I say, Tobey Maguire did it more for me, but when I watch it, the movies are better with Tobey Maguire, but Andrew Garfield does sound more like he's from New York than Tobey Maguire ever did, so I'll give Andrew Garfield that. He's a better actor. And then, of course, the new Spider-Man is, of course, the worst Spider-Man, but he's not like an unlikable actor, and they changed Spider-Man so much. He's only Spider-Man now. So who knows about that one? Whoa,
Look at this, Wes Cagle. Even though he's getting on me for liking Insane Way.
Insane Way has a pretty
Well, I don't like Insane Way.
But let's find out who the new members are, thanks to our pal Wes Cagle. I dig Insane Way, and if you don't, watch the episode Macrocosm, and you can see you're like, maybe like Kes isn't the cutest chick on this ship. Maybe it's the captain, because when the captain takes off her tunic and she's just wearing her tank top, it might be a little cold on set. She looks fantastic, and I'm just like, the captain is cute. And like, I looked at it, like Kate Mulgrew was like 38 years old. I'm like, yeah, she was like still real young. Like she was never old like I thought she was when I watched the show. It's just like, she affects a school momish sort of way. But
and I think the cigarettes hadn't gotten to her at that point.
Did she smoke a lot? She sounds like
she sure sounds like it.
She does.
Yeah.
I hope it was weed and she had some fun. But Phantom Outsider was gifted a membership. Resolute Germ was gifted a membership. LDG was gifted a membership.
Nice.
Obi-2, my Wrath of Kenobi, my good friend, was gifted a membership by Wes Cagle. And Gavin Blackburn was gifted a membership by Wes Cagle. Welcome aboard, all of you. Check out my last video. I made one the other day where I just talked off the cuff about David Lynch. It was surprising. Doomcock's video and my video, without any real coordination, were almost... It was the same topic and kind of a lot of the same sentiments expressed by. I guess it's a little more believable that Doomcock would be a big David Lynch fan. I think people might have been more surprised that I love David Lynch because I'm a little more of an objective movie person. But Wes Cagle bringing 5 more people into our community.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I think we're getting close to another GIF or emoji. If we're close, I'll release more. But I guess what we should do now is we reported our Star Trek news. It's good news. The breaking Star Trek news section of the show is over. So welcome. Please like, share, and follow. There's a surprise in the pin post for everybody. We're going to watch this. I think that JT has a chance of being a little unhappy if the present course of events goes unchanged. But you know what? Some good news for the Lions as they pull a little closer, just to update everybody. And so it's Washington Comanches 31 and the Detroit Lions 27. Go Comanches! Did I get... Wait, it is... You know what? By the way, before we start, I just watched watch party for the movie Major League. Very quickly, that movie, I was, like, went through my mind all the reasons it could never be made today. They talk about Chief Wahoo. The logo of Chief Wahoo is everywhere. It's on all their hats and uniforms at like ad nauseum. They talk like dudes all the time, left and right. They strip the owner's clothes off in the voodoo doll of the owner. They curse. They grab their crotches. They spit. They're unapologetically male. Every other minute, it was like, my God, my God. No wonder you never see that movie, right? Like League of Their Own is the baseball movie. I miss when we could see Major League.
Yeah, but real quick, I want to say hi to all the people that popped in, or at least the new names I saw: Phantom Outsider and Germ, and who else there? There was another name. I'm scrolling around. Forgive me if I missed it. RTNZ.
Oh, RTNZ is here too. Great. Oh, yeah, Mulgrew. When you order Hepburn from Temu, she is very Hepburn-like. It's messed up in the movie The Captains. It's like Captain Kirk, William Shatner. He likes all the other people who played a captain, except a little bit Patrick Stewart. He admits that he felt a sense of rivalry because he was still playing Captain Kirk while Patrick Stewart starts doing the Next Generation. He's like, I'm the captain of the Enterprise. And he kind of had disdain for Patrick Stewart, and they had to, he's now over it, or at least he doesn't let it show in the interview, but he's like, I didn't like it. like that's the only time that he steps out of his host role. Like the producer's like, how did you feel about a new Star Trek? It's like, I didn't like it at all. He doesn't hide his contempt. But Mulgrew, is the only person that Patrick Stewart seemed to that William Shatner, forgive me, William Shatner was the only person he seemed to have like a level of like respect akin to the level of respect that he commands. Like the only person he seemed to see as an equal was Kate Mulgrew. It was so strange. Scott Bakula was really cool and really interesting. Cisco Avery Brooks was very cool and very interesting. Scott Bakula was the most weird person in the world. He definitely likes to smoke weed or something. Still, I think him and William Shatner and him both like horses, so they got along really good.
Cisco was a weird interview. He was playing the jazz. Yeah, but he's cool. And you know what? I haven't seen that documentary in a few years, but I remember one line when he's talking about Cisco, and it goes against the current woke stuff when he goes, yeah, talking about this guy who's a Starfleet captain, and he's brown too. He didn't say it with the brown thing first. He was saying he's a captain first, and he's brown. I love that. Absolutely loved his take on that, and I just totally admired what he said.
I do too, and I just want to say really quick, I like Kate Mulgrew and Remo Williams too. I wish instead of that matronly army uniform, we'd been able to then show off her body a little, because her figure was definitely good at that point for sure. I saw that movie in theaters. I'm so old, but the thing I'll say about this is, have you ever seen, Sean, the cutscene from Remo Williams where she's standing there in the army uniform and she goes, "Computer, I want to play a mid-20th century female army officer," and then steps through the door of the Voyager's perpetually malfunctioning holodeck to start Remo Williams? It's really a holo novel. It's a Star Trek movie. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, right. And then there's that weird movie where Captain Pike is Jesus, but we'll figure that one out. They're remaking that specific movie. I don't know about that one. You Don't Steal Rum from Joe Boo. That didn't work out and didn't work out really well. You watch that movie now, and the first thing that goes through your mind is it takes a few seconds for it to sink in that that's the president from 24.
Look at this. I got to share a screen here. It's something from eBay. Gary Ambrosia just sent this to me, and now I'm like, dude,
wow.
These are legit models from the Enterprise upgrade, the refit from the movie. They're available on eBay.
Really big. Is it Kelvin?
No, this is from the TMP. The movies. Look at that.
Those are really beefy nacelles, and they don't have the black parts on the inside, right?
Yeah, and there's the signature of the model maker.
That's cool. So I mean, yeah, it's different from what you'd expect.
Yeah. But question to you and the chat: what ship is this from? I don't recognize this. This looks like the bottom of a hull.
Let's first off remember it doesn't necessarily need to be Federation. Right? There are Klingon
True.
ships in that movie, but they might be a different color.
Could this be a bird of prey piece? The bottom of a bird of prey?
It's the Starfleet shuttle that pulls into the Starfleet headquarters in San Francisco. It's the Starfleet pneumatic tube vehicle.
Oh,
No, I
yeah.
don't know what it is. No, I mean, I honestly, I have no. It looks like it's part of a larger ship, doesn't it? It's closer to the Calamari cruiser.
Yeah, this here looks like a navigational deflector dish, but
That looks Klingon?
these are original molds. That's what Gary was saying. He's like, they're totally legit. I said, are these legitimate pieces? And he goes, yeah, it's from, and he listed the name.
Wow.
$1,500 for all of this. And I was like, I couldn't get this. I'd want to build it. I would
couldn't
totally
just put that in my garage.
Yeah,
Put that in my garage.
Yeah, I would okay, I want to use these and build a model out of them.
Yeah, the Cosby link is on. It's already in the chat, but I think I didn't pin it. Let me put it back in there and make sure that you guys have access to that one. We're getting ready to start this bad boy. Don't worry about it. We have I'm sorry, the delay was for Star Trek news, but it was pretty good news if true. And Tachyon Pulse, dude, you are invited to be on the show. For everyone else, just before we start, Sean, did you see how great the upload did for a 22-year-old episode of Star Trek that is a pretty average episode of Carbon? Well, it was one of the better episodes, Carbon Creek, but 148 of you chose to watch it. I thank you all. It's still cooking along. Please keep watching. I don't know what the secret is to getting people to watch them. It seems the popularity of the episode doesn't always have an influence on it. If it does, though, this one should blow up. But anyway, is it a Gamillion attack ship? A Gamelon attack ship? That would be Star Blazers or Battleship Yamato. The hull looks like the TMP refit. Yeah.
Yeah, the hull. Yeah, that is a refit. The Enterprise one that we can see is a refit. Well, or is it? No, there's part of this looks like it's from
Gavin's making an
TOS.
observation that isn't that insane. It does look a little bit like the Val Kilmer Batman Batboat. I mean, that's legit. I mean, I don't know if that guy worked. Then it's being sold as Star Trek. So it could be part of another model. It could be out of context. We could have our perspective wrong. For all we know, that could be on the inside of someone's cabin. Like it could be an interactive, alien intercom. Who knows? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was pretty large though. So two different models. Yeah, I think so, John. Yeah,
those nacelles looked different from the ones that would go with the refit hull. The hull definitely looked TMP. That was interesting. You find a lot of interesting stuff on eBay because right now the licensing of Star Trek is what's killing the Star Trek merchandise. There's only original series merchandise. And so what they do is they're able, I think, to claim that it's Strange New Worlds merchandise because they've changed their uniform aesthetic to that. All right, so tonight, can Captain Archer save the NX-01 and Mr. Reed? Is it one or the other? Can he save both? A daring spacewalk, a story out of the Hurt Locker, and the presence of a new enemy alien faction. Who could these mysterious aliens be, Sean?
The Vulcan offshoot people.
Yeah, right. These. To Paul's reaction on this is going to be weird. We're going to see Romulans, guys. So here we are. We're 26 minutes. We are 53 minutes into the show, but this episode of Star Trek is 43 minutes and 17 seconds long. Let's go. If you don't want to hear our play-by-play in 43 minutes and 17 seconds, we'll wrap it up and score the episode. JT may be here by then. He still has a chance of being happy. It's 31-28. The Comanches are ahead by just 3 points. All right, 3, 2, 1, and action. When we have the subtitles on for this one. We spend so much more time in their rec room and cafeteria than we do in 10 Forward or the TOS one. They really want us to know these people have lives outside of work. Except for
Yeah, and it was probably the only couple set pieces they had to fit a large number of people.
By the way, if that's what it looked like, if the captain's quarters are right off the crew mess, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't eat with his men, but he can go in there and just hang out with them. This makes me wonder if he has his own dining room or if this is part of his quarters. I guess he has his own dining room.
It's Captain's Mess. I know that they refer to it as Captain's Mess.
All right, so this is where he hangs out with like DePaul and hear stories about the Vulcans. And Sean and I talked about this before. We wonder if this wasn't supposed to be episode 1 of the new season, and that Shockwave's second part being so poorly received, 300,000 viewers less than part 1. And I don't think that's heard of for a cliffhanger like that to really just fail badly. And I think it's just because it was their worst story arc. And even there, like, why they used a season-breaching two-part story to drop a failed story arc is beyond me. Let's make the most of our failure. Like, we want everyone to know we're walking away from this bad idea. Did
they change the night of airing when season 2 came around? Like, did they move the time slot?
On Wednesdays. My night to watch Star Trek, I think even when it was on, was always Sunday, because that was like New York's Star Trek night. And even though it probably did debut on UPN on Wednesdays, the local UPN wasn't crazy. They showed it again when people were used to seeing Star Trek. And I think they took over the channel that had been the Star Trek affiliate anyway in New York. It's hard to remember now. It's so long ago. But what happened was I was watching this mostly on Sunday nights, the second airing of the new shows. But like after like a Deep Space Nine and a TNG. You know what I mean? And then TOS came on after this. I used to think like the weekend's not over till Star Trek ends.
No, yeah.
Meanwhile, you show up to work. It's like, why are you exhausted? It's Sunday. It's like, I was watching Star Trek till 2 a.m. Then it's like Monday. It's like, well, I'll watch football. It's like, but Tuesday. It's like, why are you all torn down again? The Jets lost.
By the way, this part, they left those nice eggs Benedict on the table. They could have eaten some of it. I'll be there in 5 minutes, you know. The planet's not going anywhere. We're approaching.
We skipped trying to chew food this time. We're just like, the eggs are ruddy and weird and rubber. Let's just have the food out there where people can see it. We proved that we eat in season 1. We can show food now. And we've stepped away from T'Pol's crazy outfit, too. You know, too many people told me she looked off-putting for me to not believe it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They took their beautiful chick and turned her into a liability. And they changed his chair. There's Pride weather.
He was a little late on that reaction too. I just noticed everyone else lurched and he was like a quarter second behind.
Is Sean louder than me? My bubble's popping is big. And
am I louder? I'm sorry, I'll turn it down here.
I don't know. I don't think you are. I think I should be. I'm probably louder. The indication is that when our bubbles pop when we talk, they're about the same size. So I think I'm as loud as you are louder.
Well, I turned it down a little bit. You guys tell me if this is better. My mic can tend to be a little hot, so I apologize.
Every mic tends to be a little hot, right? Until you get the one that's not hot enough, and then you're terrified. I have no noise protection or anything on this one. That could be what it is. Please stand for and remove your caps for our Star Trek national anthem, by the way. I'm going to turn my gain up a little, too. Now we're going to be all messed up the other way around, but I don't know when we're supposed to play the Star Trek music. I guess we can skip it this week because we had so much Star Trek news.
Yeah. You guys, I just need the chat to tell me if I'm too hot coming in here or not.
Yeah, guys, sound check.
The gain on this
sound check us. And if you're watching the show, you can catch it in the pinned post, wherever you might be. Think pinned post. And the Giants are just as bad. With New York football stays as bad, George R.R. Martin will never have to finish that book. A thermokinetic explosion. I like that because it makes sense. This is the most we've seen of their bridge. We're finally seeing stuff like the floor of their bridge. Totally different angle of the engineering room. We haven't seen this before either. We're down by the side of the engine when Silic messed around with it, but that was the only time we saw it. It was just for a second.
On Highway 1. And they
Hey,
can't
Teague,
stop.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. I saw that. I'm sad that they covered Hoshi's pretty face, but don't worry, she'll still play a major role in this episode, guys. Linda Park looking great. Yeah, it's a better bridge than the TNG bridge, I agree. I like the look of their bridge. I find the semi-cloaked... The fact that they have like this kind of workable cloaking device is like the one lore thing that is a little weird. On this one or the TNG bridge, I like the colors on this one. It's muted though. And this is a different lighting scheme than season 1. So T'Pol is now explaining about the cloaking devices and how she was able to get through it, and turns out the Suliban have some too. So that's gonna like the headcanon I have on this one, which is not really raised to the level of an in-world explanation, is the Enterprise incident. It involves an upgraded version of the cloaking device. And I like the part here where Malcolm seals up his helmet and stuff like that and is rough and ready to go out there. And he's got a very real looking spacesuit for a change. It is exciting. This is an exciting episode. And I liked Archer's military observation. You know, hey, your Muslim uncle's here. Good to see you, buddy. We're watching Enterprise, Minefield. It's a fun episode. Your Muslim uncle's a great guy and a friend of the channel. So Archer is smart enough to know that no minefield has just 2 mines, both of which they would have found. And Reed is rough and ready here. This CGI is not so very bad. I'm assuming that this mine is practical. I'm not sure where practical set ends and CGI begins. There may be no CGI in this except like the stars and stuff. It's too bad our pal JT Kirk isn't here because we just set one ticking clock and now we're going to set another. And nothing gets JT going like two ticking clocks intersecting with each other. Cool. And everyone's saying hello. I like how we raise the stakes here too, where Trip's like, not just we could probably cut this mine loose and just move on, but like it kind of latched onto our ship right near the impulse manifold where all our EPS conduits are, which is their power. Like what is it, electroplasma something?
I have
Key piece of exposition. Cool. Did you like that key piece of exposition there where DePaul gives us a reason to save the show Enterprise incident? They cared enough to have her say, these mines have like a less developed cloaking device than the Suliban. They're a lot easier to detect.
Well, you know what that does? It does track with what we find out in what's the torn episode of TOS? Why can't I think of the title? The Romulan one.
Enterprise incident.
No. The first one with Mark
Balance
Bernard.
of Terror.
Balance of Terror. Sorry, yeah. It tracks because that the cloak didn't work 100% even then too. So it does track with what she said. Because even back in the Enterprise was able to follow them. Remember, they just couldn't get like a phaser lock, but they were able to follow where they were. It, I didn't see anyone respond. Am I hot still, or
If people would be telling us if it was bad, so I think we're cool. Is it Star Trek 3 where we first start visually tracking too? He's like, look, that distortion.
yeah, that was Star Trek 3, but that was only because the bird of prey was so close.
And also that it was slightly crappy, right? It wasn't their best bird of prey. They made sure to say it was a scout ship.
Yeah. Plus, Commander Krug.
There's our thumbnail. The Romulan ship shouldn't have cloaked. I'm sorry. That was a needless touch.
Well, they want us to know who they are. I think that was probably the only reason that happened.
I thought they nailed the design language of the Romulans to the point that I knew right away. As soon as we saw it, I knew it was the Romulans. I wish they'd played their music, though.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Bam, ba, ba, bam, right? Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Jonathan Davis says, speaking of Balance of Terror, didn't they say they hadn't seen Romulans in a while? Yes. They referenced the Romulan War. but no,
We're on
no
the
one had
other side
seen-
of that Romulan conflict sandwich. So we can encounter Romulans as long as we don't see them.
Yeah, because ship-to-ship visual communications hadn't been possible, even though they had that
Doing it with
capability.
everyone.
I understand why they had to throw that in that episode, though, because we had to have that shock when they revealed that they look like Vulcans.
I think it would have
Like
been
that.
funnier and fit with Star Trek more if they'd had the foresight, like just like if Gene Roddenberry's like, by the way, this is great. The blood effect was great, and this moment right here,
yeah.
show don't tell. We don't need to know any more about how he survives in space with that. The suit has a sensible backup.
Yep, like that foam.
And that was something we never saw in Star Trek. Someone get like a limb bisected by like, you know, like this is as gruesome as Star Trek gets. There's no blood, and Malcolm takes it well. He's a badass. He makes it wonder how much he drank before he went out there that he's not screaming. But like, when was the last time we saw someone get messed up that bad in an episode of Star Trek? Star Trek 2?
Yeah.
Right? Wrath of Khan level. Yeah, did they say that they had subspace radio communication only? There was no ship-to-ship communication?
No
It
ship-to-ship
could've been
visual. Yeah.
It could have been specific to the Romulans, though, because the Romulans it fits with the Romulans being total dicks that they wouldn't even want to turn on the visual.
Well, that does, yeah, that tracks as
And
well.
I would have
because,
gone
like, the
that
Romulans
route.
are so secretive that they didn't have visual communication. That makes a lot of more sense.
And they know of and they hate the Vulcans, but the Vulcans only suspect that the Romulans are out there.
And you know what? I don't know if they mentioned it in this episode, but they could have thrown a line into this episode that we're watching where they say, can you send a thing to request visual communication? It says, no, sir, they're denying visual contact. That's all they had to say, and it would have explained all that canon.
Or even better, it would have been like, you know, turn on visual communication and have Archer do the whole thing and be like, then finally, like, Hoshi be like, they're receiving us, sir, but they're not returning our signal.
Exactly, yeah. And it does.
it's
It
like-
makes sense with how secretive the Romulans are.
Are you saying it's like when the Romulans like are called the Enterprise? It's like on the view screen you see this.
It's the pattern tickle.
Or you see the OBS logo. You see the OBS logo.
And John the Beagle Dad is going to watch Balance of Terror and Booby Trap tonight. That's not a bad night. That is not a bad night.
Balance of Terror, Sean's favorite episode. This is setting that one up. Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't you have done this? Wouldn't you have had like the only person who could help us with the bomb, sir, is Ensign Styles, and have him go out there and get blown up and have him be the only casualty? Set up Balance of Terror. It's like, he had a wife and kids. I'm sure his son will pass on his hatred of whoever these aliens are to his grandkid. Could be a problem for Starfleet one day. Nah, I'm sure it'll be all right.
Yeah. The BBC test card. I had to look that up.
Look how dedicated they are to making this ship look like it was put together by human beings. Like, there's like little serial numbers on every piece of hull plating if you could get a good right look at it.
I wonder if you were to zoom in on that, if that's probably like the names of the crew, like the people that worked on the show. There's probably some little Easter eggs in there.
We found out that they use them wherever they can, but like, it's not consistent because like we don't see it here.
This
but
is
when we're
a
up
good
close,
shot.
It is a good
This
shot.
was a great shot right there.
We've been waiting 30 years to see a Star Trek shot like this, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know what? That's way better than the stuff we saw in First Contact. To be fair,
You know
that
what?
was better.
I meant to ask you something. Because it's by the same people, and because it's all around the same time, not too much of a difference, right? Only a couple of years, if that. Is this a retcon of First Contact with Carbon Creek? Or is that just an unknown complementary detail sequel in the same story?
I don't think it's a retcon.
Because it's by the same people. It was a hidden detail rolled out later.
Yeah, but I don't see it as a retcon because I mean, if the Vulcans came down in Bozeman, Montana, to make their presence known, it would have been obvious that they had been looking at Earth before that.
Well, they're
Right.
really close, right? They're 18 light years away.
Yeah. So they would have been one of the first species to start monitoring humans.
DePaul says the right thing here. She's like, they're supposed to be an aggressive, highly militaristic species,
And
but we've never made contact.
and also recall when they in Carbon Creek, it was an accident that got them to land on Earth. They didn't mean to go down there.
Right, they weren't there on purpose. The
Yeah.
thing is, the Vulcans knew about Earth from that mission more than anything else seems to be, because like she comes back like 20 weeks later or something like that.
Right.
They got there in October and they still went to baseball games throughout the entire episode in northern Pennsylvania, Sean. 40 miles north of Pittsburgh, playing baseball in October. That must have been one cold game. The Vulcans know the Romulans are out there. Like Sean and I are going to have to try to figure that one out now. What's your headcanon? My headcanon on it is the Vulcans. This is what we know for sure, by the way. It's 1,200 years since the Romulans left. So our Iron Age is when the Romulans left in their like warp 1.5 ships. The Romulans for sure know about the Vulcans because they're from the Vulcans. But the Vulcans may be in denial that there are any Romulans. Sean?
Well,
rough,
let's
right?
go back to what.
It's like the Ashkenazi Vulcans back on Vulcan have one set of beliefs, but the Sephardic Vulcans from the south, it's crazy.
Well, let's go back to what Spock said. He goes, if indeed the Romulans are an offshoot of my Vulcan ancestors, and I think that's likely. So even Spock didn't know.
It's far enough back enough for them to have forgot. It doesn't matter that they had USB sticks. It's still 1,200 years ago. It was our Iron Age when the Romulans left. It's 800 years before us, so 1,200 years before Next Generation, I think, was when we get that number. So it's what? Like, it's like 1,000 years at this point. Like, it's not a big difference, guys, in the scope of things.
Now, Radioactive has a good point here. It says Vulcans would have to know about the Romulans since the Romulans came from Vulcan. True, but we have also established that the Vulcan High Command and stuff has been suppressing knowledge from their general population, too.
And is also like blinded by emotional ignorance that they're not going to overcome till they find the other half of the Vulcan Bible or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so I think
there's a
some
lot
Vulcans
more Sirach
probably
stuff
knew.
out there.
Yeah, some Vulcans probably knew, but it probably wasn't general knowledge.
There's probably a small Vulcan monastery in the northern continent where very calm people like Tuvok sit around.
But yeah.
And of course, it comes down to the captain is the only man good enough to do this job.
Are we talking this scene right here?
Yeah, the captain is the only man for the job on this one. You know, it's such a. We said this before, like in Star Trek, the captain being the strongest, smartest, and most intellectually strong person and psychologically strong person on the ship is sort of important. Even in Voyager,
Yes.
the captain is kind of, if not physically, the most psychologically strong person in the meta of the show. And the show walks away from this for episodes all the time. Voyager's so imperfect, but in the meta of every Star Trek show is that your captain is your best intellectual asset, your strongest psychological person, and anytime it's a male captain, he can beat up pretty much anyone else. When Mr. Worf says there are only 3 people on this ship who can best be in combat, I'm thinking it's Data, for sure, Riker, because Riker's got brawler skill and
Parisi Squares training.
Parisi Squares training with his dad, and also like Riker is like we said clever. Like it runs in Riker's family to cheat in combat. His father taught him how to do it, and the other one is the captain because the captain is so intellectually dangerous. He'll lure you into a trap or something. That's I think that's what Worf meant by that. Because like, who would be the other person? It's like, and of course the Tiger Man that we never saw on the show yet, who's 8 feet tall.
Well, it could have been also maybe like even Guinan says that there's some women on board that would find Worf tame.
Because they're aliens and stuff, that's
Yeah,
not a crazy thing
maybe
to
that's
say.
what.
But
That's
the Q
what
is afraid of Guinan for some insane reason.
God.
When
Not
she
looking
pulls
forward
that
to that.
crazy cat pose and hisses at the Q, and he's like, you have no idea how dangerous this creature is. You know what? We could do some great editing with that if we have that line, and then we have her saying something insane from The View. Because the deal is, The View is news, so like the 5-second rule kind of doesn't apply. We should probably still try to honor it to not get in too much trouble. Because they could slow us down, but they can't stop us. They claim that's news.
She's gonna have a diabetic stroke before we get to that episode.
She really, like her measurements are hot if it's just her leg and it's one whole person. I had girlfriends whose measurements were one leg of Whoopi. It's like 54-inch thighs.
Real quick, I just want to say, Radioactive is saying he could buy that it was considered compartmented information. However, it would still exist in the common culture as legend or myth. Yeah, and maybe that's why that ties to what Spock said. He goes, "I think it's likely that the Romulans are offshoots."
We do not talk of it to outsiders.
Maybe.
Like here's the thing. What if we spawned off a race of super evil humans? Let's call them Homo sapiens. What if our planet spawned a super evil race? No, seriously. What if we had like 800 years ago? We were a spacefaring race at that point to the level that they're at here. That people could leave by warp speed. We had a destructive war that lasted hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. It was society breaking to the point that like a significant group of people just decided to leave. Is it possible that the people who were left behind thought they'd simply won? It's like the Romulans, when they left, they're like, the crazy other Vulcans are sending like nuclear weapons at us. They've gone completely mad. F them. Let's leave. Sure. And the rest of the Vulcans are like, the needs of the many dictated that we nuke their base. They're gone. There are no more Romulans. This faction is gone. We'll never hear from them again.
Yeah. The thing is, we can easily explain all this stuff with what we've been shown of the Vulcans in Enterprise. As far as them being sneaky and not really so virtuous as we thought they would, and they're kind of jerks and they're keeping information from Starfleet.
Was new at that embassy.
Way. There's this really dangerous species over here. You don't want to go there.
Archer knew T'Pol. That's the thing. In Broken Bow, he knew T'Pol, but I think the impression is she's still pretty new at that embassy. So not only are they not sharing information, but there's even less information going to T'Pol than the Vulcans tell anyone else. She knows less than most Vulcans. She had
been there for a couple of years. I think there's a line somewhere where she's been on the embassy for a couple of years. But
okay, I don't know if she's been in the embassy though. Like she was just like an Earth.
She was there.
Scientist.
She was stationed. Yeah, she was stationed.
All right, so her and Archer had a long antagonistic relationship. We can assume now.
Wait, did they, or he didn't know her in the beginning? Did he?
When he walked up to her, when the Vulcans show up, he addresses her as though he's known her, and he doesn't need an introduction, but he doesn't say her name.
Oh, okay. I just want to wrap up what was in my brain.
Do it. I'm sorry
about that. No. But like all this stuff we're saying, yeah, we can explain why the Vulcans didn't know who the Romulans were and all this. But all this nerd-splaining we're having to do, it kind of goes into this part of the thing of Enterprise we don't like, which is the Vulcans should not have been sneaky and kind of the bad guys in some ways.
That in a lot of ways, it doesn't matter that it's well explained. It doesn't matter that story is a good payoff. And it doesn't matter that we get really enjoyable Vulcans in the middle of season. This season, we're going to change it up.
Yeah, but I mean, in order to explain all these things that we're conjecturing, we have to acknowledge the stuff that Enterprise did to the Vulcans that we didn't appreciate.
It takes they take a real beating in this. They're seen as intellectual snobs. They're paternalistic in every sense of the word. Did they blow it a little bit on the Vulcans? Someone needed to be they start rehabbing them almost right away, but their initial, you only have one chance to make a first impression. while that Broken Bow movie was really good, the Vulcans are just like almost an unknown species in that episode. They're
Yeah.
totally different than what we've seen.
But
They
devil's
hate us,
advocate.
sort of.
Yeah, but here's a devil's advocate. Because by the time we get to TOS, it's clear that Earth, the Federation, the Starfleet is superior in every way. Like they leapfrogged way past where the Vulcans were, right? Building the Connie class ships and all that. So, but when we start with Enterprise, when Earth gets out into space, it's almost like, no, they needed a helping hand to start learning what's out there. They needed an ally. So they were kind of wrote themselves into a corner that way.
I like the way the Klingon prosecutor says it. I think is it in Star Trek?
Oh, that they're the intellectual puppets,
the intellectual pawns of the Federation. Yeah,
that was Star Trek 4.
Yeah, that guy was right on. By the way,
yeah, we demand the extradition of Kirk. We demand justice. Hang on,
right
justice
about the intellectual
from
pawn
a certain
thing.
point of view.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Oh,
Sarah
God.
comes in.
Very painful point of view. Let's see. RTNZ says, I was okay with the Vulcans being a bit crappy compared to the other species we meet who straight up try to kill Archer and company. As soon as the Vulcans see them, the Vulcans are safe. And let's go after a radioactive statement here. And how you read by nature will get yours next. Ready? Problem with calling it a myth is that a myth is considered fictionally based, whereas legend is considered based in fact, possibly exaggerated. My thought here is this. They definitely didn't tell the humans a whole bunch of stuff, especially like Carbon Creek. The information sharing went one way. They're like, your weapons are interesting. And they're like, what about that warp drive? They're like, more on that later, Pac-Led. And that's the way we have to think of it is, what if this crew ran into the Pac-Leds? You couldn't give the Pac-Leds a shuttle pod. You couldn't give them the Colonel Green. No. They would wreak havoc on the rest of their solar system if they had a shuttle pod. They would have the Gemini in that area with just one shuttle pod if they tricked it out like trips.
Yeah, and okay, were you going to go to RT and Zed's comment?
Sorry, yeah, I got that one.
Oh, you did? Okay, because Reed says, I have to wonder if Trek post first contract tried to demystify and take the Vulcans down a peg. But they kind of had to. That kind of goes to my point of like by the time they get to TOS, Earth is the dominant thing. They've leapfrogged over the Vulcans by that point. So you have to knock the Vulcans down somewhere.
Something's wrong with Vulcan. Vulcan's got climate change. It's the Vulcan homeworld, but my feeling is it's no longer the Vulcans' primary residence. There are more Vulcans. It's like Ireland. There are more people of Irish lineage than there ever are people in Ireland. What are there? 640 million Irish people in the world.
Did we crash?
Million. No, I don't think so.
Wes Cagle saying YouTube crashed again.
Oh, it could be your browser.
Is it just on your side, West, or are we up here? It looks like we're still up.
I'm live. Yeah, that's been happening to me too. Try using Firefox or another or because Chrome especially, and it's weird because Google owns all. But Chrome lately has been just crashing during even watching only. I closed all tabs and only watched like Culture Casino, and it was crashing on that. And
Doomcock was having problems. Every now and then I just get the snap
what
sign.
What it is people are saying to Doomcock that they're having a problem because different people's Chrome is crashing at different times.
Oh no, Doomcock's screen has been locking. Like he's been getting screen locks during his streams.
That might be a denial of service attack from the Silver Mountain.
To him,
it might be going after his StreamYard's account or something.
No, it's like it's his browser. It's like the browser because his StreamYard still streams. We can hear him, but
we've had that happen here too. We've had that happen here too. Like I think I know what you're talking about. I've seen Streamlock has happened to me. It's you get frozen and you're talking, your friends are there without you, and then you come back and like sometimes it's a gaggle of everything you said first and then like picks up in the middle of what you're saying.
Oh, but that's the thing. When it's happening to him, his stream is still working. We still hear what he says. He just gets the chat freezes on the YouTube channel on the YouTube site.
It might be localized to some people or it might be regional, but I just don't know.
Well, I don't know because
I'll tell you this. It's gonna
It
be
works.
it's gonna be top of my list when we get to 300,000 followers.
Yeah. Well, the thing
when we
is,
get to 350,000, I'll be worried about it.
his stream, like the chat window in YouTube, everyone sees it. Like everyone sees what we're doing here. It's his personal computer that freezes, but the chat's
way,
still going around. So it's
Yeah, okay, I understand what you mean then. Yeah, if his new device is probably unfortunately in the works. Who knows? He knows better IT people than I do. But I do know LDG, which is good enough. I had a YouTube crash notification on your iPad when I opened it up on the quick stream. YouTube is crashing. There's more than one reason. Trust me, we'll figure out a way to crash this stream a couple of different ways. The part where we start cursing and stuff is coming up. By the way, if talking about cursing, I have a funny feeling that JT is going to be a little bit unhappy when we get him here. Yeah.
By the way, I just checked the level coming out of my phone. I had to turn my mic down a little bit more.
Were you going out louder? Sometimes the only way to do it is to open up a open up a YouTube window.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Yeah, and like listen to yourself. So, but am I loud enough, or am I like muffled?
You're loud enough. I was just kind of a couple decibels higher.
That's fine. You're the co-host of this show. But yeah, just so you guys know, it's 45. Comanche's 45, Lions 31. So, furniture at JT's place probably in a little bit of danger.
Radioactive's having disconnects as well. Not using Chrome. But you know what? You anytime YouTube seems to do an algorithm
Chrome,
update, huh? People start getting weird glitchy problems. It'll
Pretty much anyone can fuck us up, guys. Like once YouTube gets it together, believe me, there'll be a StreamYards update that'll throw us into chaos. Then they'll change the algorithm. The one thing I've learned to count on is that the rules have changed every week that I've been streaming. But man, JT Kirk is going to be beamed. When we beam him on, if he makes it here, he's going to... So I hated this episode and everything about it. I also hate the human race. Oh, JT, I've been there. I'm a Jet fan. I'm sorry, my friend. Your fate next year is still better than ours. It's good to know that we're hiring their defensive coordinator as they're getting absolutely destroyed in a playoff game. 45 points. My God.
You know, I'm looking at this scene. Like, they had really cool spacesuits.
This spacesuit was
designed.
cool and believable. I was praising it earlier. It is
well designed.
It looks like it's... If nothing there looks like it's there to make it look like a spacesuit. It's like, if this spacesuit makes sense. I understand why this would be like this.
Yeah.
What a beautiful view of the ship. And look at all that damage.
Oh, man. Yeah. That's a good model.
That's Sean Carter level work. Yeah. I have one of the few damaged Starship models in existence, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't wait. I'm gonna make a screwed up Enterprise C, like right after the Battle of Kittimer.
I moved my Enterprise model. That would be cool. I moved my model across the room because there was a weird sound going on. I'm like, I'm not risking the ceiling falling in on my fucking model.
Oh,
no way! It's tucked in under my TV. If I lose that, I lose
another
everything.
Good shot.
It's beautiful.
Really...
This was the best use of CGI in their show.
Yeah, they really got good at it here. Yeah, that's cool. I like how he's like, I gotta see this. Like,
again, 30 years of Star Trek. A lot of this show is pure voyeurism, honestly, of this episode. It's a voyeuristic episode.
Yeah, but we are coming up to a part of the show where I found it was very hard to believe.
Yeah.
There's two things.
By the way, look at DePaul, though. Look at her figure. Her breasts are normal. I'm serious. Like, they move with gravity. She's not wearing... I don't think she's wearing the fiberglass suit anymore. Her body moves naturally. She doesn't seem stiff. She's not, like...
Yeah, Archer's right about how long. Oh, yeah, here's the unbelievable part. Like, how did they turn around perfectly here? Like,
It takes
I
a
know they got little.
quantum leap of imagination.
Yeah, like they got these. I know they got thruster things, but to like perfectly turn and then stop turning. But
Did
while
they
they're
spend
holding
so
them,
much money that they weren't going to give them maneuvering jets on their backpacks that would have made sense to
well,
have them be
I
like,
know, but the
right?
thing was they were holding the panels with both hands, so they couldn't have maneuvered. It's a little bit that like that part they shouldn't have shown. They should not have shown that thing. Just show them.
I agree. Or
Like
show
they
them
should have thought
struggling
about
for a
that a
moment
little
to
bit.
turn around in time or something,
Yeah, or just jump off backwards facing it, and then it's like, okay,
I wonder if it was budgetary. It's like, you wowed people enough, just the explosion's going to happen, okay?
yeah. I was like, oh wait, how do we get them to turn around to face the explosion? Oh, okay, we'll just turn. Well, it doesn't
DePaul's
work like
arms,
that.
DePaul's shoulders and her boobs look different than they did last year. I think she's out of the weird outfit. Her stomach looks totally different. That is a real person's body now.
Yeah,
She's finally just wearing her cat suit with her real figure now. Or not much else going on at the very least.
yeah. By the way, those Romulan warbirds were way cool looking.
They were very, very
They were
cool.
really cool.
The design language was perfect. It was right on.
Yeah, West Kegel,
Yep.
exactly. How did they stop
Guardians.
turning? Why didn't they start going in circles? Yeah, it's just like if people who like appreciate physics and stuff probably saw that, like that just didn't feel right. And then the other unbelievable part is Travis was able to like maneuver the ship to kind of swallow them up into the bay and then take off in a nick of time. That like they would have had to go so slowly to get to them.
Yeah, look at DePaul's costume. She looks less unnatural. It was so weird how she looked at the beginning of season 1. Too many people have said it. That hurt the show, man. There was a reason why now, Sean, we just finished our viewing, everybody, of the episode Minefield. It's fun Star Trek. I dig it. Let's talk about this one for a minute, and let's give everyone a chance to vote. I forgot to put that in there.
Oh yeah.
Bad, Admiral Teague. Bad. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. You're going to get your chance to vote on this episode. So, Sean, tell me, what did you think of this one?
I love this episode. Even though there's a couple little things that make me kind of have to, it doesn't work out in physics, but and there's some things that you have to nerd-splain away, like what Radioactive is just saying here. This is a good point I was going to make. Is how do the Romulans so close to Vulcan and Earth, and the Enterprise hasn't even crossed the Brazos sector yet? Exactly. And we've already established that the Romulans go very slow, like warp 1.5 or something.
Well, that's what I'm thinking their warp factor ability was 1,200 years ago. I'm guessing at this point. Although, you know what? In Balance of Terror, we talk about how, first of all, that Romulan ship has no warp drive, but it must be able to go the speed of light or close to it because it doesn't take them 300 years to get across the sector, right?
Yeah.
So it's going whatever. They say its drive is pure impulse, but their impulse engines can get them up to close to the speed of light or faster, right?
Yeah.
They can just pull that off.
They can do it, and
it's
really good. The whole premise of the show, the dilemma that they're in, and it's a really good Archer is good acting, good interaction between Keating and Bakula. The only problem I have with this episode is it didn't need to be the Romulans. It should have been.
I agree. Why not the Suliban? They're dicks.
Yeah, the Suliban, or even some new species that's just a little xenophobic and they're just very protective of their planet. Could have been any number of things, but to bring the Romulans in, it makes it so hard to describe some of the canon, like what Radioactive said. They should be very far away.
Yes,
they should be very far away because the Vulcans would have known about them.
First of all, it's hard to really justify some of this story. This story was fun. This story was enjoyable. This story was good. Canonically, there's a lot of problems, and we have to do some gymnastics. So here's the thing: Sean and I will now play devil's advocate on is it good Star Trek or is it not.
Ooh.
So here's the thing: let's devil's advocate this in the best possible way and make suggestions for repairs. You ready? Would showing the perspective from the Romulan ship and not having them communicate with the Federation have helped this episode?
Like actually showing the Romulan.
Yeah, they're like, who are these fools? And they're like, they say they're from. They're giving us. They're just telling us where they're from.
No.
Sub-commanders, like, they make me sick. They're
No,
giving
it
us a
wouldn't.
communication. It's like they have a Vulcan on there. It could have given us some answers about the Vulcans. If they saw like T'Pol, they'd be like, "There's no way we're turning on our viewer. F these people."
It would have maybe helped the episode, but it wouldn't help canonically because let's assume if we're like what we're doing, we're watching this Star Trek from this series and then we're going to TOS. If we saw it from the Romulans' point of view in this episode, it would have ruined Balance of Terror. If you're seeing this first, because then you go into Balance of Terror.
Only the audience sees the Romulans, so nothing changes, right?
Well, yeah, but it would blow it for the audience. Like that, if you think back to Balance of Terror, one of the big payoffs of that episode was you see this person that looks like a Vulcan, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!" That was the big part of the plot. We would know that going in to
But
Balance
that was
of
out
Terror.
of the bag for 30 years for these guys, right?
Yes, but like we were saying, if anyone watching this on a replay somewhere, if Enterprise is their first exposure to Star Trek,
Right.
then you wouldn't want to
what
see.
you're saying is you're trying to still preserve at the cost of your story the rewatchability of other Star Trek. Well, then you got to
Yes.
call that a mistake worth making,
Perhaps.
right? Then wouldn't that come under with respect we accept? Because that's very respectful. If you said our episode could be better, but to keep these other episodes people love from being contaminated by our story, we'll take the hit. We got enough story here to take a little bit of an L. Then I would say that if they, because I would say I agree with you that bringing the Romulans into it would only help the get us through the episode. It wouldn't help Star Trek canon.
Yeah, I mean, let's. I think we both agree they should never have brought the Romulans into this series
At all. No, because to member bury them in a time before the term member bury existed, to member bury the Romulans, to do it this way, like to do it at all. There's another time where we member bury the Romulans again, and that story is really out there, but it's a little more fun than this one as far as the Romulan aspect of it, because that one is from the Romulans' point of view. So, like, they aren't, like, if they do feel that way, they change their minds later, right? So maybe the idea here is to tease, we'll see the Romulans, but they won't. Like, and so they just should have done it, in my opinion. I mean, it's a discussion worth having, and maybe I'm wrong, but, like, I was going to say you were right, but the more I think about it, it's like, we know this. Our parents who were watching it with us knew this. If we had kids at that time, they knew this. You know what I mean? Like, you're 30. Like, you could have been at several different points. Like, you know,
right.
When I was 30, like, the parents that I watched Star Trek with were still alive. You know what I mean? Like, my sister's kids were watching Star Trek with me. So, you know what I mean? It's like everybody knew the Romulans were the Romulans. So it was like nothing was lost on your audience. This was for Star Trek fans. So
that's true.
Showing the Romulans for perspective, the only case against it is we just went a whole episode without our Star Trek stars from the point of view of the Vulcans.
Yeah, and just Jonathan Davis said there's a problem with prequels. They retcon. They do, but on the whole, though, Enterprise did a pretty good job of avoiding the retcon stuff, like, with a couple of major exceptions, like this, bringing the Romulans in, and then the way the Vulcans are, like, had an awakening.
Bringing the Romulans in isn't so much a retcon, because we are supposed to be starting to butt heads with them right about this time. It's just that for some reason this one was a little coy. This was a little coy. Well, the story with them having the cloakable spy drone that messes with your mind, isn't that what it was?
Yeah, that was. I didn't care for that. That's like a two-parter too.
I liked it because the Romulans are fun. Romulans are fun,
they're fun,
man.
And they're messing around and all that. They're just trying to
missed a chance for a hot Romulan chick commander on their bridge in a hot Romulan chick outfit.
Yeah, it does it goes with what we know of the Romulans, how they're conniving and
Think
stuff.
of the lost
we'll get to that.
opportunity. We could have had a super hot chick on that ship as the Romulan commander.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so, like they did. Here's the thing: they shouldn't have used the Romulans. I'm with Sean on this one, and I think Sean's with me. Since they decided to use the Romulans, they should have gone all the way. Then this was like not going to make anyone happy. You brought in the Romulans, but you didn't show them.
You know what I think? I think they were planning to do more later. I think they were just trying to slow roll them out.
Their next Romulan story is so different, so weird, and so small in the scope of what the Romulans are trying to do that it was just to bring in Romulans.
Yeah, I think they were trying to slow roll them, and this came out, and someone said, no, you can't concentrate on the Romulans right now. It should have been a season 7 thing, and it should have ended. The Romulan Wars should have been season 7 of this series.
And the Romulans, by the way, they're the only people in this part of space. Like they should have, if they wanted to do them now, that could have been fine. But you know what would have helped? It's like Captain's Log, July 21st to 2054 or 56. We're like having gone warp 4.9 for as long as we could in one direction to see how far away from Earth we could get. We have come to some really far-flung places beyond even our, like friends the Vulcans, knowledge. Crossing an expanse of space where we've made, radio contact without stopping with a couple of species what we plan to speak to when we double back. It will be an interesting time when we get back to Starfleet Command, and then boom, the ship gets hit by the first mine. If we would have put them much further away. It's like the Romulans, like you said, they're breathing down our back. Mm-hmm. They should be occupying Earth. What's wrong with these Romulans? Sir, we have we have an industrial society. Do they have warp drive? Not quite yet. Take them over. It shall be done.
There's some great comments in here. Everyone's saying,
"Oh, I love the Shellyak.
The Shellyak, the equipment was wrong."
Just really quick, this is tangential. On the Shellyak and that whole episode, the thing that was so crazy about that one is me and my friend that I watched it with, just chain smoking weed in college, 15, 20 years later after that episode, we were still quoting that, we want to be strong and we carry the membership were two things that came from TNG that we were still quoting to each other in personal arguments. And it's let's go to the bar. No, I want to go to this place. We should go to the bar instead. It's we carry the membership. It's all right, whatever. We'll do what you want to do. But it's why should we go to the strip club? We want to be strong. All right.
Yeah, Jonathan Davis says, the Romulan, she maybe Hopper, the Romulan chick from Nemesis was awesome. I saw the typo. Her showing up to help. Yeah, she was great, and she wanted to have some ale with Picard. Romulan ale, Captain. When this is over, we're going to get together and go on a hot date.
That chick should have been in a movie as Seela's second in command. The Next Generation's most persistent villain was actually Seela, and she was their Khan, if they even had one. Because, you could have had Seela. This is what you needed to have a Next Generation movie that worked. The Borg proved that the movie could be exciting and you could have a fun fest, right? Yeah, that was a shoot 'em up. But, Arch Nemesis Seela versus the Enterprise would have been a good episode, would have been a good movie. And bring the Romulans into it. Because, she's the only person that they run into over and over. But, right. I guess... I know I threw it to you to give your thoughts, but I think we went tangential. So let's give our actual review of this one. And we've given people plenty of time to vote while we've sort of chatted about this. So that's cool. The tangential conversations. Last week's conversation about Cameo was so hilarious that I think I'm going to edit it a little bit and upload it during the week, because when we were looking at the Cameo people who do Star Trek cameos. There's 4 rows of people we know, and then the new Star Trek people start, and some of them, the thing I'm afraid of is, we don't know who is a what. It's there's a guy, there's a Robert wearing a dress, and stuff like that, and it just gets even, more, we are trying to figure out what's going on, and you can do that live, but in an upload, the dumbest AI would be no. So I just don't know if I can make an upload of that. That's why that watch party might need chaptering. But that was a great side conversation.
Yeah.
But
So, did you want my grade?
Let's talk about Minefield. Yeah. Well, recap a little why it's good, and then give me your grade.
Okay. Here's the. It's both.
It is
good.
fun.
This episode is both good and bad in some ways. Like you have to put a lot of stuff aside to enjoy it fully. You can't like start thinking about canon or how it breaks certain things. So it saved itself in that it was a cool story and really good interaction with the characters and everything. So I'm giving this like just a 70. This gets a C. But here's the thing. This is a C episode that I will watch over and over. It's not like, oh, this is the best, this is my favorites in A. I'll watch it a lot, but I have to acknowledge its flaws.
The captain's interactions with Reed are really endearing and stuff. Yeah, there's some flaws though.
There's some flaws, but it's good tension. It's good. There's some character building. We see, like you said, his Archer is a good captain. Another thing, it presents the dilemma he had in a way where if he had decided to let Reed go, we would have understood.
Not only that, but Starfleet Command might actually be like, you risked yourself a key personnel member for your security chief. He's just a phaser wielding red shirt.
Right. Yeah. Like Starfleet Command might have said, hey, logically, you should have let this guy go. We would have understood.
T'Pol had to bite her tongue, right? She was like, you should let him die.
Yeah.
I've already selected who I'm going to mate with.
Did she say anything about what he should do, or did they not have that argument?
I don't think T'Pol said anything of
because Reed made that argument for her. Reed was making that argument instead of T'Pol.
Reed was like kind of like down for the idea. It's like, there'll be a Reed Hall at Starfleet Academy, sir. Please don't deny me of this. It's like he was, if anything, Reed was slightly too eager.
Yeah, like, he has a martyr complex, but he wanted which is a good for his character though. He shows he wants his life to mean something. We learn that later on, and
he was ready for the noble sacrifice. But I would have liked to be like could they have phrased it like, if I can't be Admiral Reed, at least I can be remembered with a starship or a song at the Academy about a man brave enough to take on a gravimetric mine. And by the way, I liked the mine's design. Like they look like the Suliban ships a little bit. They're like hexagonal. I guess they're really hung up on that.
Probably the same model. It would be interesting.
Yeah, they reused it. But I liked how they jabbed onto the Enterprise. It didn't bother me that the dud mine trope, standing on a mine, whatever the mine that's like kind of, you can sort of work on it. It's the hurt locker. It's the whole trope. Like this is like not the worst movie trope. The football game has ended. I wonder if JT will be beaming over. Ooh, we might have someone coming in hot. But
you might have someone coming in drunk.
Ooh, and angry. Who knows what we'll hear? Yeah, right. What was the final score? Just so you guys know, it was 400,000 to nothing.
Yes. Read by nature. He's like Gary Sinise at Lieutenant Dan. Yeah, very much. Leave me.
Oh, yeah. Lieutenant Dan's a little over into... Yeah, he's a little... And then later on, Lieutenant Dan complains about being saved, too.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Dan's a hard character to like until he gets his magic legs.
Yeah. Titanium it's what they use on the space shuttle.
I guess, like, what, yeah, right? Magic legs. Like, a line about how much he wanted to be Captain Reed would have been something. And just be like, what would have been cool is, like, if they made it today, like, while Reed was impaled through the leg, like, after they shot him up, it'd be like, Reed, what are you doing? And you see, like, Reed looking at his phone, and it'd be like, nothing, sir, just texting my relatives. And you'd see, like, the phone would be, like, pictures of DePaul's ass. Because, like, that's, that's what he was thinking about last time he was going to die.
Yeah, he's like, she's got a nice bum. You don't tell me you haven't looked at a bum.
That's all I could think about the last time he was going to die. So I was hoping there'd be a callback to that. It's like,
yeah, Captain, tell her she's got a nice
before
bum.
I die. Since I'm going to die anyway, DePaul, you might as well know. So the captain having like a couple of ways out of saving Reed and still doing it anyway was really cool.
It shows a lot about Archer's character, and it does go in line with what we see of him through the series.
He's a better character after he does this for his guy, though. He's a better character for all of us after he does this for his guy.
Yeah. It's like Kirk would have done the same thing. He does kind of set the standard for Starfleet captains in this episode.
We're tacking back to a Kirk-like captain. We're tacking back to a far more Kirk-like captain. We've stayed away from Captain Kirk for far too long. It's time to like subvert everyone's expectations by meeting them. Giving him a captain who's like a little two-fisted and compassionate, because that's such a Kirk move too. That's a Chad move. It's like, it's your ship or your man. It's like, I'm James T. Kirk. I don't like to lose. I'm gonna get my ship and save my man.
And that goes to say, like, I hear a lot of people when they rate the captains. If someone says I rate Captain Kirk first, you almost have to say you rate Archer second, because he's so much like him.
And it's like at that point it comes down to favorites, right? So
yeah, you can say who's my favorite and who's the best. There's two different questions.
It is two different questions. So what's your if you could give this a letter grade or final thoughts, what would they be?
I give it a 70. Like I said, just a straight C. Yeah. So it's a C. The story, because here's the thing: the story itself of what we see is an A, but other things about it is a D. So that
the
just
member
brings
burying.
It down. Yeah, it brings it down too much. But like I said, I have no problem watching this episode and I enjoy it. So it's just one of those, it's almost like Patterns of Force. Patterns of Force is not the best Star Trek episode, but you can watch it.
Patterns of Force is like I don't know what you mean. It's one of the best episodes of all time. No, I get you with Patterns of Force. I mean, for one thing, I don't know what. First of all, like I think they left the planet in good hands. Malachon was certainly leadership material. They still left it with that regime in control, right? They're like, Malachon's pretty cool. We'll just leave him in charge and split.
Yeah. We'll get
There's
to that.
There's no reparative work on that planet that the Federation completely fucks up. Like in like Admiral Teague's Star Trek Explained, right? Ready? It's like the planet that makes perfect replicants, the planet that has the Yahtzees, the planet that has the tech to make the perfect androids. All of these are destroyed by the Doomsday Machine. Any planet that's like too problematic that just gets destroyed by the Doomsday Machine. Tell yourself that. The Doomsday Machine got that planet. That's why we don't have to worry about, like Miri's planet. It got Miri's planet. Why didn't we go back to the planet with Landru? The Doomsday Machine got it. It was a shame. But you know what? Now it's my turn. This episode was everything you said. It was fun. It wanted to do Star Trek justice without subverting Star Trek. And what they did was, I guess they took the hit the right way by allowing full impact of like the implications. And my YouTube just crashed. So yeah, it's a real thing, guys. It's a real thing. If it happens to every... see, so like it's individualized some of it's individualized and some of it's systemic. There's two kinds of problems going on at once. All right, so anyway, Minefield is a fun episode that has a good story, and it's basic Star Trek 101, but we love Star Trek 101. The captain is brave. The crew is dedicated. Everybody's a little bit ahead of the game as far as they're starting to anticipate the captain's orders. Reed is the logical person to go out there on the hull to deal with the mine, and the captain is the most logical person to rescue him. The Romulans are the most problematic part of this episode. They threw him in here to make us happy and like make us think it was all cool. And what did they do? They did the opposite. They presented far too many questions. They had us all confused and messed up. The Suliban, I guess, couldn't have been the bad guys because I guess the mines were there to get the Suliban. And if the Suliban are there, their thing is going to be to attack or make some weird truce. That's what Suliban do. Right. We needed like non-negotiable enemies, but like, how about the good old Norsikins? Aren't they supposed to be like close to like the Earth sector, like jerk-offs? And don't we see them down the line in this show anyway?
Yeah, I think so. You know what? There's another thing we have to judge these shows on. Like, is Archer a good captain? We have to ask the question: Did Mayweather press the right buttons? Does he press the buttons in the correct order during the episode? I think he did.
I think he did it with pride.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Even
think
maneuvered the ship to swallow them up on the back end.
There's rumors going around that Mayweather is being considered for the fire chief. No, you know what? I won't go there. But definitely Pride Weather. Listen, here's the deal with this episode.
He's in too good a shape.
Right? And
Yeah.
also, like, he went into soap operas rather than staying with more dramatic acting, so he knows his depth, too. He'd be like, I'm turning that job down. Anthony Montgomery, is that his name? He was too smart to take that job. And if you've been affected by that, and we're giving you a few minutes of distraction, we hope that you're enjoying it. And we feel bad for everyone affected. You should research and find a charity rather than us handling anything or trying to find one, because I don't want to be responsible for it. There's only so many charities that I can endorse, and this isn't just some fundraiser, so it's going to be something bigger like the Red Cross. There's veterans in the area who are affected. You could help them if you want. We've checked this charity out. This doesn't touch my hands. If you want to help, that maybe is a link if you're feeling in the mood to help people out there. Gosh, it's a mess. And some of the stages and stuff, we don't know how bad it is yet. Like, I wonder if we lost any classic production facilities. I guess more will be known when we finally get to the other side of that event, right? It's like it's only sort of over.
They definitely lost some filming locations, that's for sure.
The thing is, if that ecosystem is made to burn, you mean like you don't mean like locations like outside the city in like the grassland or something. You mean like the buildings that have been lost. Yeah, we've lost some buildings and locations for sure. It's just a terrible tragedy, and our heart goes out to everyone.
Well, even out there in that area, there was a lot of little like movie sets out in the Malibu Hills. Like Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman filmed out there. Little House on the Prairie did a little bit of stuff. Like there's a lot of little things like that. There's still in Malibu, in the Malibu State Park, there's a site that's where they filmed MASH. You can go hike there, and there's like a Jeep and an ambulance is there. And I've been there a few times. Pretty cool. That's probably burned.
RRTNZ is totally right. By the way, Mayweather could probably carry a man out of a burning building. He was huge. He's jacked. Yeah.
Yeah.
And hey, Kronos, nerds! Good to see you, Kronos.
There's another great go back up there. Jonathan Davis had a really great comment. Yeah. Yes,
also caught in the minefield, and they have to help each other. See, this would have been great.
Yeah.
And they could say it's the Romulans, and that would have rocked. That could have been and also it could have ended with like the Romulan ship getting the worst of it. Like maybe like the Romulan side of it doesn't go as well, and their ship gets damaged, and the Enterprise doesn't, and that leads to some hard feelings. Like we don't know who those aliens were, just that they were able to talk to us, and like both of our view screens were disabled by the mines.
That's true.
It also shows you why the Battlestar Galactica decision was to not have a view screen in their ship. That it would have been too Star Trek.
Right.
Thinking on it now, would they have lost their whole aesthetic if they had a view screen? I can't imagine their ship with a view screen.
The Galactica?
Yeah, it's just got tactical displays and everything's a big game of chess. Like they're like, we could look outside, but who the hell cares?
Yeah, they was like an aircraft carrier.
Basically. And that was its force projection method. But on this episode, I think I'm inclined to agree with Sean. I'm going to go a little higher. The performances are really good. The interactions are really good. We layer on a little more than just I'm ready to do my duty to read. He's noble on top of being brave. He was just brave in Shuttlepod 1. He's got a lot more nobility after this episode. He wanted to help his crewmates, and like when it came clear that like maybe if he was sacrificed, the ship would be like much safer. He's like, you can't take a risk to save me, sir. And the captain's like, no, everyone goes home. It was almost like they had just watched Black Hawk Down. They're like, I like that line, no one gets left behind. It's like, did you see the movie? They leave a bunch of people behind. That's not the point. At the end of Black Hawk Down, there's that font where they're like,
a guy that was part of the squad that went in and picked those people up.
What do you mean, the rescue operation to
Yeah.
the crash site, or the people who got the? Ooh, wow, that was the biggest fight since Vietnam. That was on CNN, like kind of live.
Yeah,
Not as bad as
he
we
told
saw
me
it,
some
though.
stories I can't repeat here.
Tell me later.
Yeah, I will.
Galactica Actual. You know what? Yeah, in 26 years or so, when we finish all the Star Trek, we'll do Battlestar Galactica. Although I think once in a while we should do a Galactica event for something. Just, you know what I mean? Like to do things a little different. But
I
yeah,
would
I'm
love
gonna
to
give
review.
this.
I would love to do that. What we're doing here with Galactica.
It would be fun, but I'm gonna give my grade really quick. You ready? I'm
Yeah.
gonna give it a B minus. I can't go
Okay.
as low as C. I think that the Romulans drive this down because it was an A without them. If these are Norskins, if these are like some of the plot ideas that we've had suggested by our brilliant chat, and guys, you know, you put your ideas in there. In there, we're here for your comments. We got another. We got a little while, right, Sean? We're ending at the usual time tonight, right?
Yeah, we got
Okay, so comments
25,
could be
30 minutes.
entertaining. Yeah. So we got comments to entertain. I found that giving actual times on the air like starts people mentally making plans. So like that's a private chat thing, but I'll say that out loud. If you start a YouTube channel, never say exactly when you're leaving the air on the air. But yeah, that's like you guys know by now. We're on at 9:30, and like if it's a wild episode, maybe we'll go to 12:30. But yeah, we try to have it over by midnight Eastern Standard Time. So this is the time to hit us up with questions, and almost was a great admiral, and he was only Commander Adama when he makes the speech that made the show. I don't know if they get another series of episodes if not for the "So Say We All" speech. But really quickly on this one. I'm gonna say, I gave it B minus.
B
All
minus, yeah.
Yeah. On BSG, Sean, what do you think? Did he really just change the entire direction of that? It was interesting. BSG one, to the first movie for BSG two. It was interesting, and I was kind of interested enough to stay with it, and I liked the way they were recasting the dynamic, but. Do they really get another series of episodes in like another order without that great speech? It was just like they could have ended it right there too.
Well, it would have been hanging though. Like you were like, what happened to them? Where did they go?
They wanted more, but I almost feel like that was a difference making performance. It was like people who like with the people who made the decisions with the money.
Like do you think almost maybe didn't I? Did we
Turns into
talk about it, or
performance
did
of
someone say that
Shatner
almost?
level.
Yeah, that
He touches
almost.
Shatner's level.
Yeah, almost was so committed to that show. Maybe he said, "I'm going to give a speech that's going to guarantee us 3 more seasons."
He gave a speech at the end of that episode, but I think it's been documented by a few people that he said he needed to get a take on his terms. So he gave them what they wanted, I guess, first. And he's like, now let me do it my way. And they're like, well, you respected actor, do it. Honestly, Battlestar Galactica doesn't get any better than that moment. There's action scenes and stuff that are better, and there's stories that pay off, but like that moment where he's just like, are they the lucky ones? That's what you're thinking, isn't it? And he's just talking about how like you think you have no hope, and then like when he tells the story about Earth, you can tell from the reactions, like everyone does such a great job. It's like some people believe him, some people know that he's probably lying, and some people just don't care as long as he has a plan. And you can tell from the varied reaction. Everyone does their best acting, and it's just like at that point, wasn't just that I was fascinated. Now I cared about these people, and I'm like, this guy is a really good, caring commander. And when they built on that with Commander Kane and their version of Living Legend, their Commander Kane was sort of a horrible human being.
Are you
So
there?
say we all. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
was
I'm
pausing.
sorry. Oh no, no. I had to step away real
I
quick.
only
My
saw
wife-
that
my
just
wife went to
now.
bed.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No.
I
I
caught
told
it
her
just
to.
there.
Yeah, she went to bed. I just wanted to say goodnight to her.
You're allowed, Mr. Carter, to step away from your station to say goodnight to your wife. But you know what? Back to Star Trek for the moment. I guess, or BSG for the moment. I think that he changed the trajectory of that show. Think about it. If you and I were sitting there and our money was like, do you think you'll make money off this? After that performance, I'm like, I believe that I'll make a reasonable amount of money
Yeah.
back off of funding this show for another. You're keeping this guy, right? He doesn't die or anything, right? This guy's pretty good. You can kill the rest of these people. This guy has to make it to that speech. I think maybe changed the trajectory of any investor's mind. And hey, Stark of Irons in the chat.
It's
Hello, Tony. Good to see you.
Tony.
Hey.
Yeah, that speech, I would say it's one of the better speeches in any sci-fi history at all. Like we could peg a few. Most of them are Kirk and Picard. But you got to put Dama in there. Top 5.
That Adama. The other Dama has his own moments too. I'm wondering, do we see a moment where we close blast shutter screens on like forward-looking windows in Galactica 1.0 and in Galactica 2.0, which is always a submarine, right? We never see any forward-viewing stuff. It's just like they know it's out there because they know it's out there and they don't care. And if there's a screen they look at, we just don't see it.
Yeah. Saved, well, they had the Dratus in, they had the radar thing in PSG 2.
Right, and they had the ships that Boomer flew also. They had their own little AWAC ships. They made good use of all the original lore and added to it in a way that I liked. It was just like whatever. We had some bad robots that had to be dealt with. We had a good time with that show though, and I guess Dean Stockwell, like he starts with sci-fi with Enterprise, right? Because that show comes after this.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a Star Trek actor first, right? So too bad we couldn't get Lucy Lawless in this, but so anyway,
She would have been a good Kane.
she would. You know what? Honestly, now that we know she could have done it, she would have been a good Kane. It was too close to her being Xena Warrior Princess.
Yeah,
And I think
yeah.
that's the we talked about the Alex Kurtzman chain of command. What happened was Alex Kurtzman and Lucy Lawless, all that stuff is in New Zealand. So people in America and stuff are quarterbacking it. Kurtzman is the only person willing to go down there and stay down there and do things. He sees it through and he basically just does what he's told to do. And like, he doesn't do anything all that original. And he rises because a lot of people before him had quit and left. He was the only person who was able to put up with staying down there and figured that was the best thing for his career. Turns out he was right. He was more correct than he thought. The next thing he does is a Transformers show. It's called
Right.
Transformers Prime. Have you ever seen it?
It was actually
I don't
good.
know.
It was good.
So, Sci-Fi Sith Dan, who's a pal of mine, explained this one to me. We watched it together with Resolute Germ, and Germ and Sith Dan and I watched it, and I was like, what's with Alex Kurtzman? And then, of course, the co-writer that Kurtzman used to always work with, Roberto Orci, was on it. So I knew right then and there that it would be a little bit better than most Kurtzman stuff because Orci would calm down the stupid. He was part of the Hawaii Five-0 show that lasts a little longer. And it's not a good show, but it's less bad than the other stuff. Mm-hmm. When Kurtzman was completely on his own, it's really terrible. But here's the thing with Transformers Prime, right? Alex Kurtzman, what he did was he very lazily copied a comic book, and he was faithful to it rather than put any originality into it. And one of the Transformers, one of the Transformers is starting to be a little bit gay, and they put the kibosh on it within that series and make him just a little different.
There was one of them that came out recently where they started saying, "What's a pronoun?" And, oh God.
That's the first person to start seeding that into the body politic of that. So then he goes from that to the Hawaii Five-0 show. He makes Cowboys and Aliens, and then he flukes his way into Star Trek. That's the whole.
What did you
career.
think of Cowboys and Aliens?
Piece of shit.
Did you notice that Harrison Ford is basically in the Han Solo costume?
But acting like Indiana Jones,
Yeah.
That movie's beyond weird.
Really put him in the Han Solo costume with the pants and everything.
And it's his first apology for being like a white guy when he's just like, I love my unacknowledged Mexican son, or whatever the hell it was, like my ad hoc Mexican grown-up short round. Whatever it was, right? The Starbuck character in BSG was you either liked it or you didn't. Some people didn't like it. I thought that it worked out because she stylistically was designed after the original Starbuck. It was just a chick. What are you gonna do?
Wait, Was she?
Yes, she's
No
in BSG.
way.
I was saying if she had been in Star Trek. My thing was to imagine if she had been in Star Trek. By BSG, she's 10 years past Xena Warrior Princess. That's been over for a little while. And like they've washed, like Raimi is loyal to his people. So she had been in the Spider-Man movies very briefly. Remember, she's like a guy with 8 arms and 8 legs. Sounds hot. Like that's her. That's that. And so the two of them, the guy from Briscoe County, what the fuck is his name? Bruce Campbell is in all this stuff, and Lucy Lawless is in all this stuff. After he works with them, he keeps them employed when they're not working, right? So he helps them out at all times. So they're in the Spider-Man movies briefly. Like you can remember Bruce Campbell, he's in the wrestling match. But yeah, she's in BSG as one of the. You didn't remember that? She was one of the well-dressed female Cylons in a nightclub that
I
was
probably
the
just didn't recognize her. Yeah, I just didn't recognize her.
Yeah, no, she just that Cylon character, like those Cylons when they were in let me see, I'll find a picture.
Yeah, I'm trying to look it up here.
Yeah, I'll find it, don't worry. Those Cylons, they hung out in like the VIP section of a nightclub. It was really weird, right? Like their Cylon command center, like they were never seemingly near any tech or anything like that.
Oh, wait, that was her? The blonde?
She had blonde hair, yeah.
That's why I didn't recognize. Yeah, she was a biatch in character. Oh,
Her
couldn't
character
stand
was
her.
really dangerous and hated the Caprica character.
Yeah, she was the
was.
one she was a 6, right? Or was the other Cylons like shut down her model?
6 is Caprica, right? 6 is Trisha Helfer. She's like, I think she's 4 or 9. She's Cylon 9. I know that. Yeah, I think they did stop making her.
They boxed them. Yeah, that's right. Kronos is right. They boxed that model, and then at the end they bring her back.
Well, the thing is, like that one particular version of that model was so fucked up that they didn't want it passing and cross-contaminating across to the other ones, I think is the deal.
Yeah, they boxed the entire set of 4s or whatever number she was, and then at the last couple episodes they brought them out. They unboxed them.
Yeah, they brought them back. The unboxing,
they had an unboxing video. Yeah, they had an unboxing video on YouTube. I didn't recognize that her as. Wow, she really. Okay.
I think also she just plain old has a New Zealand accent too, doesn't she?
Yeah, she was the news reporter.
Whereas Xena doesn't.
Correct.
But that character has a newsy accent when she's on Battlestar Galactica. She doesn't have the fake American voice that Xena used.
Right. Yeah, she has the down
talks
under.
like this. Yeah.
The down under. Yeah.
She sounds like RRTNZ. She was number 3. Thank you.
Number 3. Okay.
Does anyone remember what? See, I love this show. I would love to do like the occasional BSG watch. It's like every Saturday night is definitely going to stay Enterprise, Star Trek, and we had some great fun with Enterprise tonight. In what was a fun episode, but let's talk for a minute. And so that's our little side tangent onto BSG. Well, we have a few.
We can
left.
talk to the new president about adding a day to the week, and then we can throw in another story.
If we had an 8th day to the week and it was part of the weekend, if we went metric and had 7 days of work and 3 days a weekend, maybe that works out. I don't know. It should be deeply looked into.
It would definitely explain the Beatles song.
People are like now, like people like are not going to be able to say Admiral Teague. I can't stand Admiral Teague because he's an asshole from Queens who's always on his phone tweeting away. Well, guess what, guys? That's about to become very popular and happen like a lot. Being from Queens and tweeting a lot is going to be a thing. Get used to it. It's going to be happening a whole bunch from now. This is our last show before that happens, so I guess what can we say? How can he tweet that much?
Had a mechanical arm.
I don't know. Probably not. I will say this, RFK Jr. is the most Star Trek person to be involved in government because he had a worm in his brain, like in Star Trek 2. So this will be good for Star Trek. But back to Enterprise. As far as the show goes right now, You and I had this conversation before we came on. Did they swap this with Carbon Creek? Was this supposed to be episode 2 of the season? Because it feels like what just happened in Shockwave was just recent, and Carbon Creek seems like it would have been more natural coming after this. And I think it's because Carbon Creek really tanks out. It really tanks out.
Do we
Not Carbon
do we
Creek.
have do we have a
Carbon Creek is
production
a
order?
comeback. I don't know. I could probably find it out. Let me take a look on Wikipedia. Here's the thing. They could have still changed it in the script phase. I don't know
Yeah.
how far ahead they were, because here's the thing. We have to look at air dates, because things like sports events and even WrestleMania was keeping Star Trek from airing and holding it back. Like, they were stringing out their episodes of Enterprise. Another thing that didn't help this show was there was lengthy delays sometimes between episodes, even episodes that connected. It would be like, the UPN would have like something that was going to get more ratings, and they would just put it on. So that was happening, but with Shockwave, they lost like 20% of their audience from part 1 to part 2, and then I don't know what was going on. They had enough time to freak out and change the order of airing the stories. Let me ask you, Sean, do you think it's possible that they were just like, we have to do something, and like, well, the biggest problem we had was addressed in one of the episodes down the line, where we show them that like T'Pol really is pretty, and we put her in like, basically her Vulcan pajamas, so that people can see that there's no more trickery going on, because we've gotten letters about how it's a weird thing, and people are just like, find her uncanny looking and hard to behold. And it's too bad, because we're getting good acting from her. And they're like, you know what? Maybe our beautiful actress is beautiful enough to not wear a suit of armor underneath her costume. And they're like, yeah, let's do that. And let's make it very obvious. And we can pick up our story with Minefield next week. It's like, but it's got the Romulan. It's like, people will love it. And then it was like an XFL game or something. Who knows what kept it off the air.
Yeah, and Kremlon's here. Kremlon
Hey,
says,
Kremlon, it's good to see you. Kremlon's friends with Radioactive.
Yeah, and that to what we're talking about, UPN did Enterprise dirty, and they sure did. I'll tell you one thing. Who knows what happened, but what's evident is this was the corporate meddling in this thing, and switching around the days, and switching this and switching that, instead of just letting them write a good show.
Lack of stability in the network itself. I don't even know if it's corporate meddling when your corporations like basically
Well, they were floundering by that point.
Yeah. Basically, the Star Trek show they looked graceful there because there was like a man slipping on ice. By mistake, they made a really good Star Trek show, but they couldn't. The infrastructure wasn't there. Like, people didn't know when it was on. All I knew is they would reliably rerun it on Sundays.
They repeated what happened with TOS in the 60s.
They caused their own brand confusion. Yeah. They weren't able to follow through with like it's what was really a pretty reverent version of the show. Like, turned out to seem like it was like brand. How would you put it? Brand subversion, because we didn't see the episodes in close enough order, right? So it was just like it didn't make enough sense. Like they weren't paying things off. Like, by the way, here's the Enterprise crew with members of the real Enterprise of that time. When they still had a friendly relationship with NASA. I don't know, but that one Navy officer is pretty cute in the middle. Is she a Hollywood person, or is she a Navy? I don't know who she is. I know who Colin Trenier is. The other people are said to be Navy officers. It says Connor Trenier and Scott Bakula in costume alongside the sailors of the year 2001 of the U.S. Navy aircraft carrier USS Enterprise.
Yeah. Hey,
so these are real Enterprise sailors. That chick is hot. I would join the Navy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. By the way, real quick, while Tony's still in the chat, I see him, he's in there. I want to call out real quick. Everyone go check out Tony's show from last night. He did what was like a quasi live stream, like his normal live stream show, but it was pre-recorded, and it just knocked it out of the park. His views are stayed up there. The chat was engaged. The retention was good through the whole thing. It was really well done. And hats off to you, Tony, for sticking through the tough time there, buddy. Really well done.
I'm trying to pull up the actual show. Looking for the link now.
Yeah, he did it as a premiere. It just went off so well.
It's under videos instead of live, even though it went off as a premiere. I was wondering
Yeah,
about
the
that
premieres
one.
come off as a video. Yeah.
All right, so guys, bookmark this for later. We're gonna wrap this one up in a few minutes anyway. So we think that this series is already in trouble. Unfortunately, this episode was good, but like they're confusing people and messing up stuff left and right. Uh, as far as the audience, this episode it was better probably than it was received. At this point, I think like a frustrated group of people were saying, "Man, that show," and I can't take the can't take the theme song and all the other stuff that came with it, and like when is it even on? And the last time I saw it, like the Vulcans were real jerk offs, and like so it's like they weren't like people weren't getting the carefully made payoffs. This show is better as a binge out of nowhere. Hey, yeah. But the Lions leave you in the middle of every
JT
single
Kirk
year
is-
for decades.
JT, are you coming on?
If you want to
Are you
use your
coming-
pass, you can come on. I'll hang out for like 15 more minutes and you can
Yeah.
give your thoughts on
You need
Minefield
to
and
vent,
Linefield.
We're here to support you.
Authentic emotion is welcomed. JT, drink deeply of the elixir and come on the show for a few minutes and tell us how it feels to be a Lions fan.
You know, I do have a feeling. I think I have some audio of JT Kirk after seeing the game.
I have video of Roger Goodell. This is in right now. This is Roger Goodell, and this is after the game. He was confronted, and they asked him why he let the game be fixed.
Because I can.
And this was his follow-up comment. They said that the fans in Detroit had suffered long enough. Why fix this game on them? And he said this.
The word decent doesn't apply to me.
There you have it, Roger Goodell, just moments ago from snow-covered Detroit, where he fucked over the Lions fans with a fixed game. What we hear, JT, is I don't know if JT knows this, but in New York, the game actually the Lions won in New York. It wasn't until I went to Paramount Plus and saw the streaming version of the game. So in different regions, different teams have won. It's just the people in Detroit hadn't earned it. You know, Sean, I had heard that one of the problems with the Lions was that the play-by-play guys weren't very positive. When Stafford threw a pick six, they didn't just say he threw a touchdown, you know, which would have made people happy. They said it's an interception run back for a score against. And they could have just said he threw for a touchdown, and that would have been true. So the first thing they need to do with the Lions, if we're going to, because I think that Disney is the people who needs to fix the Lions right now. The Lions have problems, and we're going to fix them. I think we should apply the Disney method. Sean, if Disney ran the Lions, the first thing they would do is get rid of the play-by-play guys, right? Because clearly they made people unhappy. They could have told them things that were more conducive to their enjoying the game, right?
I think they would probably consider hiring a more diverse team.
There are no women on that team.
Yeah, they would correct that immediately.
You know what? We need a female quarterback, but until then, I guess Geno Smith. If we have to have a man, could we trade for? They could trade for Geno Smith to start atoning.
I don't know who that is. I don't follow
Geno
football.
Geno Smith is he used to be the Jets quarterback, and now he's the quarterback of the Seahawks. But he's African American. So if we have to have a male quarterback, we got like Geno Smith, right?
Yeah. I mean,
To start until we can get a female quarterback on there. Now, like we know, and another problem is fan education has to start in Detroit. I heard that there were a lot of anti-women chants in the stand, Sean. A lot of anti-woman stuff going. Yup. And their coaching staff, all male coaches.
And then there's the thing with the fans. They want hot dogs in there, so they're going to obviously just offer popcorn. Even though the fans are like, I want a hot dog. No, you're getting popcorn.
Well, they haven't earned hot dogs, just like the Jets haven't earned the right to play in New York. They have to play in New Jersey. I don't know if JT's saying he's coming aboard or if he's. Well, we know the Chiefs will win again. Yeah, because it's fixed. I may have to move out of KC. I can't take it anymore. Crimlon, at least you get like a Super Bowl win.
Kronos is right. There was an all-female foosball. It was the lingerie. I forget what was it called.
There was is he talking about foosball though? The actual game, foosball with like
No, I think no.
there
no,
was a
it was
lingerie ball, yeah,
yeah,
and it was outrating the Super Bowl halftime show for a while there in the days of Cablevision and pay per view and stuff. It was like
yeah. It was called
Trek.
X League.
Yeah, and I think it was
Oh
like
my.
they were all just a bunch of sexy women playing football. I
Yeah,
was like, what are you
look
gonna
up
do?
X League. Yeah, if you don't have to watch the game, there's plenty of photographs that you'll.
Did they punch
you'll
each other in the
enjoy.
face and crazy stuff like that? I mean, did they actually try to win, or was it just about being sexy? I mean, it was a bunch of strippers, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, they were rough though. They were good athletes for sure.
You know what? There's always going to be room for novelty football, man. The XFL, which is a little different, and they actually tried to play football. If they'd played more preseason football, it might have worked out because at the end the games got slightly better. But I went to an XFL game in New York. Let me tell you something. A football game in the swamps of fucking New Jersey, in the Northeast, in freaking January, it was 2 degrees Fahrenheit, Sean. So like 30 below in that goddamn stadium. I came to hate being there. I hated everything about it, and I just wanted to leave. It was so unbelievably painful. There was no amount of alcohol or drugs in the world that was going to make that fun. And I know because I tried hard.
Carefully, hey, Wes Cagel's gonna get upset.
The XFL gave us a couple of things that were pretty cool. Like, for instance, the overtime rules were changed in response to the XFL, and the overhead cam, the overhead camera, the one on the 2 pulleys, that one is from the XFL. And I remember thinking one day that's going to come into play somehow. I don't know if it has, but today's football game was the first time I ever saw a kick hit the actual flag on the pole. Did you see that? In the
No.
Chiefs game? The guy from the Texans missed the freaking field goal, and he hit the field goal flag on top of the upright. The ball hit the flag.
Does it count?
No. And the weird thing is this, if that was the only way you could score in football, we would have seen the first score in the history of the game, because I ain't never seen that shit before in my entire life. It hit the flag. It was unbelievable. But let's see. I didn't look at the usual stuff. We had that Star Trek news. Again, we've heard that Star Trek, as far as Paramount, the new ownership have been told that it's probably a good idea to stay away from making any more. Cancel the current version, buy out Kurtzman, and, hopefully you'll have a little bit better luck. Just like, first of all, stopping it stops the bleeding. And second of all, like, it's stopping people from wanting to get your subscription service. So stop making it. There's too much bad Star Trek. Just stopping it now is the best thing. That was what they were told. They were told it was like, but on the other hand, like, there is a lot, like, you could just turn the faucet back on with the bad Star Trek. That's according to the Tachyon Pulse. We put him in the chat. He'll be in the description of this show. And that's the Star Trek news. I can't confirm it. And I again invite Tachyon Pulse onto the show. I got to know where you're coming up with this, bro. These are some spectacular revelations.
Yeah,
Although they
check
track.
out some of the videos and hear the not just the revelations, but what he thinks of them. I have a question, hypothetical. If you were in charge right now, and what would you do with Trek?
Okay, so for one thing, I would stop all this other Trek. I know that Lower Decks is done well, so I would say, Lower Decks people, we're not going to fire you, but you're going to take a nice long vacation, and you have the only successful show from this era on your resume. Go have fun. And some of you story people, like, we're interested in talking to you because people like your stories. If you're too jokey, get out of here. We're not going to make a comedy show. If comedy's what you want, go do it. But, you've earned a right at the table. We might not keep you. But sit down with these new people who are adults. Kurtzman, get out! Get out! Leave! What you would do is I'd stop it, and I would say, like, in about 6 months to a year, start debuting a show just named after the ship. Exactly. In about 6 months from now, if you don't have any more Star Trek, because let's say you could stop Section 31 because it still hasn't happened, and they probably should stop it. Honestly, they're not putting much into promoting it.
No, they
It's
have to
not
get this.
even-
Like I said, it's probably contractual with Michelle Yeoh that they have to show it. I think that's the only reason they probably trimmed it down from this miniseries it was supposed to be, or a full season, or
Contracts were made to be broken. She could be paid.
yeah.
It would cost less to buy her out than it would to publicize the movie, right?
Yeah,
We love you, Kronos. You're our troll.
My theory with that is that because it was supposed to be its own series, that fell through, and then she was like, "Look, you're going to pay me to do something." So they're probably okay. Let's squeeze this into one, just last thing. Like they probably had gone far enough to where like it would just let's just finish it and put it up on as a movie on streaming and just forget. Let's get over it. Like rip the Band-Aid off.
The way they cast stuff, like, do you think they were like, I don't know, Michelle, you're not really in a position to negotiate with us. Lucy Liu will be 60 soon. We don't need to. We've got our older Asian woman covered. We could just recast Gregorio. She's like, all right, I'll do it. Like, I don't know. Like, because I think she's self-aware enough to be like, I just stepped in shit with this Academy Award. I'm aware enough to know that this is the only year I'm going to make a ton of cash. So she took their money, and I bet she's going to be in a bunch of movies this year. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Carter.
Oh yeah, but I really think that there was probably some contract thing, and that was her saying, okay, you can either. There's probably a clause in there where they would have had to pay her a lot more than just. It's probably cheaper for them to finish it than to break the contract.
You know what? It was probably cheaper to finish it than break the contract. So show it in theaters in one day and release it as a Star Trek movie event, and then immediately just forget about that whole thing. They would
never do that though, because they would never release it in a movie because it would be clear that no one watched it. At least on Paramount Plus, they can hide the ratings.
Here's the thing, let's take a supposition. Now, if they keep making this Star Trek, they keep making it. It's not our reporting. But if they don't make it and the Tachyon Pulse is correct, this is the deal. Let's say that so Section 31 happens. It happens, right? It happens. 6 months from now, a Star Trek show is announced, and we see it in like September. So like the taste of Section 31 is sort of out of our mouths, right? On that show, it's just one ship. They expressed that they're kind of far outside of everything else. They're on an exploratory mission. It's not Voyager. They're not out of contact, but there's only star bases and stuff nearby.
So wait, what time frame again?
Maybe we'll play coy, but I'm thinking it has to be just after Next Generation.
Okay, so after Nemesis.
And before that stupid Picard series. After Nemesis, but before
Picard
the
series
stupid
is
Picard
no longer
series.
going to be canon. Like that, we'd have to say. You said like
I want to make a real point of that by having them run into Romulans and saying that they're talking to the people back on Romulus.
Yeah, that's all they have to do. They have to just have one line of dialogue would just retcon everything. You don't need to go back and make a fix-error episode. Just say it doesn't exist, and you go on. It's just like comic books.
After we lost track of Spock, we got a communication from him saying that he had stabilized the Romulan homeworld's star, which had been known to be unstable for hundreds of thousands of years. Yep. Was it? No, you missed the actual watch party, but you're getting our wrap. But we wrapped up the show. But well, we're sorry, Putin's cat. You're a little late, but you're getting the end of the analysis, and we're reviewing some of the Star Trek news from earlier, and just doing closing comments. But it's good to see you, Putin's cat. Sorry, but there's still a good reason to stay. Don't leave. But here's the deal. If you don't have Section 31 in 9 months, you could have a show that takes place on a ship. Have that ship just be about that ship and its crew, and you wouldn't have to make any real strong decisions if you put them in uniforms that tracked with something happening after Voyager.
Yeah.
But
Voyager comes back. They could They could even tie in Voyager a little bit and just say after Voyager's return, we decided to send. Maybe they send another ship out to the Delta Quadrant to explore.
Well, the Picard show, if I'm not incorrect, happens in about real time since the return of Voyager anyway, so you want to somehow dismiss that you're there, right? Or be there and have things be different, but you can't overshoot it. It should be pretty close to After All Good Things, and maybe inside the same time frame as their movies, just after the last one, like you said, just after Nemesis.
Or maybe we just see what's going on in the Federation while Voyager's out in the Delta Quadrant. That would be
How
fine
about
too.
how about this one in our first episode? We do this. You ready? Captain, I've just got word over the subspace. Former Admiral Picard has passed away from Euromonic syndrome. That would fix
Yeah.
a lot real quick. That would fix a lot real. So he was never a robot, and right. So that would be everything would be impossible just with that line. The Euromonic syndrome finally got Jean-Luc.
You'd piss off. So, but you're skipping like 30, 40 years of story that we're still going too far. I think
They
too far into
happened.
the future.
The Deep Space Nine happened. It's been 24 years. 7 of 9. When we see her, she went to the academy. She was there for 4 years, and she's only a lieutenant commander because there hasn't been enough time, and people still don't trust her because people still don't trust her. She's not commanding the flagship with her lesbian lover like she is in fucking the stupid ass show Picard, season 3. That was things that are not allowed at all under any circumstances in our military should not be allowed at all under any circumstances in their military if the spirit is the same. So since we have both men and women in our military, you can date within our military. I think that's allowed. But if you're dating within your own command structure, I think someone has to, like, if you don't fess up about that, you're both in trouble, I think. And like, what you have to do is you must disclose if it becomes serious. I think if you're saying we're just hooking up, you could probably talk our way out of it. But like, if you intend to marry someone or something like that, you have to go to your commanding officer. I'm guessing here, right? Like, this is like Star Trek meta, and this is also like, what I know as a civilian from the news. I wasn't in the
especially
military.
You're talking in Voyager, yeah. Especially in Voyager situation, you would have to get permission. And yes, Kremlin, they made her go hi.
Well, in the Voyager situation, people are hooking up because we have Naomi Wildman,
True.
who's part Qatarian or whatever it is, and that's why she ages a little faster, which explains that convenience, which is good to know. It was good that the TAS came in handy to save. One of the coolest parts of Voyager was something from the animated series. Who knew?
This would be a great side episode we can do when JT Kirk is in a better mood. We can maybe just have this discussion, like everyone get like 5 minutes to say what would they do with Trek.
JT Kirk is like right now he's on the phone with like his friends from college that like all love the Lions, and they're like, he's like, this phaser's set to overload, and they're like, mine too.
Yeah.
Just gonna go out in the backyard and set the phaser to overload.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know
Code
what to say about
1A,
that one.
2B.
The 7 of 9 I know likes to, yeah. This is Admiral T. Code 1A. You know what? Honestly, the 7 of 9 from the original continuity like dudes, and this new 7 of 9 that's like a lesbian and all that stuff, that's just Kurtzman nonsensical stuff. We could just have her show up, not acknowledge that, have her be like a believable Starfleet rank, and just be like, I find purpose and enjoyment with being in Starfleet. Perhaps the time in the collective has made me want to be part of something larger than myself. It's like, with your experience and stuff, you should be higher up. And she's like, yes, but the disrespect to the other people would be wrong. So for me to be captain would just be insulting. It's like, you're right. That would only be in a stupid version of our world. It's like, no world I'd want to be part of. And just move on from that. I don't know what to tell you. Have the Romulans show up and things be normal. Like, see Klingons who are normal, and just stop dispensing all exposition during action scenes or attempted action scenes late in the show, right when they had no money. Let's see. Such a black mark on Trek history that DS9 never got a film. I guess so.
Yeah.
Where do you go though? It was such a television show. Like,
It could have been a great movie, though. It really could.
Would it have been a larger Star Trek world movie about the Dominion War would have been better, but I think Patrick Stewart just wasn't game for something fun. We found out that he was kind of a real schmendrick as a human being, didn't we?
Yeah, what's the, I know I'm guessing through context that that's a bad thing, but I've never heard that word before.
Not sure exactly what it means, but it's pejorative, and I
Schmendrick.
think it's Yiddish. He's a schmuck, all
It's like
right?
a
Which is,
schmuck and a dick combined.
yeah, he's a
A,
schmuck.
sh-
He's a
a
schmuck.
schmeck, a
He
schmick.
really is. And let's face it, there's no picking up the pieces. Like one person who we don't want to see on the new Star Trek would probably be like, we don't want to bring back Tuvok. Although honestly, he's such a good actor. I guess if he's not a problem, like if he wasn't a problem, so I don't know, Sean. You're the only one who's written for Star Trek. You wrote for Linda Park. What do you think? Would you work with Tuvok?
Yeah, I like Tuvok as a character. Tim Russ did really well with him. He's a great actor.
He
I
is a
really
really
did.
good
Like, I
actor.
really like what he added to the Vulcan mythos or the Vulcan. I don't know what we call it.
Our understanding of what a Vulcan isolated from his culture would be
Yeah,
like,
he
and
really
how he would
did
do
well.
things like his
I think
Temple
he
of
really
Doom episode is
understood.
the best one. The
Yeah.
one where he's on that planet with a bunch of children and he's basically ad hoc father. It was like Captain's.
Yeah.
It was like the one where Picard's stuck in a turbo lift with the kids, but it's sort of a Temple of Doom thing because he's there with them longer and has to kind of lead them around.
Yeah. No, Tim Russ, I think he really cared for the character. He really cared for the lore. He added a lot to it, and he's a great actor. Like when we look at the end of the series, when he's in the home, he's got he's like Captain Janeway or Admiral Janeway visits on Tuesdays. Like that whole when he was breaking down. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about? Like
I
he did
think so.
great with that. Yeah, like he was kind of like in a special home. He would visit Barclay would come visit him, and Janeway would visit him, and she came to say goodbye to him. So he goes, "I'm going to leave Tuvok," and it was very touching.
The thing that I didn't see those episodes, or I don't remember them. I have a little bit of a void in my memory of Voyager because I binged it all in like 4 months to try to see
Oh,
as much
okay.
of
It
as
was
I
it
could.
was part of
But
Endgame.
wait,
It
this
was the
one's.
last episodes. The older
I'm just gonna
Janeway.
double back and watch the end of it, but really quickly for people to
Yeah.
talk about Tuvix.
Doesn't anyone see that this is wrong?
It looks like the L.A. mayor, doesn't it?
Doesn't anyone see that this is wrong?
It's not smirking though.
Yeah. What's with that expression? Did she have
Uh,
Did she have familiar facelift too? Did she also have a bad face job? Is that what's going on?
Oh, but she's smirking when the police chief, where the fire chief was speaking.
She's really fortunate the elections are about as far off as they get, right?
Yeah. Well, there's a recall
Oh.
effort launched on her.
I know Newsom, right? Well, what are you going to do? Let's see. Avery Brooks could have easily led a film.
Yep.
Says Read by Nature. It's good to see you, Read. I think story-wise, the more awkward knowing now how they ended. But at the time they were making movies, there was more room to imagine. And that's the thing. I wonder is what they do with the Borg, what they do with the First Contact story in Carbon Creek. Is it a retcon to First Contact, or is it a companion to First Contact and an undisclosed piece of information? We never really straightened that one out because, right, this is different than the movie. This contradicts preceding lore, but it's damn near close to contemporary. It's like a couple
I don't
of
see
years
how
later.
it contradicts though.
Well, it's not the story that most of humanity thought, but it's written by the same
Well,
writers.
It was first contact. It doesn't mean first encounter.
Observation. Well, no, First Contact is definitely between that guy and that woman and them hanging out with that whole town.
Well, yes,
That
but
is
not
contact.
no, yeah, but it wasn't like we are the Vulcans introducing ourselves to humanity. It was that guy.
It was
and
just
it
the
was
tip.
an isolated story. Yeah, exactly.
It's just a tip.
Yeah. No, I think they stand perfectly fine, and it's just like it goes in. Okay, remember the
Putin's cat's right, by the
TNG
way.
episode.
Sidney Poitier was the acting style that Avery Brooks did. If you ever seen
Oh, yeah.
Sidney Poitier stuff, he does act a
Yeah.
lot like Sidney Poitier. I'm sorry, so go ahead. Good
No,
point.
but if we go to the TNG episode First Contact, where Picard discloses, "Hey, we have ground reconnaissance before we make contact with people. That's what we've learned over the," and so they learned that from the Vulcans. So it makes perfect sense that maybe the Vulcans were down there.
Oh, it does make
Doing some
perfect sense, and of
reconnaissance,
course they didn't mean to go there; they crash. But I just think that it's interesting. Like people talk about retcons, and in this one, it's hard to call it a retcon because it's the same writers and it's more of an undisclosed piece of information from the same story.
Yeah, I don't see it as
it's
it
their
doesn't
story.
ruin-
They don't retcon it.
It doesn't break anything in First Contact, and First Contact doesn't make Carbon Creek illogical.
I'll put this one out there for you right now, and we'll have time to think about it because that episode's coming up. I don't know what season it's in, but we're going to find some leftovers attributed to the Battle of Sector 001 or the Battle of First Contact, right? We're going to find some pieces that I guess could only have been from the Borg sphere because they're too far back in time to be from the Borg cube, which is blown up further out than the moon. So they can only be from the Borg sphere, and it's not made of any metal they know, so it's not a piece of the Enterprise. It's a Borg thing. And here's the thing. And Anti-Derivative Jill and I had this conversation, and she said, I think that the movies are a Nexus dream, and that the only part of any movie that happens is the beginning of the first movie. And I think that the end of Star Trek, The Next Generation, is all good things, and all the other stories are just dreams in the Nexus. And she was like, I don't want to discount Enterprise. And she was, at the time, I didn't really have an answer for it, but I've thought about it since then. If it's a dream in the Nexus, so what? There was a battle of First Contact. It just didn't happen the way Picard revisualized it. In fact, Enterprise having wreckage from the Borg sphere on the surface of the Earth enforces that First Contact, the movie, is the wrong way. We're not shown what really happened because they vaporized the Borg cube. Remember the Borg sphere? Remember, it's vaporized.
Yes,
there's no debris. There's no debris.
Yeah. And by the way, I just want to say, I'm looking at, we're not highlighting all of them, but there are some excellent comments in the chat tonight. I mean, everyone here has really got some.
Really,
I'm
right
reading
on.
all of them. Yeah, I'm reading everything. Like,
that's why this show sometimes goes so late. The chat really gets engaged, especially after an episode where people are fired up, and that's the thing. Like, there were more objective reviews of Star Trek as stories by people doing other reviews, and if you want people doing Star Trek objective reviews, like, we do try to be objective, but like, as you can see, like, I can get caught up in the Star Trek story, and like, I could start to swoon. Like, no one liked Vox Sola but me, but after I made my points, everybody did agree that like I had a valid reason for feeling the way I did about it. It was like such a different alien. Such a different way for the captain to be strong and the crew to draw off of it. Such a weird and different planet, even though we only went there for a second. It's everything about Star Trek just all rolled up into one. And even though it was confined to the inside of their ship, it's like bonding with how important our ship is and loving our ship is also very Star Trek. So even though that episode wasn't the most fantastic TV of all time, and maybe it had a few flaws and when it didn't go far enough in a few places, it was like really, really just very Star Trek. And if you're going to say the motion picture can sometimes be slow and sometimes be Star Trek to a fault, hello, Lisa.
Lisa.
It's good to see you.
Lisa's here. Welcome.
Our favorite Supergirl, YouTube's Lisa. Let's see. This one is about the episode Regeneration. It should it should be obnoxiously memory-ish, but it's fucking awesome. It is actually an awesome episode, and the crew do themselves proud. It does smash canon though, but like my mate says, nah, it'll be fine. You know what? Here's what Admiral Teague says. Enterprise is the canon, and First Contact is a Nexus fever dream. And I would love someone to ask Drinker that. But now that I'm a member of Critical Drinker's channel, maybe I'll find out because I got a gift membership somehow. Someone gave out enough gift memberships in that chat. What are your chances of winning the lottery or higher? I need to go play the lottery. Winning a Critical Drinker. How many are being bought that the Critical Drinker got that? But so like I enjoyed it so much.
In there, yeah, that's really good. And I just want to add, Lisa's was from the previous show, Saturday show that we had, right? And if I recall, Lisa,
she says she lurks a lot. She's saying hi, and I appreciate
Lisa, if I remember right, you love Voyager, correct? Is that I remembering the right person?
I think the thing is, anybody who had any sentiment for Voyager kind of got called out for loving it because it was considered such a flawed show by the people
Oh
on
no,
the other one.
everyone. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I remember. Yeah, no one bashed.
It wasn't bashed, but like I would say this, Voyager was held in pretty low regard as far as the episodes. Like a lot of them, I thought got short shrift, but I think that 4 at a time from memory is too much. And washing down 4 episodes of Deep Space Nine, one good one is going to get lost.
Yeah. The Voyager. Yeah, the Voyager has a special place in Lisa's heart, and nobody is knocking anyone for that.
No, listen, your favorite
yeah.
Star Trek show is your favorite Star Trek show as long as it aired before 2005. There are several much worse answers than Voyager right now, washing down or washing off. You know what? They're trying to wash off Star Trek possibly by hitting pause, but no, you know what? I think that Voyager is a more if they pause it for a while and start with new creators, people would be right on board.
Well, they would necessarily have to do a pause just because there's development and all that.
Well, you got to end. The thing is that if they go forward without ending what they have now, they have to pay Kurtzman. So
they
the
could
thing
tease
is,
it.
the idea is to crush the Kurtzman verse and forget about it and walk away from it hard.
Yeah.
Which means
What
like the only thing of value lost is Doug Jones. Saru was okay.
Yeah, they can say, okay, we're coming to the end of the show. Everything's got we got some new exciting things in development that we know that the fans of Trek from old and new are going to love. That's all they would have to say, and then they just develop, like you said, a new ship.
See, here's the thing.
Voyager
is also, it's a good Star Trek sandwich. The first half season, because it starts out with a shortened season and it ends with a shortened season. So it's 5 seasons with 2 half seasons on either end. So it's really 6 seasons. The half season it starts with, it's a bad pilot. It's a bad pilot causality. The villain or whatever of the pilot is sort of like not such a bad guy. It's just a bad pilot. Your captain can't figure out a time bomb. When you can't make tech that we can make, you are a really bad leader. Your Star Trek show is flawed when your Star Trek tech can't match ours. Like, if they're like, damn it, it's a broken leg, it's a death sentence, we're gonna have to amputate, there's no way to save it. It's like, if they're doing that in Star Trek, it's like, wait, we can fix a broken leg. What are they, you know what I mean? So it's just like, if tech that's like, imagine it's like, okay, all you need to do is get this information to Starfleet Command. It's like, Jim, it's the size of a New York telephone book. It'll take years to broadcast. It's like, now that we can upload the New York telephone book in like a few seconds on a USB stick, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like their tech level being below ours is a show killer.
Yeah.
So
By the way,
never let that happen.
By the way, I figured out what I would do if I was in charge of Trek.
Go ahead.
I would have the Adventures of the Enterprise F. And we find a new captain and a new crew, but they're on board the Enterprise.
No, because you're walking into the STD problem. There'll be the Enterprise F will be F the Enterprise. It has to be the Enterprise
we
H.
still got to sweep it under the rug. I mean, and in the timeline we're talking about, the F would come around eventually.
How about this? Our point of view
and
ship
it's
is
part
called
of Star Trek Online
B.
too. Voyager
Let's
B.
lower the stakes. The Voyager B is just as good of a Star Trek ship as long as our crew is good, our captain is cool, and we don't invoke too much Voyager stuff.
True, but the thing is,
or the
Star
USS,
Trek,
the USS Cisco.
True, but Star Trek, the name Enterprise carries so much weight with it, and I think it would be a if they could get the right cast.
Thing. Let's lower the stakes. Let's not have it be an Enterprise. How about like the USS Constellation C 1017, USS Constellation 1017C, and it's just past the time frame of Star Trek Nemesis. So it's the same kind of ship as the Enterprise E, the real mean looking one that had no families on it. So it's a little more warlike of a ship. I think that's what it was called, right?
Yeah,
the one
Enterprise
from
E
First
is an
Contact.
Intrepid class, or they could even. Okay, here's another idea. Then
it looked cool.
You could go.
I'll give that ship that.
You could go with not a Galaxy class. You could say maybe there's an Ambassador class like the Enterprise C, which is my favorite design,
Damn, you know what nacelles look?
Bit of an older ship, and it's a ship nearing its retirement, but they get caught up in, or they just.
You could have a Millennium Falcon aspect to your Star Trek ship for sure.
Yeah,
you could have like a couple of engineers on there. And you know what I would
just
do too?
Have it since an older ship that's been around for a while with a good history, and they just have a good crew.
Absolutely fix it. By the way, you could do this one too. How about this? You have a Star Trek training ship that has an experienced command crew, but an inexperienced group of cadets as its rank and file crew, and some sort of accident blows them into a place not quite the Delta Quadrant, but all of season 1 is getting home with experienced command but new crew. That could be so much fun. Hey,
that's
Radioactive!
True. Look at that.
Let me star this chat and get to this super chat. I will return to your chats. Radioactive with a generous $5 United States super chat says, the only place for Trek to go is with Doom Trek with Captain Dictor von Doom Trek and Teague Trek with Admiral Teague. That would be amazing because see, like Doomcock is like he's like much cooler and much funnier and much like he's a much bigger YouTuber than I am, right? So that would be perfect because it'd be like Doomcock could be like Adama with like the large fleet, and he's benevolent and he knows everyone and he cares, and then it's just like then like in one episode they run into like Admiral Teague and it's me and it's completely an insane person, and it's just like, Teague, what are you doing? You can't beat the Cylons. I don't care, Doomcock. I'm going to take as many of them as I can with me. It's like, Teague, you're insane. It's about saving the fleet. What about the people who went to you? I stripped their ships and took it for war, Doomcock. It's like, you're a madman, Teague. That would be the best episode. Like, come on, guys. Let's crowdfund that movie. The USS Xanadu. The USS Xanadu with Admiral Doomcock, and it'd just be like, years ago, this helmet was stuck on me on a Viper mission. It was a prototype. He's had to wear the helmet all his life. He's suffered.
Actually, I built the USS Doomcock for DC.
Do you have a picture of it you can show us?
Somewhere.
Is it a Starfleet ship?
Yeah, it's just the Enterprise kit, the same size, same exact one that the Constellation is. But I love my
Constellation.
It's NCC 1947. It's USS Doomcock, and I was able to get the letters to make it say Doomcock on it, and it came out really nice. I built it when I was staying with my mom in Vegas for a couple months.
Booby Trap. I'm forgetting which one that is in Balance of Terror. Is Booby Trap a Voyager one?
No, that's a TNG episode where they come across that really old cruiser that's like 1,000 years old, and they had died at their posts.
Circles.
No, not that one.
There's
the captain. The
we
skeletons.
do that a few times, don't we? Yes.
Yeah, the skeletons are in their seats, and Worf was impressed when they died at their posts.
You know what? Like, I would love. I just scripted my version of it where Doomcock is the benevolent admiral, and it just like in Living Legend Part 1 and 2, you meet Admiral Teague, and he's completely fucking insane. That would be great. I would just be like a cameo in that movie as the batshit crazy person who was just too driven. It's like, Teague, you can't save Star Trek. What are you trying to do? I'm gonna ram this thing right down Secret Hideout's throat. They say there's no devil Doomcock, but there is. I've seen it right out of a secret hideout.
Oh, God. Hey, look at another one.
Did we? Oh my God! Radioactive. Wow, thank you. It hasn't come through the StreamYard yet. I see it on the side of the. I'm losing the power of speech. I see it on the YouTube side. Yeah, Brain, work. Come on, Brain. The crossover is part 2. I don't see it. Can you highlight it in StreamYards for me? The crossover is, my StreamYard seems to be a little messed up. Weird. There you go. The crossover it jumped. There we go. The crossover is part 2. Was called Clash of the Titans. Part 1 was Doom Trek episode. Part 2 was Teague Trek episode. Oh, wow. Could you imagine how fucking awesome that was? Sarcasm is good. Kronos is correct. That would be awesome. Sean, which ship would you would have to be on my ship for sure. I'm sorry. I'm pulling your provisions. I'm calling the people at the Federation. I'm activating. You were a member of the Federation long before you signed on with Xanadu. And Krymon, wow. just to outdo Radioactive, Krimwan. Whoa!
Wow, man. Wow.
Thank you.
dude.
Yes. Krimwan has a very generous chat there. Thank you very much. You know what? We'll riff on for a few minutes to justify the chat because that's the spirit of the show. And I guess what we can do now is to keep the live chat. And Sean, I release you from your vows. I understand that everyone has stuff to do. And, JT, if you feel
No,
like
I'm good to hang
venting,
out. No, we're
cool,
having
if
a
you're
good
to hang
we're
out.
having a good chat here. Yeah.
This is one of the better chats we've had. I'm going to pop out the chat and put it on screen so that we can look. This way we can have the chat represented and we can talk about our poll, which gives us a chance for the chat to build up. So let me see if I can share. Am I sharing the right thing? No, maybe
Really
I can
nice,
stop the
Kremlin.
screen
Thanks.
and try it again.
And I
Kremlin,
think
thank
that
you.
that warrants a couple slices for you to go get some pie.
Oh, I'll absolutely get some pizza with that. And we talked to the oldest gamer. He wants Nicole DeBoer to do the beginning. You were there. So this is an update for everybody. Nicole DeBoer is going to be the next cameo we get.
Oh, great.
Yeah, her and Garrick cost the same amount. I think the thing is, Garrick looks old as shit, and Nicole DeBoer is like 43. So, let's think about this one for a minute, guys. But, I think Nicole DeBoer was the one that the oldest gamer wanted. But, the thing is, because of her connection to Bird of Prey 5, we have to consider, do we have her say anything about Bird of Prey 5? Or is that, I don't know if I can start the show thinking about my friend like that.
No, I don't think it's proper.
Do we have her make an ending for the show then? It's not. It doesn't feel proper at all, honestly. Yeah, it doesn't feel right. We're not going to do it.
No,
He has
we
his
don't.
emoji. We love Bird. He was our real life friend, and you know what? If you want to remember him, you got the remember Bird of Prey 5 emoji option, and we'll keep it to that. Yeah.
Maybe we can just maybe it would be nice. Maybe we should reach out to Mamo Prey and ask if we could maybe clip that and ask her permission to play that thing. Even though you could probably find it on Cameo and download it, but
I can ask Deej. We could download it off Bird of Prey 5's show, and I don't think anyone would complain.
Well, it's probably on Cameo. If you go to her stuff, it's probably on there.
I don't know if all her cameos are up there. You only get a sample one. I'm sure there's a couple that people like. Nicole DeBoer was really cool to do that one because who knows what Hail Kuroga could mean. And I don't know if he tried it now, if someone would say something like that again, because it would be going they would be Googling around like crazy before they said it. The thing that was great with our Linda Park one is that Linda Park got to say whatever she felt like saying, and she basically freelanced it, and it was cool. And she seemed to be very comfortable with the fact that people love her and love the show. So that was nice to see that she was both happy to be there and happy to be part of the whole Star Trek thing. So let's talk about our grade here a little bit. 22 of you have voted. Thank you. Vote
Good
now,
vote.
forever
That's a
hold your
good
peace.
sample.
That's I regarded 11 as scientific at 1,000, so 22 is definitely scientific at 2,000. This is a scientific sample of how our audience feels. So in this episode, we'll get an upload of some sort. So it won't get a video essay. That's just too much work. The one for Detained was worth it, though. That Detained video essay is fun. And it was the right episode for it because the episode it's so well regarded, but when you watch it, it really is so flawed. So this poll is brought to you by Krimlon, who sponsors the poll. Krimlon, thank you. The Krimlon poll is that the grade Minefield, A, 27% of 22 votes. B is 55% of the 22 votes. C gets 14% of the 22 votes. And DF does get 5%. Some people didn't like it. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I don't know if this is an F, but fair enough. Yeah. I mean, if it's scoring a C with Sean, maybe if you don't like Star Trek that much, or this isn't your favorite show. See, this is the thing. Because of several other mistakes, the show doesn't have the goodwill to overcome this. When I watched this the first time, I enjoyed it a lot, but it was wearing on me a little bit this show. I felt confused by this show, and I think it was because it was out of order and stuff.
And
the first time I truly enjoyed this was binging it over a long weekend, by the way.
Yeah, and what you just said, you keyed into something. The something to keep in mind, folks, is the more you watch shows, the more we tend to criticize them as time goes on. Because the wow factor wears off. And that was like, I think TOS is an exception.
TOS is an exception, although it
TOS
got a
is an
refresh
exception.
that was better than the Star Wars refresh. By the way, I'm going to end the poll in 1 minute, so vote now if you want. The Star Trek refresh on TOS is almost all good. Only Patterns of Force has moments that are terrible, and only the Horda one is diminished as a whole. The episode is just diminished as a whole. Don't watch the new special edition of the one with the Horda. It sucked. Their revisualization of the Horda sucked. It destroyed that episode. Aside from that, the refresh on Star Trek was much better, and I guess we're lucky they didn't have more money because they were going to go further, but they didn't. So
Yeah.
we're lucky we have both versions. I like that we have two versions.
Oh,
TOS
yeah.
is different. And is this show maybe the Star Wars prequels of Star Trek?
Maybe, but when I was saying that, I wasn't thinking of the remastered version. I was just thinking like as plot and story and stuff. Like with Voyager, I remember when as time goes by, I'm more critical of Voyager as time goes on than I was the first time I've seen them, because we have time to analyze it and think about it, and we become better critics ourselves. But TOS, I think, is an exception with that. Episodes don't get worse over time at all for me.
I was weirdly proven what do you call it? I was weirdly proven right in my decision when I was watching, like, when Deep Space Nine was going and stuff like that. I just was like, you know what, like, life's going on, I'm having fun, let me go hang out with my girlfriend, let me go do this thing with my buddies, let me go to the football game, let me watch, Monday, let me watch the Jet game. Like, we all make bad choices, but you know what, so, like, this show got out from under me, and I was like, there'll always be good Star Trek. I'll watch this show later. Now, I was wrong about the part where there would always be good Star Trek, but now that good Star Trek stories are actually a commodity, it's like, y'all just drank all your Star Trek. I still got a full canteen at Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
And I didn't like that show that much when it first was on. I thought it was dark. I thought it was arcane. I thought it had needless spinning gears that made it too complicated. And I loved Quark and Garrick, and I loved when I saw Bashir, because those episodes tended to be outside of all the Byzantine plotting and like almost like spy movie level of intrigue. There was so much intrigue on DS9 that
And it works sometimes, yeah, but not all.
Right, it works sometimes. The best thing I could say is I want. Oh my God, Sean, don't do it yet. I'm going to use the transporter to bring on.
Wait,
the biofilters. When you hear the transporter, you can activate the pattern buffer, but I have to turn on the sound effect. I'm going to turn on the biofilters to make him less angry, but JT Kirk is joining us. Here he is. We're going to beam him right to the bridge.
I'm going to come.
Sorry, was I premature with that? Was I premature?
I heard the beam running through, so I figured I'd just beam him on. I didn't know if I communicated clearly. I messed up on the opening. Hi, JT.
Well, hi, JT.
JT's gathering his thought. He's very excited to talk about Minefield. It's the first thing on his mind. We might see some raw emotion here in a moment. Well, please give JT a moment to compose himself as he comes into the conference room. Just sit down at your station. Hey, Mr. Kirk.
Yeah,
How
hailing
about that
frequencies
game?
scattered. Right.
You're
as
a
you
little
brought
bit
me in.
robotish.
Oh yeah, you're
Yeah.
roboting bad there. Yeah,
I'm roboting.
it sounds choppy. Like it's not
Did we
roboting.
solve
It's
this
like
last time? What was the cure we came up with? We cured it last time. Was it
Let me
leave and come
see.
back?
No, here. One moment.
Oh, we knew what it was. It was in the options of the
well,
of the audio.
you know what it is? He's just too far down in Regula. The signal's not clear.
He's on regular one.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, should we fix that? Well, I can fix this one. Here we go. I think. If I can remember what the pop-out control is. I just don't remember. Oh, no.
Sure.
You spend a lot of your time as a YouTuber just redesigning the shape of everything on your screen. There we go.
Okay.
You do. You reconfigure a lot.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but the roboting thing's going on. But it's not unacceptable, so go for it. Don't worry about it. How did it feel to be in my world? With we're getting your offensive coordinator is going to be our coach. You must be glad to be rid of him, huh? Or your defensive coordinator, rather. He's going to be the Jets coach, right?
Whoa. Whoa. My Christopher Walken, RRT and Z.
Is that any better?
Your volume's fine. What did I
Roboting
miss?
is
Oh,
gone.
wow. It's slightly choppy, but I wouldn't
It's
call it roboting
helicoptering.
anymore.
It's like helicoptering. It's like you're talking
Well-
into a fan.
Well, gosh darn it. Let me demote my comms officer 1 minute.
I would do a
Okay.
computer restart and come back in and
Yeah, did we find out that was the cure last time? Take like 2 minutes
Probably.
and come back, and I'll read the super chat, JT.
Is it better
Let's
now?
see.
no. I
No,
would
it's
just
not
restart
having
your
an
computer,
effect.
brother.
It's the deck. Unplug the
Yeah.
turn the deck off and on.
I
Do you
did
have the
that already.
Do you have the
I did
Focusrite?
that already.
Do you have a
Yes.
Focusrite deck?
Mhm.
Do you know what? My Focusrite deck went out on me this week, and when I went and looked at the, first of all, turning off the software seems to help. If you turn off the software or close the window for the Focusrite software, the deck works a little better. You were the Focusrite phone number. I think. Oh, you were in on this conversation. When I googled their phone number, it's in Palisades Park, California. So I don't think you're gonna get customer service. Something's going on with the Focusrite stuff. There was a reason why they were on sale on Amazon for such a great deal.
Okay. Is that any better now?
You're crispy, but we can understand you.
Okay.
I'm still hearing the same thing. It's like that. It's like I can't hear.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I would like, I mean, change the mic setting in
you have a
StreamYard to
USB
a
backup?
different option. Now
I
he's
hear
not there at all.
JT. No, I hear him.
About that.
Like his
That's
volumes went.
really bad.
Try turning off your echo cancellation and your noise cancellation, because what's happening to you is a combination of what sometimes happens to me
Okay.
and plain old roboting. You're underwatering and you're roboting. You're having the worst of both worlds.
Oh, where'd the super chat go?
Oh, let me read the super chat. I'm sorry. This was a great episode. When Archer cried, "I bid you stand, men of the West," before leaping for the TARDIS and beheading Megatron with his lightsaber to save Narnia from the Cylons. 10 wept for joy. Oh, wow. That seems to have changed something. You're
Okay.
quiet, but I can change that. Don't mess around.
Yeah, you're better
man.
now. There you go.
I'm going to make you
Okay.
louder, though.
You just got
Thanks,
a lot of
RT and
StreamYards.
Z. Wow,
RTNZ.
everyone's being so generous tonight. This is awesome.
JT should be fine now. Say something,
Okay.
JT.
Something.
Yeah,
you're
oh,
good.
wow.
Something.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah, there's something going on, but it's no longer bad at all. It's not. This is something that happened to me with the Focusrite stuff. I'll tell you a little bit about my experience later, but we've spent enough time on tech stuff. Do you want to talk about Minefield for a moment? And let me just see what time you got here so I can edit this in later.
Well, what is there to really say? I like this episode. I like it a lot. And so,
There were so many things in here that I thought would make you hate this episode, JT.
well, it does have the ticking time clock.
It has two.
Yes. Yes, it does. And I hope I still sound okay.
Yep.
No,
Yeah, you're
no
good.
offense. Okay, awesome. So that was all in the StreamYards end. So congrats to them for doubling the prices and having the quality on the audio there. But anyway, yeah, there are so many things that you'd think I wouldn't like about it, but I just love Romulans. You know, I'm not a Romulan sympathizer per se, but I love some Romulans in my Star Trek. So I'm kind of a simp for them in this episode. And there's really nothing more to it than that, guys. Like, yeah. I know, nothing profound, nothing profound. I'm still reeling from Lionsgate, not the production studio either.
Yeah, my God, I'm so sorry
Hey,
about that. But real quick,
look
what
who
would you give
popped
it in a
in.
grade?
Look who
I gave
popped
it
in
an A.
real quick.
I gave it an A, A
Do we-
minus.
who's it?
Like a
Really?
93.
Wow.
Yep. I didn't hear what you
It's
guys gave it.
Outlaw Bill. Hey, Outlaw. Good to see you,
I
buddy.
gave it a C, a flat C, a 70.
Really?
And T gave it a B minus. Yeah, I gave it a C because the story itself is an A. It's good stuff,
Acting
good
is an
character
A.
content. The acting is great. The whole premise, but the thing was, it should not have been Romulans. It should have been as another race. It is far too early in canon to introduce the Romulans. They're too close to Earth to where the Vulcans wouldn't have known where they were. They weren't supposed to know where they were. It's just it ruined too much, and you have to do too much pretzel twisting of nerdsplaining to kind of make it fit, and it just it irritates me a lot. They should not have.
Well,
It was like the first thing that we get of member berries. You know, like, oh, let's bring the Romulans.
yeah.
They didn't need to. That part is a D, is a poor decision. So, but that coupled with the great performance and the great story itself gives it a C. But it's a C episode that I will gladly watch over and over.
Sure.
It didn't
Yeah, it's a
kill
fun
it.
episode.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
it's still
Fair
fun.
enough.
Yeah, it's still fun. I still like it. I'll watch it. I won't skip it. But it's okay. Like sometimes like a guilty pleasure. Like
Well, I
so
kind
it's
of blame-
bad.
I
Did
blame
you give this
Daniels
an A?
for all the continuity mistakes.
Yeah, there you
A
go.
very
Dan.
low A, T, but it's still an A.
That's-
92,
that's-
93.
I gave it a straight up B. I think I was like, I was like, I'm okay with this episode. You might be surprised what my problem with the episode was, and I think everyone found it at least to be an interesting take on what my problem was. Is why
no
didn't we just
decon
see the
chamber.
Romulans?
No
No,
decon chamber.
we should have just seen the Romulans, not them,
yeah.
but us. Since the audience already knew it for 30 years, there was like Sean said, well, we're preserving them for like the other show, and I thought about that for a while. I was like, but then in that other episode, we outright see him. So like,
But but the thing was, the seeing of them in Balance of Terror was a payoff shot. Like it ruins
right,
that.
but there's an
surprise.
Enterprise episode that other episode of Enterprise is guilty of that one. But I thought
Right.
that since we know what the aliens are like, what these Romulans are like, why shouldn't we, the audience, see them?
Right.
And it would have been a very interesting opening to see like start on a Romulan ship. Start with the
What kind of,
Romulan
like, are you
captain
saying-
having breakfast.
Let me ask you if you could explain further. Are you saying like if the whole episode would have been shown from the Romulan perspective?
That would have been overboard because
That
we
w-
just did Carbon Creek. If you could have done that instead of a Carbon Creek, but Carbon Creek was more important to the show, they had to show people
Well,
that
again, that
Jolene
goes to my
Blalock
point
wasn't
where
an
this
uncanny
episode-
looking person.
Right, but that goes to my point. This episode should have been much later in the series if they were going to do it at all. Not season.
Yeah, we said
Not
it
season.
last week, and we'll say it this week. These episodes seemed moved around. We'll try to track down production codes and stuff like that. But
Well, this should have been
all
season
right.
4. This should have been a season 4 episode.
Yeah,
I'll just-
probably. But I also see maybe I have reverence for this episode because I also read the novel series about the
Oh.
Romulan War. That was an Enterprise series, which I quite liked. I thought it really took Enterprise to another level.
It's a
So-
series. So, as Enterprise was involved in the Romulan War?
Yes. Yeah, it was like
Where can you pick that
well,
up?
an
That sounds
Earth-
interesting.
Yeah. Let me see.
I have the internet here.
Yeah. But I'm trying to find the book. It's Star Trek Enterprise: The Romulan War, Beneath the Raptor's Wing.
Oh, I see. There's 3. It's a trilogy.
Yes. And I actually bought all 3, and I liked them 15 years ago. I read them.
Okay,
So, yeah.
check that out. Okay.
Yeah, maybe Kindle might be the best way to go outside of actual paperback. Depends how you like to consume your media. But Yeah, it's part of a 20-book series about Enterprise with all the novels and stuff, allegedly, according to them. But it's really those three make the story.
That sounds like a really good story.
Hey, look at this. Radioactive has a great comment, Teague, about your premise.
What's you have it highlighted. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If they show, sometimes I forgot about that. If they show it from the wrong perspective, they could have intercepted a video transmission, being shocked that seemed to Paul Vulcan.
Yeah.
Yes, and that would have motivated them not to turn on their view screen.
Yeah.
Fuck these people. They're hanging out with a goddamn Vulcan. Could you imagine how great that would have been? And like the Romulans being all Islamophobic about it. Fucking Vulcans, they're real shit.
That would have also explained perfectly, because in this episode, by all rights, the Romulans should have blown them out of the sky. They'd warned them. They'd give them, like, you've got to get out. And then they waited, like, 10 minutes goes by and they don't do anything.
They fired a shot across the nacelle, like in Act 2.
That little bit of exposure saying, okay, don't destroy them. We got to find out what's going on with these people. Let's sit back and watch. Let's just scare them, but not, Yeah, what a great idea.
But they were kind of like the parents who are like, if you don't do this right now, you're going to be grounded. And then
I think that was probably out there. And why is Sean's box larger than mine? This is the problem of doing YouTube. People go up your box, and you have to go over there and take it back.
You want me to edit the layout?
If it helps,
I'm
you're not the smallest of the three either.
No, soon I'll be a big man in this YouTube box. Here we go. Oh, we've updated the layout yet again. It's getting dizzy here, but you know what? Honestly, the best thing they could have done was have at least a segment, and I would have said the opening segment from the point of view of the Romulans. And they could have been like, there's a ship stuck in the minefield. Those mines, their cloaking devices are like, whatever. They're really that's stolen Suliban technology cloaks aren't so great. Like maybe one day we'll be able to cover a ship with them. No, that's still just hypothetical. Yeah. Think of all the things they could have said that the Enterprise crew couldn't say that we, the audience, knew, and they didn't exactly bank on we have knowledge that they don't to make a story, because sometimes you can have a lot of fun with that. It's like, if they were all dumb and naive and trying their best to be buddy with the Romulans, and we see they try to communicate with them, and the Romulans are looking at their video screen and they're like I said, they've got a Vulcan with them. It's like, these people are dicks.
My whole thing is like, Sean, you were talking about pretzel twisting canon to get it to fit this in. I want to know how the Romulans left their star system this early.
That's exactly.
I also said that
to warp drive.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, because they can go like warp 1.2, 1.3, and they're too close to Earth at this point in the series.
I think they've closed the gap.
The Enterprise is too close to Earth still. They haven't gone far enough out.
I think they closed the tech gap on the Vulcans. I think they can go warp 4.5 like the Vulcans, but I think the deal is, like you said, they're way too far away.
Well, Vulcans can go warp 7.
So then, I would say they could probably do that. But the thing is, if we had the Romulans, we could have had their point of view, but also from the Enterprise. How about this? It's like the sustained warp captain's personal log. The sustained warp drive tests have gone very well, and we've made radio contact with several societies that we look forward to greeting on our way back to Earth. But right now, we're further away from Earth than any other ship has ever been, and now off the Vulcan star charts, charting our own space for the first time in human history. You know what I mean? Like, beyond the furthest star, to borrow a phrase from the animated series. If they had been like, we've been, and like tripping like, Captain, I'm right proud of our warp engines. We've been running them for 18 weeks and there ain't been no problem. Yep, I'm pretty darn proud too, Trip. Yeah! Unless this is hell. Judging from the food that we get these days, I can totally see that episode. You could have thrown them really far out, or earned this over the course of the season? It seems like JT said, like, no, we want this episode. And maybe they're like, we are getting letters that your chick looks uncanny and weird. Like, we don't understand why. We made her a fiberglass suit to go underneath her outfit so that she would look like a different person. It's like, assholes, you hired a model. Let her be a model. It seems like the Star Trek writers had to, from time to time, have like interventions about being out of touch. By the way, next week we're going to explore another automated space station. The last one was the vampire ship. What will this one do?
Oh yeah, I'm not looking forward to next week's episode. It's gonna be an interesting conversation.
What convenience episode?
You know, it's funny. We have better shows and better conversations about meh episodes than the great ones. Great ones are easy. There's no back and forth. There's no talk about what we do to fix it. It's just great on its
own. The carbon creep
upload
is 18 minutes, right?
Exactly.
The
like
episode
that show
is
was
35.
short. And we're talking about this one where we're varying a lot in the grade because there's a lot to talk about how we'd fix it and what's wrong and what
this space
also,
station,
we got the wildest crowd we've had here in a while. Welcome, guys, to the YouTube side of things. And this is without the monetization the AdSense turned on. So that is a relief because I was thinking that was really crushing me during the week. They were not telling people about this show for the longest time. Here's the deal. It was about the episode Doctor Doctor. It can't tell sci-fi stuff from real stuff. If you want to talk about stuff live, you'll get away with it. But if you re-upload stuff, the AI reads every word of what you said, but it doesn't understand context. So we had a friend of ours, Stark of Iron, had a show shot out from under him, and we know it was a human hand because the show it was hived off by other people and exists on other streams. But with some of these things, our thing was this: we had a conversation about sci-fi stuff, and it didn't have a problem with it as a live stream. But when you upload it, the transcript didn't compute to the AI. And that's why I told Tony, do not re-upload your show as an act of defiance. Absolutely do not re-upload your show as an act of... Because he was ready to go do it. And I was like, you may find out that you've gone a bit too far in a few places. So, you want a Jets jersey?
That's quite true. Quite true.
The First Amendment and boobs. You know what? We have the freedom of speech to say that on this channel. And you'll like my weekday show. It's got a great anagram for a name. It's called Teague's Intense Talk Show.
We need to have a segment called Tea Time with Teague. Or
Tea
Teague
Time with Teague. Like my avatar would be Judge Smales. Would it be like tea time? Like where he's like out there with that hat?
Yeah.
Or I'm thinking tea time like golf, but you have
it's okay.
The Goldfinger crew out there ready to throw a hat at you at any moment.
Well, that would be TEE time. Yeah, that's a good change on. Yeah.
How weird is it that the guy who was hired to play Goldfinger's assistant's like send up version in Austin Powers is like a real life deadly felon who's done like 2 murders and is absolutely a completely frightening creep. But by the way, you guys don't have to worry about the monetization on this. Like, don't try to overthrow the fucking government or anything insane like that, or start like pulling out freaking real enough looking guns. But the thing is this: as long as we do our segment where we do the ratings well, I'd make that the upload, and then people have an interest in that. We have upload only people who only like our uploads, and they're fine. We love you too. And I always say, if you upload only and you're here, this is your first live stream, thanks a lot. And that's how we managed to reach the worldwide audience. And 3 people have joined during the stream. We are at the very rock and roll number 2112.
Nice.
It is nice. It's cool. You guys like us. You really like us. I thank you all very much. That's why the Star Trek streams aren't monetized. So yeah, next week we're going to the episode. It's called Dead Stop, and we stop the show dead too. It really just
I've got some hot takes about that episode.
And then we run into another one that I'm not so thrilled with. A Night in Sick Bay. I think a lot of people are going to have some problems with that one too.
That's yeah.
Character development for Porthos.
Yeah,
It doesn't
not
add
needed.
much to Archer.
Not needed.
We already knew he liked his dog. It starts to look like a better idea
It's-
to have left the dog behind.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get too far. That's a tough one going to be for
Well, here's the good
People
news,
watching,
Sean. It's
too.
been 1,016 weeks since these episodes aired. You're allowed. There's no spoilers. If you want to talk a little bit about a coming one and you have some feelings, go
But then
ahead.
the one after that, Marauders pulls a Voyager out of its head.
I hate Marauders.
Are they Nausicaans?
Marauders.
No.
God, let's just watch A Bug's Life.
Yeah.
It's the same plot. It's the same
After the
beat
fuel
for beat.
start-
It's the same plot. You could watch A Bug's Life next to this episode.
But isn't there a maiden song called Marauders? So maybe you get a song parody.
Is
Oh
there?
wait, no. The one after that is called The Seventh. So there's definitely a maiden song called that. It's just a matter of am I capable of playing that maiden song?
Yeah.
Seventh
Hey,
son of a seventh son.
Here's some good tea time.
Take a look.
Here, wait,
There we go. You don't need a parachute to go skydiving. You need a parachute to go
Clever.
skydiving twice.
Very clever.
The indignant Worf drinking the little cup of tea beeps have been like gifts.
Yeah.
Like one of and that's when I called people to action. You can't fake what I showed people. That sponsorship and the way they're trying to erase Star Trek, it's in our memes and our gifs. Like they say politics is downstream of culture.
Of culture, yeah.
Well, memes are downstream of reality. And this is what's going on. These are the memes that are available for you right now on Tenor. Tenor is the default GIF for your GIF maker for your phone.
That's
Oh.
horrid. Get that off your screen, sir. Admiral, I must file a formal
Look how
protest.
many rows we have here before we're not even seeing, we're only seeing Lower Decks. We're not seeing anything from newer Star Trek at all. Look how many rows we've gone
they're all
down.
By the same account.
I think it's all by an account called Paramount. I think like Public Hangout did that, obviously. But their goal is to make your Star Trek. That's the Star Trek they want for you guys, and that's why we're hearing it again about like this hashtag and information, control. We have to take control. Like, in the episode, why am I blanking on the name? In the TOS episode with the Yangs and the Coombs, Omega Glory. In Omega Glory, they're like freedom. It's like Star Trek. It's like you use the Yang. That Star
Yang
Trek
worship
is a
word.
Yang worship hashtag. You should not. It should only be used by fans and sons of fans. And it's like no. The hashtag Star Trek should be for all men. Or it means
Everyone,
nothing. Yeah. Or it means nothing. I love when Kirk slaps the 10,000-year-old document with the back of his hand for emphasis. It's like, well, the buffalo on that planet are just made of sterner hides. That's all there is to that one. They are just really great at making paper on this planet. Why he thought that would be a good second pilot is still beyond me. Every once in a while, Gene Roddenberry would have a crazy idea. I saw JT is saying this. A law banning TikTok is enacted. Yeah, you know what? I guess this is our last show going out on TikTok. We say goodbye to our TikTok audience. All the libs of TikTok, the things you've said about us. Fuck you. You're now the libs of TikTok. Now you're hobos of the internet. How does it fucking feel now? Maybe go take your commie ideas somewhere else.
Go to Venice Beach.
What are they
I'm
gonna
talking to
do?
you, mister, and I'll call you mister no matter what you tell me to call you, you blue-haired freak. Sorry.
What are they going to do with all the Section 31 TikToks for their fan? Their fan is going to be very disappointed.
They're fan.
Why do people like it when I get angry? It's like Admiral Teague didn't need the 23andMe. It's like when I told my parents the 23andMe results. They're like, Latino and Italian? Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, well, I'm Irish too. It's like, yeah, sure.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
My mother was just like, it all makes sense to me now. But whatever.
Ouch. Ouch.
Well, yeah, she was just like,
No
know.
Latin.
I was just like, hey, that's what you're 2 for 2, but whatever. Yeah, I could get angry with the best of them. So yeah,
and you're eminently qualified for an exciting upward career in waste management.
Also, when I die, I qualify for an Italian funeral, which means JT, it's perfect. He's from Detroit. JT and Sean will fly to New York and they'll drive to the midspan of the Verrazano Bridge where they'll take me wrapped in a carpet with old car parts. And then Sean and JT will be like, of all the souls we knew, his was the most Italian. And they'll heave me off the bridge and they'll drive away and they'll go to the White Castle. Like, I qualify for a full Italian funeral.
Oh, boy.
Mark Harkness is here.
I might have
Hello.
I might have some old brake pads I can add to that.
Yeah.
Ballot.
It's like who got? It's like he loved this city, he hated 9/11, and he's being buried like Bin Laden. Bye, Admiral Teague.
Hold on, look, Lisa's saying goodnight here.
We're gonna watch party that, by the way. Lisa, that's an upcoming watch party. We own 2 episodes now. I'm gonna end up buying all of Band of Brothers. It costs the same if you buy them all anyway. I think I'll end up paying just a little bit more. It doesn't matter. We have 2 episodes. We'll get a couple more. Band of Brothers is definitely a worthy watch. We're working in on the
right?
2 days.
Right.
It's, you know what? If I bought a DVD player, right, and I got a USB plug, I don't know that it would open up a usable window so that I could then show the physical copy. So no, I'd get the streaming copies.
Okay.
But
another person just dropped in. Daniel's Hot Topics is here.
Hey, Daniel, good to see you. Yeah, we've got like the month high in concurrence going here on the old YouTube. But hey, the channel's never been
careful
stronger.
with that, Teague, because Amazon loves to pull things. They're actually pulling The Expanse.
Yeah,
I know, it's a shame.
And
it's not confirmed yet, but it looks like it.
I'm like,
I have
a
suspicion, by the way.
The physical, because damn it, you guys made that. Well,
someone's probably buying it off them. I think Tubi probably bought it. We can only hope it's Tubi. Well, if it's Fubu, it's so expensive. I can afford Sling, yeah, but Fubu, like, get the fuck out of here. $70.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
The Expanse is $89 on Prime for the box set.
Oh yeah, it's ludicrous. It's not even a 4K. They have never released a 4K.
But it is a really good show.
Oh, it's
phenomenal.
excellent.
You know what? I was just saying this today. We're talking about our modern myths. I watched a movie earlier today about the Cleveland Guardians. It was called Major League, and the name of the team wasn't even right. It was so strange. And they were saying fuck, and they were talking about having sex with women, and they were openly talking about having sex with lots of women. It had Charlie Sheen in it. We had male nudity. There was unfortunately no female nudity, but we had Renee Russo in it. So when we had a woman in the movie, she was really worth looking at, let me tell you. But ladies, if you want to see a bunch of like half naked guys, go watch Major League. Like they're all like naked in the locker room half the time, and like the president from 24 is in there. He's like a kooky voodoo guy, and Wesley Snipes, Blade is in it. But
it's also the Allstate guy
before or after the tax evasion.
For Wesley Snipes, he's still paying taxes at this point. He has a real driver's license as Willie Mays Hayes. He so wishes that they would make like Major League 5 like Willie Hayes Mays as the manager. So like starts out as the running coach of like a minor league team, make it like Brewster's Millions. I don't know. He needs to work. Like get Wesley Snipes back in front of a camera. He's magical. He was great in that Deadpool movie.
Oh yeah.
And what's going on? Like, why is I heard that the Deadpool movie has been named in litigation against Blake Lively, who everyone says is like a raging C word. I don't know much about her. I watch a show called Mrs. Sassy Quatch. Mrs. Sassy Quatch has called her out as being a bit kooky, but I haven't seen the show in a while. So if she's corrected herself, I don't know. But I recommend that show. It's a good show. What's the deal? Does anyone know?
No.
Blake Lively is maybe like a flaming weirdo, but she also had like a fight with the director of her project called It's Just Us. Is that the name of the project? So in the back and forth, the thing is the guy who this is great. It's in military. It's like let's say you're like part of a 7-nation army and you're fighting like a battle against 2 different armies, and those armies make a mistake and fight each other, and so your 2 enemies are just beating the crap out of each other. You just like can sit back and watch. This is like woke on woke. Only woke people could have this problem. Get this. So Ryan Reynolds is being sued for the part of the Deadpool movie with Nice Pool and Blake Lively. Did you see the movie? Deadpool and Wolverine?
I haven't seen it yet.
All right, so we go into the stupid multiverse, and one of the people we see is Nice Pool. He's one of the Deadpool variants. We have to find the right variant.
I have seen that scene. Yeah, I've seen that scene. It's very funny. Yeah.
And he goes, I identify as a feminist, right?
Yeah.
The director of It's Just Us says that they're mocking and satirizing him, and that Nice Pool is him, and it's very obvious that it's him. And I'm thinking, who would be proud to say Nice Pool is me? Nice Pool's an asshole. I was so happy when Nice Pool died. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Oops. Nice Pool is an asshole. You'll hate him. But that's the scene that has Lady Deadpool. And apparently, like, the line is, and I guess it's because it's his wife, he gets away with it, because Lady Deadpool is Blake Lively, and he goes, she really whipped herself back into shape after having a baby. And Deadpool Prime is like,
how dare
yeah, that's what Deadpool Prime goes. He's like, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with your misogyny. And I'm like, how is Deadpool Prime saying that? Like, Deadpool Prime is the most misogynistic character in the world, and the most like incorrect character in the world. And it's just like, what happened to the Deadpool I knew?
Find this man.
Right? And like, at this point in the movie anyway, what's going through my mind is kind of like, they can't save the MCU with this movie.
I don't care.
But it wasn't the worst movie. And like, so at any rate, like Nice Pool's like, she really whipped her body back into shape, after having a baby, and Deadpool's
Dare
like,
you?
and he's like, oh no, it's okay. I identify as a feminist. And at that point, like this whole fight scene breaks loose, and the movie moves on into another scene. But like the director of it, the last of It's Just Us, says that it's obviously obvious that it's supposed to be him, and that the man bun gives it away. To which I say, unless you're signing our Constitution or seceding from England, you shouldn't have your hair up if you're a man. Am I right?
You're always right.
Yeah, I mean,
You're the admiral.
maybe if you're jogging, I don't know. I wouldn't know. I didn't have long hair when I jogged. I will say this: when I watched Major League, when I saw Renee Russo, I was like, wow. When I saw this movie, I pretty much had the same hair as her and the same jacket she's wearing. She's wearing a Levi's trucker jacket, but I mean, like the hair, I was like, yep, because like my hair was like that when I was young, like big, like my hair's like that when it gets long. But she was, that movie, like, they were so incorrect. And they're talking about Chief Wahoo. They're calling people pejoratives
Incorrect.
that are, yes.
Incorrect.
They're calling people, they're talking about the tribe. And when it hits a home run, it goes, that one left the reservation. And like all these things that would be considered pejorative now. And it's like, because one of the first things that someone tried to do to like make me look bad was say that I had like a problem with Guardians, with American Guardians. I've always taken exception to that. So what I've done is I've kept on making jokes about Guardians, trying to get a better outcome, and it keeps working because really like no one's that upset about it. And I'm going to say something that only everyone knows to 2 other people who know it. The Cleveland Indians controversy was more than 15 years ago, and they only changed their name to make money. Am I right?
Well, just like the Redskins are changing their name back. Oh, we get to
Yeah.
sell more jerseys again.
Yes, and then the hopefully the Newark and Pejoratives will change their name back, and I can get my season tickets and start wearing my hat again. But what can I say? The Newark Yahtzees were just not a well. You thought it was the other end, well, didn't you?
Well,
No, I'm just kidding.
You know what? I hate Illinois Yahtzees. One of my favorite movies.
Next week, Patterns of Force.
Oh, God.
Yes, Blake Lively was Ms. Deadpool. RRTNZ says Lively is in litigation with Justin Badoni. Badoni is claiming Nice Pool is defamatory. I guess he doesn't know First Amendment protects parody. Good luck, man bun. First of all, I would never admit to that. I would try to if you parodied me by having me be Nice Pool, there's only one thing I can do about this. I know that I'm gonna run across you in Hollywood. I'm starting working out tonight, and I'm taking fucking spinning lessons, and I'm going to a fucking boxing training guy, and I'm learning how to fucking fight. And when I see Ryan Reynolds, I'm gonna fucking break his freaking face if I'm this guy. That's the only way. No Will Smith kind of thing. I'm talking like you go all the way. Like committed to this, as William Shatner was as committed to that movie he made in Esperanto. A bird. So I don't would anybody ever admit to the fact that that was parody of them? Before I ever admitted to it, I'd be like, yeah, you were just arrested for breaking Ryan Reynolds' jaw on the red carpet of the Academy Awards. Why? It's like, he freaking said that Nice Pool character was about me, so I figured I'd show him that I don't identify as anything but a guy who can kick his ass. And that would have been the only time I would have been able to admit that one. It was so humiliating. Who would ever want to be that? He was proud enough to say that. He's never going to win, by the way. Anyone want to guess on his chances? We don't give legal advice, but we'll speculate on this freaking case. Anyone? Guys, you're muted.
Oh, jeez.
No, I don't really have any comment.
That shot was 1 in a million.
That was, what?
That's a Disney Star Wars quote, by the
I
way.
think so, right? Yeah, is that the holdo maneuver?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's still trending on Reddit. Is kind of old and finished, but I went on there to post let's see what it's up to now. Guys, the conversation for Carbon Creek did really well. It was at 140 this afternoon. It picked up, it's getting watched about once an hour. My feeling is that whenever I make these uploads for these particular episodes, when they keep on 1 an hour for a few days, that means that they might do 1 an hour forever. That's happened a few times. Andorian Incident keeps piling on views. It just keeps getting watched. Maybe this one will just keep getting watched once an hour forever. It's you can never tell. But the Carbon Creek one, it's only 18 minutes long. It's got 156 views. And so it's outperformed the Watch Party, which got 88 views. So we get 2 bites at the apple here. And our conversation on that one was really good. And there might even be another upload in that one from the Star Wars Cameo page. SOAB. Is that something to do with Sons of Anarchy?
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Okay. I
think that's what it means.
Bitch. Okay.
If it is Sons of
Nerds
Anarchy,
don't
that
care
would
about
still be
sports.
Cool. I love that series. Although the last season was kind of weak.
What I hate is I finished 1883 personally. There's 2 more episodes for the channel to go through. Mm-hmm. What's cool is we finally found out the town that he keeps going to is actually Bozeman, Montana. So our old West Frontier show goes to where our final Frontier show goes to the stars.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I can't believe so. Paramount. Do you think Paramount was it would be great if we went to Bozeman? We're no, we
have
don't.
No idea. They have no idea. I guarantee.
How about this? It's what? How do you why do you want them to go to Bozeman, Dave? Oh, I'm a fired Star Trek lore expert. That's on my resume. It's yeah, we only hire the best here at Yellowstone. Maybe Bozeman would be a good place to go. It ties into Star Trek. You say Star Trek's a good show. Don't watch the new one. There's a new Star Trek. Don't worry about it, Taylor. Just yeah. Bozeman is where you want to go. Okay, Bozeman's where we're going. Because if he had known what they're up to now. By the way, the Tachyon Pulse reported that there was a assessment of new Trek done by the people who bought Paramount. So the Ellisons, which would be Skydance. And the assessment was that the best, most effective money move was to cancel it, which means the end of Kurtzman's Star Trek, probably in every way, because people would have to buy and license stuff from him. So you're talking about just wiping this all away. It's like, tell me something that doesn't make me over the moon with glee. What do you think of that one?
What do I think of that one?
And I'm curious what you think of the Tachyon Pulse, so I'm going to pull them up so you can see some of the other stories. But go ahead.
I'm just discovering I made a post about TikTok, and now I have bots liking my post. So
there you go. Never talk about
that.
TikTok.
Well,
never
no,
talk about TikTok.
Yeah.
So here's the Tachyon Pulse webpage, YouTube page. You can get an idea of these stories. Every one of these is a bombshell. This channel is 4 weeks old. Or 4 months old? How old is it? They started.
Yeah, it's like 4 weeks. You said, right?
Yeah, the oldest video is only like 4 weeks old. They don't have anything
did they get that
live.
level of engagement.
$800 or $900 worth of promotion on every one of them.
I guess.
Someone has money to promote.
10,000 right there. 36,000.
I've never pulled off some of these numbers. And then, like, oddly, Daredevil Born Again, the hottest thing on here, right? That's only 2 days ago, but it didn't do much. But Star Trek, 2.1 thousand in 9 hours, 11 minutes long. So all of these are past the point. Even the shortest one is long enough to get a mid-roll, as they're called, which is like how... Tachyon Pulse, I invite you on here. I sense clickbait. Listen to these stories. The intro's the intro. Then Technobabble, I don't know what that is. Stargate, producers don't trust Amazon. That might be knowable. The Expanse, still hope.
Shit, I don't trust Amazon. You know how many times they deliver to the wrong door?
Exactly. Although
it's always
Sean,
when you're buying stuff you don't want anyone else to see, too. It's like,
Sean got a dented NX01 box, so we could write back to them about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was not packaged. It was in a it wasn't in a box. It was in a just the flimsy
bags.
Yeah.
Holy
by the way,
shit!
Real quick, Admiral T, you were talking earlier about patterns of force.
Right.
I don't know if you remember this scene. It's step out of it.
That's about right. That's about right. 100 out of 100 on that.
Teague's meltdown intensifies. Joe, snap out of it! It's like, could you imagine, like, Kirk looking at Spock and just going, I don't know what he said, and I don't think he does either. Oh, jeez.
Just
And it's like,
on so many levels. On so many levels.
They're talking to Malakon. JT loved the meme. Sean.
There we go.
JT and Sean working together. By the way, would that mean that Kamala Harris would be Kamala Khan? Like, Malakon is the name of the second in command, right? It's Malakon is the next guy in charge, so Kamala Khan would be in charge if we don't save Joe Biden. We have to keep him alive for at least about 36 more hours. God, the danger would get worse.
Bloody Hepburn says, "You are not of the body."
so much for we're not being political, but you know what? We live in the real world. That is a start. That is not.
There's one day.
There's one day left, and you know what? I'm going to say something. We live in a real enough world that's a world leader. Like, it's anti-authoritarian. There may come a time when we make fun of the new president too. He might do something that's weird. I can promise you, in 4 years, he'll manage to do at least one or two weird things, and one or two ironically funny things, and we'll probably, what comes around goes around. It's only fair. But you know what? That was a great meme, and it really fits in with the episode because what happened? Like
Yeah,
he was
exactly.
supposed he was purported to be from this advanced society. He goes to visit these primitives. And in his mind, he's looking down on them, and it fits the zeitgeist of what people said about Biden. That he's from another planet. That he thinks he's better than everybody else. And that Holy Joe is hitting his knees praying all day. You know what I mean?
And he thinks he can make a failed system work.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, hey,
Yeah.
let's try these things that have never worked before. I think I can make it.
Make everybody
can
bunch of
happen.
Zayons, yeah.
But Biden, why the United States of the 21st century?
Yeah. Which, by the way, I am fully happy with doing a Trump meme as well.
Yeah, I mean the day's gonna come, guys. We're like, it's topical. It's a little bit funny. Everyone here has their own fucking opinions. It was a good meme. If you've seen the Star Trek episode, that meme means nothing unless you've seen that Star Trek episode too, because there's no paraphernalia in there. There's nothing, no symbology. Somebody, some little troll man is time coding that. Guess what? No symbology. We're ready for you, troll man. But
I'm going to post it on X.
That was a great meme. Yeah, you know what? Post that one on
Samuel
X.
Jackson in there. A meme.
Tag me in that X post for
You know what
sure.
I'm talking about.
Okay.
Too. A meme, Lord.
A meme, Lord. You know what? I gotta be honest. Let's talk for a second about Samuel Jackson as a military leader. Samuel L. Jackson is the worst military leader of all time, and he is also the worst leader of all time in movies. Every fictional organization Samuel L. Jackson has run, except when he dealt drugs in Formula 52 or whatever the hell that movie was, has failed. SHIELD had flying aircraft carriers when he starts. At the end of his tenure, they're done. He's like a homeless guy.
Dad.
We love you, John. It was great to see you. We hope
Thanks
you had
for
a good
popping
time. Thanks for being here.
Hopefully we gave you a good laugh there.
And where was I in my crazy rant?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
Jackson was
Oh,
the
yeah,
leader.
it's just nothing-
He started with flying aircraft carriers, and then they were like gone at the end.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, if you saw the Skrull War, he's like a homeless guy now. Like, he's walking around looking like a homeless
Admiral
guy.
Teague, who's worse? Samuel L. Jackson in those movies, or the Galactica 1980 comic Admiral Adama flying the Battlestar Galactica over the White House.
Oh, God, yeah. You know what? Did you know we had
conversation last night? Yeah.
Did you know I beamed Dave C up yet last night onto the bridge, and he was here for like a couple hours?
Really?
Yeah, like
they were
I
talking
figured, what
about
the
that
hell?
whole
One
thing,
good
yeah.
turn deserves another, and we looked at Trek culture together, and we did something that I wish you had been here for that one because we were transforming Trek culture. So what I did was I put all of our avatars over the Trek culture thing, and so this way we were free from their a lot of their ability to come after us. So if I go 6 seconds, they can't come after you because I think audio is 15, right? So I'm willing to go about 10. So we were playing some of their audio about how like this streaming era has been so great for Star Trek and been so amazing. And I was like, how? Like it hasn't even been the same quantity that we would have gotten in 8 years of Star Trek. In one given 8-year period, we got like the whole run. Like we got 2 years of. There was an 8-year period where we got 2 years of TNG, 7 years of Deep Space Nine, and 2 years, about 3 or 4 years of Voyager. Am I?
Well, yeah.
Is that
At one
about
point,
right?
all three
There was
series
a
were.
year where they
We went to a
overlapped.
year that
There
where
were
all
like
three
a
were
few
gone.
weeks.
I thought it was TNG ended season 7 and then Voyager started in the fall, something like that.
Yeah, I don't think they were all three were on at the same time.
Well, but
I
in
think
the same calendar year, I think
same
they all-
calendar year there were 3 Star Trek shows. One ends, one debuts, and one is starting to hit its pace. I still think that Deep Space Nine, people are always angry at me about this observation. Let me just make this one real quick. It's the most different Star Trek show. I remember R.M. Briggs saying that it was the most different Star Trek show and the most successful Star Trek show, which was confusing to me, but I'm sure it's true. Here's the thing: it is the most different Star Trek show, and it is like the most successful Star Trek show in a lot of ways. But like, how much of that was like people like loved the Next Generation? It got discovered late, and it was just like the Next Generation was on, and then Voyager was on. I mean, and then Deep Space Nine was on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There was a knock on
R.M. Briggs
effect.
is right though when she said that it was the start of the filth, of what she labeled the filth.
Because those 3 episodes with Section 31.
Yeah. And then there were other things in the series that was really a middle finger to Roddenberry's vision, and we're only now seeing it. But it was there.
They did have manipulation of a minor in a way that you can't explicitly detail on YouTube as well.
All right, yeah, let's stay away
Against
from that
Jake.
one. I'm not sure which one it is.
However, I completely disagree with most people who say that the last 3 seasons of DS9 are the best. I think they're actually the worst. I think the first 3 seasons of DS9 are in fact the best because they do the most Star Trek things without focusing on a multi-season war that not only is it contrived, it doesn't work because they're like they do this in Enterprise too. They're at war, but then they like take 3 weeks off to go like get their nails done.
Yeah,
you know, and then
let's go play baseball on the holodeck.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, no, you're not going to be doing that. I don't care. And so the first 3-4 seasons, I think, are by far the strongest. However, people don't like it because it tends to be a little clunky. And I'm like, well, if you don't like clunky, then just tell me right now you don't like TOS.
Yeah,
because TOS had a lot of clunk in it.
And you know what? Yeah, and maybe that's like what we're talking about, like what modern audiences like. Like the long arc stories. That's just kind of how things have evolved. So the next version of Trek is going to have to strike a good balance between having a good overall arcing storyline and staying episodic.
Kronos, is that me with low volume? It might be. I just moved up closer to the mic.
Yeah, that was proximity maybe because you did get a little louder.
It was proximity. Okay.
I do hear someone
Sean,
tap
right.
dancing.
That's
the Admiral.
bad keyboard.
Well, it's also because you have a
answered the
mechanical arm
subspace.
with
Yeah,
metal.
Oh yeah, it's the metal.
My Bluetooth keyboard stopped working. It's a piece of garbage. I tossed that thing. So I got to get like just a regular wired-in keyboard that has keys that don't stick. I bought this great cyber power computer. It's a great computer. It's a good build. But the keyboard that came with it, it's like it's made out of like super glue or something. Yeah, below garbage tier. The space bar sticks. It's every bad thing.
Yeah.
It's got to go. And like it's so bad that I have to go to my other computer to order a new computer. And also, like, I guess one thing I should do is I should take a look over on to the X window and see if we have any questions coming up on X that haven't come through. Right now, because we noticed that, like, sometimes, like, Sean was having a thing where he was seeing people that I wasn't seeing coming through on, did you have an X window open before the other day? Because, like, we were seeing, was it Nikki? I never saw her things coming across StreamYard at all, but it was Germ who was seeing them. I guess it was Germ who was seeing them. It is just keyboards. Not only is this one loud, Kronos, it was designed by people who just like loved noise and hated people, and they hated the English language and all languages and all words. When there is no ability to use the spacebar, all words have no meaning.
So
I will say that.
You're saying it was made in China.
It was made in China. It probably was made in China. Who knows? Or like Formosa. It's a big league keyboard. So wait, we just show this to you and then we'll get out of here. Like it's another 4-hour show. So like I keep saying, the shorter, more approachable shows. That's why I kind of gotta get the what do you call it? I sort of have to do the uploads because the show does get crazy long sometimes. This is the Tachyon podcast. Look at these stories. So Tachyon Pulse has still hope for the Expanse. Doctor Who canceled Risk. I don't know what that means. I think that that might be like two people divided by a common language. They might be
who cares
British.
if it's canceled?
Yeah, that
because
one's
no one's watching it anyway. In the
1.5 thousand views.
Yeah, the Christmas special had the lowest view count ever for Doctor Who. If I remember
The Tachyon
right.
Pulse. The Tachyon Pulse introduction is their first video from 4 weeks ago, and it's just the Tachyon Pulse has not completely penetrated the anomaly in the voice of Data. And like the Tachyon Pulse is the ultimate plot device, but so this is his entire body of work.
Well,
he's around 4 weeks.
I'm hitting it with an anti-polaron beam right now, so
Thank
they
you.
may have problems. Yeah, they
So-
may have problems.
So he's telling us everything we want to hear. There's a Firefly reboot. The Daredevil story is safe, but look at this. The Daredevil story, 437 views. Star Trek revealed. This is, I guess he has someone here talking to him, but this is only 689 views. Now, that's within our reach. We can do that sometimes. Usually we have to go live to do it, but we can do that one. 2.1 thousand views in 9 hours, though. That's a feat. That's a feat. And he has 1.67 thousand subscribers. So my feeling is heavily promoting with traditional promotion to drive up these views because they're really shockingly high. Because if he came out of nowhere with this 7-second video 4 weeks ago, and then 3 weeks ago, 270 views, and then 1.8 thousand right away, then 3,000, 1.5 thousand, 500. That's Disney, so maybe that's a Disney thing. Back to Star Trek, 2.2 thousand. Doctor Who, 2.9 thousand. Star Trek, 8.8 thousand. Now, that was a big week for Star Trek maybe 2 weeks ago, but not in any substantial way that was going to move the needle. It wasn't unification. Shocking Section 31 update. That's about 2 weeks ago, too. We had that story at the same time. The reboot of Knight Rider, that sounds like, I don't know where that one's coming from. I haven't heard that one. Big update, Stargate, Amazon will go back. New Stargate update, Amazon will go back. Amazon go back. I don't know what that means. I don't know what he means by that. Then Disney Hijack reboot, exclusive. And that's like such a clickbait thumbnail. Disney Hijack reboot. And you can see he's been to thumbnail school. He knows how to make a good thumbnail. Exclusive
right.
shock. Well, the thing is, they don't break any YouTube rules. They're never going to cause you a few problems. They don't go too far in a few places. So, 8.8 thousand views for all these anti-Kurtzman Star Trek things. More power to you, brother. You're invited on this show. But his latest thing is that a cost analysis at Paramount showed them that Star Trek was not only not making money, that not only was it about the same to get rid of Kurtzman as to make anything else, that not only was buying him out, making it cheaper, long run, going down the line, because no one would have to license anything from him, that ending him now would be the best way to do it. Ending his Star Trek now would be the best way to do it. That is like music to everyone's ears, and everyone wants to fucking hear it. But,
well, Kathleen Kennedy is
how's
on
he
the
know?
ropes. Rumor has it she's gone. She's halfway out the door already.
How does he know this? And like, here's his style. This is like how the Tachyon podcast. He's just in a room, single camera. It's not a video essay. Now, my best effort video essay for Detained. Now, granted, it's 22 years old. The episode that did 500 views, and that's hard to pull off for a 22-year-old episode of Star Trek. Andorian Incident, for some reason, people love the episode. I think whenever we see Shran, it's going to go up a little bit. We need Shran. Boy, we need Shran. If you guys missed the old days of people hating on Deep Space Nine episodes on the old show, we got a few episodes coming up, folks. We're gonna have a few opinions. This was a beautiful couple of weeks here, and boy, Shockwave was bad. By the time we get to episode 5, we're gonna have to say that, like, of the last 7 episodes of Star Trek, only 2 of them were really good. Like, of this Enterprise experience, we're getting into, like, some episodes that, like, if they're better than I thought, that would be great. But I don't have fond memories of a couple of these episodes coming up.
Yeah. This next one's going to be tough, but it's going to be a great panel discussion. That's for sure.
When we're
I'd rather
angry,
us
we
talk
make
about
the best
I'd rather us
episodes.
talk about a bad episode than a good one, because
It's
it gets
getting to the
better
point-
conversation.
You know what? The best conversations are of TOS, honestly, because it's just like it's everything you could ask for. Because the elements that make conversations about bad episodes are still there. It's like some bad props that we can have like a riff on, and that's a fun conversation. But it's brilliant. So the best parts of Star Trek are there too. For some reason, that original series is just so magical. I mean, I guess because so much care was taken, and I guess it was because it was on at the right time. But but yeah, the bad episode conversations are like when I derailed everyone's opinion of Detained, and I ended up being right. That was a good conversation. I felt like, because I always like being right, but that ended up being a real, like, that upload did well because it challenges everyone's opinion of what they thought of the episode, and people like. Kind of, we did, like, I don't know if we really helped out Star Trek, but we're not propagandists. The idea is, like, this show already had a bad rap, and we took one of the more well-remembered episodes, and we debunked it. The thing is, if you were going back and being like, I didn't give Star Trek Enterprise a fair shake, the first episode I should watch would be, well, go ahead and watch the one with Dean Stockwell. That'll be good. You'll get a shit episode. If you watch Broken Bow, you're in good shape, though. That's a good episode, Broken Bow. Even Pride Weather is good in Broken Bow. I found the
thought
sweet
I'd
spot
get
of the
through a
show.
whole night without having that guy brought up, but I see,
Hey, no, well, we actually gave this episode, JT. We gave this episode a positive mark because Mayweather pressed the correct button. Like
And
he
looked
fulfilled
like
his
he wanted
role
to
in the
press it.
episode, and he got the ship into warp.
He looked up at the screen beyond where the camera was in a believable way without looking right into the camera lens, and we thought that was a huge improvement from when he stared blankly at the guard who was interrogating him at the Patriot Enhancement Center.
I feel
The
like he should be
Patriotism Enhancement Zone.
he should be the member of the crew that just repeats everything the computer says. A la Galaxy Quest. I think
How
that might
about
be a
this?
better
A little
role.
visit from Nagilum.
You know what?
Yes.
JT gets it.
Oh yes.
There's something I wanted to bring up tonight. There's something I noticed earlier, and I don't know if you guys have caught this. So, you ever, when we watch TOS and we watch TNG, and they're referring to the ship, they go, "We have to get back to the Enterprise." They call it the Enterprise. This show calls it Enterprise. They don't put the.
Got to get back to Edge. Sometimes they say back to the NX. I've heard Tucker say we got to get back to the NX.
But mostly they refer it to we have to get back to Enterprise. Enterprise is on its way.
Grammatically okay.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
fine.
just it was interesting that I noticed that was a little difference in the show. It's like the writers got together and go, let's make sure let's call it Enterprise. We don't want to call it the end. It was just interesting to me. And another thing
So we've got our rules down. Nobody wears glasses. There will be no paper. We're going to eat in every episode. We'll show some people getting dirty. And you know what? We're going to go there. We'll have an unshaved scene for somebody. We'll show someone shaving. We'll be real.
Yeah, but it was just interesting. I just noticed that little difference, and it's not good or bad. I just I caught it.
Very appropriate for Malcolm to do that, especially because that's more of a British way of doing it. Not
get
having
back to
the
Enterprise
in there. Right.
Well, Malcolm wanted to shave when he was going to die in Shuttle Pod 1.
Yeah,
and then Trip told him that your beard grows after you die. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't technically grow, but your skin starts to dehydrate and it contracts, and then the hair looks longer. But anyway.
The thing is, he would have looked more respectable than Trip's corpse.
Sure.
See, there's another thing I know. I've been watching a couple TNG shorts.
Right.
I've noticed in the writing in that a lot of times, and it was horrible. It pissed me. It gets at me. Picard will ask a question. Did the census record that? They say, "Aye, sir." Like I as in yes, like they're saying it's an affirmative. It should be no, it's yes, sir. I is I understand and will comply. It's you're saying yes to an order. Like
I can say that it's
you like
changed
Sean,
in their Navy.
go down and scrub the plasma conduits. Aye, sir. But they're saying it like like Scotty would. Oh, aye, Captain.
Oh, aye, yeah.
They're saying it
Well,
like
it does have
Scotty's
that-
saying yes. And
I
it
guess
really
he-
pisses me off. It really gets to me because it's horrible, right? It's not how they would talk.
It's archaic in our dictionary now, 200 years before them. So yeah, it's really archaic for them.
Yeah, but like Kirk would talk to Scotty. Hey, Scotty, did you take care of that? Oh, aye, sir. Yeah, that means
Was there anyone in here when that thing blew? Aye.
yeah.
The last
but
words we hear about James T. Kirk is from Scotty.
Yeah, but they're saying AYE, where
Right.
I is the letter I. I understand. I will comply. It's a naval term.
I remember there's one episode where Riker dresses someone down for saying aye aye. He's like, one eye is sufficient.
Yeah, one I is sufficient. Exactly. Yeah, I.
That's the episode Ensigns of Command, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, I think Commander Riker hates me, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure he hates you
Well,
too,
that's
bro.
because you thought he was Canadian, and
That's yeah. Come on, what the hell are you talking about? I love Jonathan Frakes' delivery of "what the hell" is always great. The hell are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't intend to take us down to that tangent, but it's something I noticed today, and I'm like, I gotta get this out in the show because it pissed me off. I hate that.
That's cool. I think we've pretty much covered the Star Trek stuff. I'll tell everybody, you can catch me on Tuesday and on Thursday doing like pop culture and news and other stuff, and there'll be Yellowstone stuff, and just doing like a regular show that's not like always about Star Trek. If there's Star Trek news, I'll do that too. But I touch on the other stuff that goes on in the world as well, and the other franchises, and I talk about Star Wars and other stuff like that for you. So I'm around on Tuesdays and Thursdays for that. YouTube stopped telling people. It's just that we can't. Like when you do a few shows a week, Star Trek only gets a little old. So we've expanded it during the week, and we talk about the real world. And like Friday, when I'm around and I can do it, this Friday show was fun. Like transforming that Trek culture stuff was fun. And I think we found a safe enough way to do it. People deserve to see what they're saying to us. When I showed you guys those GIFs, was that reassuring? I mean, I can't create that. Go to Tenor GIFs, put in Star Trek, and see what it shows you. You know what? As far as I'm concerned, we're all that's left of the United Federation of Planets. And if you would join my channel, if you haven't subscribed, please do. If you have subscribed and you would be willing to become a member of the channel community and join, memberships are open. It'd be great. We had some new members join tonight. What did Bone say? Well, for a while, we're going to be the jolliest crew in space, Jim. It's like we find a way to accidentally have everyone shot up with space. The best episodes of Star Trek are the ones where they accidentally get high. Am I right?
Yeah.
possibly the Enterprise
next week's
one
special-
was so.
And next week's special guest, of course, Kamala Khan. All right, guys. JT, what are you up to this week?
Sure. So I may be on with Mark D with the C tomorrow night for Sunday Night Geekery. Tuesday night, I will be on Dadman Walking 55's channel talking some sports ball. And Wednesday, I will be on Dave C's channel talking Galactica 1980, the comic issue.
I have been invited to reprise my role on that, so I may return.
Very
I had
good.
some theories. that my theory was they can't draw. They can't draw. That was my theory. I was like,
Yeah.
a lot of these people are walking away when we see them. Why? Why don't we?
Yeah.
Well, how many scenes is it just a hand pushing a button? And they also they couldn't keep track who was saying what. It's like the show.
Yeah.
That was a fun comic book watch, though.
It
That was-
really was. We tore it apart, but it was still fun. So
It was a fun
that's-
listen, yeah.
that's where I'll be in the coming weeks. So I'm sure I'll see many of your bright, happy virtual faces there. So thank you.
And Sean Carter, you're what are you up to this week?
I think I'm going to be on Pop Culture Breakdown. We're going to be talking about a movie called
Pop Culture Breakdown. What's that?
that is on Doomcock's channel.
Doomcock? Who's that?
Overlord, our good friend Overlord DVD over at Overlord DVD on YouTube. We're going to be reviewing The Silent Partner, which is a movie I have not seen yet.
I have not heard of that
He
movie.
has a not so silent partner by the name of Harvey Cthulhu.
But that's
Yes, that's true.
yeah.
Silent Partner.
Yeah, and you brought up Mark D, JT. 'Cause I'm going to have him on my next live stream on the the Sci-Fi Workshop.
Oh,
And it's a live stream series I started. This will be number 4. I still got to set up the day to do it, but Mark's going to agree to come on and be my next guest and talk about his 3D printing stuff. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
He loves talking about that. And it's
yeah.
pretty cool stuff.
Yeah,
It's pretty fascinating.
It's going to be cool because I know I like having other people. So far, I've had Gary Ambrosia and Andy Masterson and Tony, and we're not talking about the pop culture stuff. We're talking about making things.
Yeah,
and
he's very passionate about that. So that's going to be a great show.
I'm
When am I on
trying.
to talk about making excuses?
We can do that. We can definitely do that.
Admiralty's life hacks.
I'm trying to. I want to try to barter with him to see what I need to make for him to get a Doomsday machine. I want to I want to trade him. I'm sure we could work something
barter
out
with American greenbacks.
Well, I could, but I'd rather make him a kit. I'd rather trade him. It'd be fun. Sure. I mean, it'd be cheaper to do the greenbacks. In all honesty, I like to make stuff for folks.
There we go.
Radioactive says,
up.
yeah. Well,
the chat
no
crashed.
Admiral Teague. Well, the Admiral Teague joins me on the retro reels and games.
I'm on that one. I don't make anything. I make Star Trek. I sell Star Trek and Star Trek accessories. This is it. That's what I make.
Admiral.
I make video
Not
essays.
true. You made a nice musical recording of our national anthem.
Thank you very much. Yes, I did do that.
True.
And you know what? That is true. If you want to interview someone about how to make video essays, I'm learning that one. That would maybe people would want to know about that, like all the rules I had to learn and how not to get a copyright strike. Maybe people would like to know how to do that. I don't know. That is maybe that is something.
Copyright strike avoidance for dummies.
No, I mean like when I made the It's a Wonderful Life movie, like you might make the mistake of thinking that the movie is in public domain because that's what made the movie so famous. But even though it was in public domain, for some stupid reason, someone was able to purchase the rights. So it's owned by NBC and only they can show it. They show it a couple of times a year. So you have to do a copyright compliance thing where you're able to use just so much of the movie without any consequence. But if you use any more of the movie, you're in big trouble and you stole it. And with music, it's even harder to do it to get away with it. Music copyright extends a lot further into the future. But okay, so
sounds like you just need to lead the American Second Corps.
That's my point.
And against them on that. I'm
going to grab them. We're going to advance from victory to victory. So Sean, so you on your workshop, I stepped on your pitch. I'm sorry. Please finish.
Oh no! I was just saying I'm currently right now on a website ordering some aftermarket Aztec decals for the NX01 model that you sent to me.
Oh, cool.
The Aztec decals are basically.
Are you going to make them into the ISS01?
Yes.
I'll make whatever you want. I'm going to send this back to you, my friend.
I'm going to get this.
Yeah, this is for you.
Oh wow. Let me think.
That's why I was thinking. I wanted to know if you want. Oh, I'm sorry, JT. Go ahead.
I was going to say, haven't you built that kit a few times before?
I've built the NX01 once before for RM Briggs. I sent it up to her. That's the only time I've recorded it, but I have the kit that I built on my own
Yeah.
without making a video. But I would love. I don't know how you feel about having the refit version.
If it's the refit, it has to be the NX. But if it's the
Yeah, the NX01, yeah.
The ISS-01 is pretty badass. I don't know how many. Those are two. Actually, between those two ships, no one would have a model of either one.
Well,
So,
I'm sure. Well, you
it's
can have
so
the
unique.
IS. Well, here maybe the chat can chime in. Like, what would they see?
You'll make what I always make: a fighting chance to love for Star
Yeah.
Trek out of death.
So here's the kit. Admiral T got me just the regular and the NX01 kit, which is what we see in the show. But then there's the refit, which I think
Which
that they
was
were
supposed to be
planning
for
for like
season
season 5. Yeah,
Which is
So-
beautiful.
it's
cool
gorgeous. It's
as
a
fuck.
beautiful ship. It's really cool.
It actually
It's-
makes more sense than the
Yes.
original design.
A hell of a lot more. You can see the evolution toward the
It should have
Enterprise.
been. If that had been your ship right away, they probably would have. That's another thing that might have saved the show. It's 10 times
Could've.
cool. Although I love the NX-01. I love the
too.
But
NX-01. I
this-
love everything
this
about
is
it.
Just, it's beauty.
Screaming Star
There's
Trek
no
at
other way
you.
around it.
It's
I ca-
it's
yeah.
so Star Trek.
I kind of would. I would like for you to say I'd like this one.
I want
Because
this one.
Okay.
Now that one, the picture you just had up, in this one, well,
that.
sorry, the one that you just had up, had the engineering hall without, without the antennae on the lead on the nacelles.
Oh, right here.
No, on the red.
Oh, here on
nacelles.
these guys.
I
Yeah.
actually like that better than having the antennae.
Oh yeah, I don't like the nipples either. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was.
Oh
I don't-
yeah, the weird antennae on top at the edges of the nacelles.
Well, that was in the cage only, right?
I don't know. My mindset is, do they dissipate ion storms?
I don't know, but look at this. I mean, what a great looking. It's so cool. And you know
And
what?
it's
To
not
add-
dark and bleak looking. Like whoever rendered
Yeah.
this did a better job than people who do modern TV.
Looks like it's got real power to it too.
yeah,
I would be
got
afraid of
grace.
this ship.
In beauty, but it also has some power.
yeah. I would like to build this one for you, because one, I mean,
who
it
says
would be
no to
new
that?
content. It would be new content for my channel. But
Who says no to that? Yeah, I want it.
okay.
Excellent.
Yeah. I'll put that in the
Can you
queue.
imagine what my apartment's gonna look like? I'm gonna have like a succession of ships. My apartment's gonna look like Picard's ready room. It's like, so you have a Star Trek talk show? Let's not talk about that. Let's watch some TV. It's like,
Well-
so I noticed you're watching Yellowstone. It's like, yeah, let's not talk about that.
They
Yes.
canceled Yellowstone. No. Bang.
If they cancel Yellowstone, I'll go
Admiral,
broke.
you broke your tiny ships.
Admiral, you broke your tiny gun collection.
But I will tell you what I am going to do. My next sneak peek for everyone. My next build after I finish these two Constitution class, I'm going to refit the Enterprise C.
Oh,
I'm going to make a custom version of it because
I love the ambassador class. Like,
I love it too. But I have a couple tiny problems with it is when you look at the model. You know what? Here, I'll turn on the camera. I'll show you. It's kind of hard to see in the.
I am really sad we never got a show with the C or the B.
By the
for
way,
that
hey,
matter.
they say you can't do this. Look at that.
Hold on a second. Virtual background. Turn it off. You guys are going to see my messy bedroom. But so here's the Enterprise C, right?
Yep.
Now, one of the things you notice, look how close these Bussard collectors are to the back of the ship
Oh
right here.
yeah, it's like right on them.
Yeah, like right here. That I don't like that.
It's because they're too high.
Yeah, they're much too high. But if it was lower, it would look silly. So what I'm going to do, I've got the model. I'm gonna cut this part out. So this big butt right here,
Yep.
I'm going to cut that out so that the hull will only be this part. And I'm going to have these things go up at an angle like the Enterprise A.
Oh.
So it's going to be
Interesting.
out and higher. It's going to look more like the Constitution class, but with the sleek short neck here and the Enterprise D nacelles.
Okay.
All right.
And I'm also going to change and I'm going to hide the deflector array is going to be further back in like the Excelsior class.
That is so cool looking.
But it's just going to be my take on and try to do a little kit bashing and stuff. This is an old one. I had this lit for a while. It doesn't work anymore. It's bad. Oh, here we go. Let me turn up my
See,
kit.
I think the start of the filth was in First Contact when Picard has that moment when Alfie Woodward's like, "You broke your little ships." It's like,
Yeah.
It's like I had just seen her in like a really serious movie right before that too, so I was just like, I'm not in the mood for this nonsense. But I think that we've covered this episode real well. We thank all of you. There'll be an upload made for this one of our scores. I wrote down what time everyone gave them, so it shouldn't be too hard to edit. It's a new trick I picked up. It's called Written Records. But we love you all, and you know what? This was a very successful stream, which means we usually end with Sydney Sweeney, but we didn't play it today. So let's play Archer's theme and have our Star Trek music for everybody because we didn't have it coming in. So here we go, guys. Thanks a lot, and
bye, everyone.
We'll see you next time. I'll see you on Tuesday.
Thanks to the chat. Great job by the chat today.
And yeah, you know what? Before we go, I guess I should say this. Saving Star Trek is brought to you by the genius of Gene Roddenberry, the love of Star Trek on this panel, and by the generosity of Star Trek fans like J.T. Kirk, RRTNZ, Krimlon, Radioactive, Wes Cagle, who gave us 5 Admiral Teague memberships. And Radioactive was particularly generous today with $20 worth of New Zealand, $30 worth of New Zealand super chats. That's like, seriously, thank you so much, RRTNZ. You know what? Like, it's for you guys who love Enterprise so much that we come back here every week and do our very best. And you know what? I guess you'll get to hear, like, the frustrated, funny reviews are coming up very soon and for a few straight weeks. And then the show gets it back together again in the second half of the season. But we love you all, and thank you for being here. And with that, I guess I will give you... Where is it?
Because I can.
Bye, guys.